even like an arcsecond of an angle, the time to see it spin increases.
So, would you say then, like, the capacity for the tools and technology or the measurements to actually observe, but for us to make inferences based on those observations, right? Like, we assume like it goes back billions of years and it must have always been turning. You're actually saying that like these devices actually they show us a static sky. It requires
Depends on what you're looking at,
like time to allow them to
because
move.
not everything in the sky is static. For instance, some quasars tend to have luminosity changes on the order of minutes and days. That's how we know they're so small.
Luminosity changes are not the same thing as like movements in the sky, so that's a sort of
It's all communicated by the speed of light. It's exactly the same.
No, we were talking about the movement of the sky.
I understand what you're saying. We're talking about, but information still only travels at the speed of light, so they're equivalently the same.
But the speed of light at those like vast distances is also like just an inference, right? Like you actually don't know that. You have to assume the speed of light, and then sort of make the claim that those things are so far away to then infer that like it happened so far and such a time ago. Like you combine those two complexes together.
I don't assume
something about the material world. Yeah, I think that's what you guys kind of do.
I measure a speed of light. I don't assume a speed of light.
Okay.
How do we know the galaxies are moving too quick if we can't watch them rotate?
Because you can look at, so if you take a radio telescope, right, and you look at some of the gases, you will get a return based on what kind of molecule you have. And then that molecule has some very specific lines on a spectrograph. And if it's moving away from us or towards us, those lines will be shifted.
So an inference.
It's just special relativity. Literally consequences of SR.
The lines will be shifted, you said?
Yep, they'll either be red shifted or blue shifted.
Relativity?
Yep. SR deals with velocities, and that's what we're talking about.
Philosophies?
How do I know?
Velocity.
It was dealing with the real world. What are you talking about?
Special relativity deals with what happens when you approach the speed of light.
If we have a red star that's closer,
have you ever approached the speed of light?
Nope, but I know that there are particles that have gotten really close.
And like from the particles experience, like could you explain like how the particle felt about that?
And the particle just thought that so there's a particle called a muon that decays in a certain amount of time in a laboratory. And so this particle is produced by cosmic ray showers. So if you go up, because you know the production chain and you know how long it lives, you can make a prediction about how many I should measure at the top of some hill. So some guy goes up, he had a name, measures the amount of muons that he sees at the top of this hill. Surprisingly, there are more muons that are on this hill than in the prediction. And the reason is because these muons are going so fast at the speed of light that they're actually, in our reference frame, lasting longer than they should. In their reference frame, they're lasting the exact same amount of time as if they were sitting in a lab.
Is there stars that
That's a mythological. Okay, I haven't heard of that before.
That's not mythological. That's measured.
So that's a like scientific paper. Some guy like.
Yep, that's a scientific paper.
Gluons.
Muons.
Muons. Okay, cool.
Are stars that are moving away getting redder?
If they're moving away at sufficient speed, yeah.
Or further, yeah. How would we know that versus a red giant that's actually closer?
So because the way stars are classified, so the way I remember it is from an old Harvard So back in the early 20th century, Harvard hired a bunch of women to do their astronomy and like looking at plates and stuff. And they came up with an acronym for it that I generally use, which is OB, a fine guy or gal, and kiss me. And that gives you all of the ones. So it's O, B, F, G, K, M are the 6 types. And all of these are typed based on what we see in a spectrograph. So if we look at a star that's moving away from us faster, all of those lines we expect to see because of its type on a spectrograph are going to be shifted towards the red a certain amount, and that certain amount is going to be proportional to V over C, where V is the velocity of the star and C is the speed of light.
So how would we know if it's just being redshifted though, versus a red star?
Because the spectrum would be for like an A star, which would have a different spectrum than for an M star that's red, because of the temperature difference. Like an O star is blue, but if it was moving fast enough for us to see it red, we could tell because we'd have a spectrum in the red that looks like an O star, or a spectrum that's shifted to the red that looks like an O star. Let me be. Red's not like a place you can. It's sort of a place you can reach, but kind of nebulous in the electromagnetic spectrum. Oh, which events reminded me of another way to measure the speed of light. If you watch the occultation of Io when Jupiter is closer versus when Jupiter is as far away from us as it can be, there's a noticeable lag difference.
Can I ask one melodic? Is redshift anything to do with red giants?
Not really. Redshift has to do with like, well, there's different ways to redshift. So there's like gravitational redshift, which is if I have a signal that has to climb out of a gravity well, it's gonna be redshifted. Similarly, if I have a one going in, it will be blue shifted. That's why everybody says GPS is an example of relativity.
So the far out stars that are going red are nothing to do with the other red giant stars?
Nope. Those are
Thank you.
The further you go out, the more distance you put between you and somewhere else, the faster the space is expanding between you and that person, and that or that thing. So that's what causes the redshift.
So it's not like they're all just the color red and we can't tell the difference.
Correct. We can tell the difference between something that's been redshifted and something that is intrinsically red, through usually spectra.
Thanks.
And like it's cool because like spectra is also how we find exoplanets, because stars wobble, as planets orbit them, because it's all the Newton's laws. If there's a force, there's going to be an equal and opposite force. And you can measure that based on the redshift of the star on a spectrograph.
So would you say, right, that if you saw a cluster of stars that were more redshifted, would you assume that there's more like gravitational force and therefore like dark matter in that place?
No, I'd assume they're moving away from me at a pretty quick clip.
But if you're inferring that the redshift is affected by gravitational force also, then how would you discern the difference between like a cluster that seems to be moving further away from you versus like happens to be sort of in a pocket of dark matter?
I can look at it, and then I can throw a spectrograph on it, and I can see what the redshift looks like.
I don't think dark matter has pockets, Rick, like you're thinking.
It does. So like clusters are made up of like a halo can have a bunch of subhalos.
Yeah, Dawn.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
melodic.
You got dark matter pockets, okay?
Let
You
me
got dark
talk as
pockets,
well.
okay? Dawn.
think it's
You
a
didn't even know you had
misunderstanding.
dark pockets, okay, in your model. You
It's
didn't
a
even know you had.
misunderstanding.
Okay.
That matter is inside the stars. It's not like floating, invisible in space.
No, incorrect. It is.
Where's the dark matter?
Probably. It's spherically distributed throughout the
from
galaxy.
the black hole or the star.
No, through the galaxy.
What's at the center of the galaxy?
Is there a
There's
dark
a black
matter
hole
star?
there, but that doesn't mean that the dark
Yeah.
matter or the black hole has anything
What do we
to do
know
with
about
each
black
other.
holes? They suck in lots of matter and have
Well,
much
no,
more
we
than
don't
we
know
can
that.
see.
Is there a dark matter planet?
Black holes.
Are there
Black
planets
holes
of
don't
dark
suck.
matter?
Black holes don't suck.
Wait, are they planets of dark matter?
There
The
could be
trouble is,
planet-sized dark matter halos. Correct.
you're not explaining it
Holy
with the
dooly.
human logic. You're explaining what you've read online, and that's
No, I am
difference there.
explaining it with human logic. Unless you're about to tell me that math is not human logic, then
But no, all I'm telling
I'm
you
using
is
human logic.
the matter has to be in the objects. It can't be floating
No, it
around.
doesn't. It does not have to be in the objects. It
If
doesn't
there's a
interact.
lot of it, it's
It doesn't
probably in an
interact.
object.
It does not interact. Neutrinos don't interact. There are a bunch of neutrinos streaming through you and the rest of the planet and the rest of space while we sit here and talk. Dark matter does not have to be centered within stars or black holes. The current model is that it is in a diffuse sphere that is modeled with an NFW profile. But you can go look that up. There'll be some math.
I'm going to end up arguing against you here, and then I'll have to switch back when SE starts talking.
Well, I mean, I've looked at the math and the simulations. I've looked at the math and the simulations. I know what the model says, and that is they are NFW profile.
You don't even know your model.
If dark matter is if dark matter is not confined to an object, what is it?
That's what we're trying to find out.
So you don't even know. So
nobody claimed to know.
My human.
But is it all matter in motion?
I don't know.
Is it all matter in motion, melodic, everything?
I did say I don't know when you asked me what is dark matter, but
matter,
I can know. I don't need to know what dark matter is to know how it's distributed based off the gravitational potential that I can see and observe.
No, you're observing a field. You're not observing the dark matter.
I'm observing the dark matter's effects on clusters.
Exactly.
I'm observing the dark matter's effect on gravity or on galaxies. I'm observing the dark matter's effect on the CMPR. Like, I don't need to know what it is to know that it is. I didn't say it was a cloud.
You did. It's confined.
No, I did not. I said it was a sphere. I said it was a sphere. I said it was a sphere. I didn't say it was a cloud. There's a distinct but subtle difference.
So a non-solid sphere, and you're observing.
I didn't say it was non-solid either.
Okay, you don't know anything about it, really.
No, I know more than you. Of that much, I'm sure.
But when I'm asking you questions, you've had to say, actually, we don't know what it is.
Correct. I've said we don't know what it is. That doesn't mean I don't know what it does. For instance, Newton didn't know what gravity is, but he could sure as hell tell you what it does.
But you can come
to some degree of accuracy.
You can come to an agreement where it must exist, which is inside.
Wait, do you know what gravity is? What's gravity?
Bending of space-time.
Ooh, it's into the bendy warpy stuff. Okay. So like the material has like a background interaction with the field of the space-time? Is that what's happening?
The Higgs field interacts with the rest of the other fields.
Yeah, so like the stuff I'm made of, right?
Is in a field.
Interaction with the field, like the space-time.
No, there's no stuff and then field. It's all field.
Well, there's stuff and then there's the field.
No,
right? So the space-time field.
Again, you're not listening to me. There's no stuff and then a separate field. There's only fields.
It's fields on fields?
There's no stuff and then separate fields. It's just a bunch of fields that interact.
Where's the stuff? Dude, there's
in the interaction in the fields.
I'm made of stuff. Are you made of stuff or not?
And that stuff
what are you talking
is
about?
Fields. And an electron is a disturbance in the electromagnetic field. A proton is a disturbance in the electromagnetic field. All of these are just, everything I made is just fields that are coupled together. That's all it is.
You're going on some quantum sort of entanglement stuff or something.
Nope, I'm just going to what our description of reality is.
It's stuff. Am I made of stuff?
No.
I got stuff? Okay. I'm not made of stuff.
No. What I told you was that your conception that there's stuff and then there's fields is wrong. There is just
so there's fields within fields within fields. It's like some sort of Russian doll.
There's
sort
not
of
fields within fields within fields. You seem to be immediately going to this infinite regress when we don't have an infinite number of fields.
Dude, you just told me like my stuff is made of fields, and then we live within a field. So I'm just like, it's like turtles all the way down.
Can you demonstrate a field without a field maker?
What do you define as a field maker?
The greenskeeper.
The thing that makes the field.
There's nothing that makes the field. The field just is.
Okay, can you show me evidence of that somewhere else in the world besides your special pleading argument you're making right now?
I'm not making a special pleading argument.
You're saying the field just exists without a field maker. Every field I've ever observed in reality has a field maker. So can you show me evidence of the contrary?
No, incorrect. You have not just seen fields that are made by a field maker, and I don't even know what the hell you mean by a field maker.
How do you know that?
Because I know.
Okay,
what
show me a field that hasn't
and I know
been made
the
by a
field
field maker
that you've interacted with that is always there in the background. It's called the electromagnetic field.
There's a
You've
football
been interacting
field,
with it since
there's
the
a
day you were
soccer
born.
field. All these fields have been
now
made
you're just deciding to play semantic games.
field
and use the
makers.
wrong version of the word field. So that's fine. You can continue using the wrong version of the word field. You're not here to be serious.
Well, I'm just asking you, is it possible to have a field without a field maker? I've talked to people high up in science, and they say that this is highly debated. I don't trust your
anecdotal evidence.
This is highly debated still.
I don't trust your anecdotal evidence. I went and I talked to whoever's in charge, the highest people in charge of whatever religion that you've decided to go on, and they've told me that you are wrong. Congratulations, I've just given you the same level of evidence that you gave me.
Hold on, I will cite it for you. At the very top of the idea that the field has existed for an eternity, there are people that are also debating that this field could have been created. Okay, so it's not something anecdotal.
I'm waiting for a link.
True.
You just given me another anecdote with no link.
Aye. That's all right.
I still don't see a link.
It's fields within fields.
Yo, can you give me a minute, bro? What are you
gonna
like?
Do it, and then you continue
what are you
talking.
Like sped, bro?
No, man, you're the one who came here and said I have talked. You're the one who said I have talked with top people in your field, and then what it turned out was you hadn't even talked with any people in the field. What you've done was decided to pull a article. So could you please pull the article instead of saying that you talked to people in the field? Thank you.
While Tora goes and finds it, man, you can chat. We can chat. It's all right. I'll go find it in the background. Like, if he's willing to accept the task.
Oh, by the way, earlier you asked me for a source, dude. I mean, 2 seconds, dude. On Google, you have
Then you can find it in 2 seconds and paste it, can't you?
Dude.
Oh my God!
Bro.
Yes, you can. I will never fucking understand this. What is this reflex of going? Oh my God! It's so easy,
bro,
and then expecting somebody else to do the work.
Yo, you can't just run the chat like this, bro.
To say that it's so easy, then you can take the time to go find it.
All right, can I talk without you wigging out, please? All right. So since the 1900s, we've had 6 revisions. And there's actually more, but there were 6 main revisions in science, in astronomy, regarding dark matter and dark energy. It started first in the 1900s. At first, astronomers only believed in visible matter. This idea of dark matter didn't even exist, right? Early astronomers assumed the universe consists solely of visible matter, stars, planets, nebulae, etc. in the 1900s. Then, in 1933, we had this guy Zwicky, and this is where we first get the introduction of dark matter into the equation. Fritz Zwicky suggests that there is unseen matter, and that's what we know today as dark matter. At first, it was known as unseen matter, later called dark matter, in galaxy clusters based on the motion of galaxies that cannot be explained by visible mass alone. Third revision, 1970s, Rubin galaxy rotation curves. This is what we talked about earlier, right? Vera Rubin studies the rotation of galaxies and finds that the stars and the outskirts of galaxies move far too quickly to be held by only the visible matter. This suggests the presence of dark matter. And that they had to mess with the fraction, right? They had to mess with the fraction. Now, finally, it wasn't until the 1990s where they started to come up with a scientific consensus of how much dark matter they need to make the equations work. And it happened with the CMB, right? When they came out with the CMB, they made measurements of the radiation and the temperature, and the fluctuation in the CMB, the cosmos. That's the cosmic microwave background. And I mean, I could keep going because it's still being revised even in today, in 2017, 2018.
You can. Would you like my response?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, my response is, why would you want something that doesn't change when presented with new evidence?
That's not the point here. The point is that according to science, right?
Correct. We don't know in the past, and then we find out more, and we know more in the future. Congratulations on finding out how we find out more information.
I have no problem, right, with process of elimination or trial and error, right, to acquiring knowledge, right? But when you establish something as fact, and then you
nobody's
appeal to the
establishing it
authorities,
as fact. Why do you think it's being established as a fact? When have I said it's a fact? I have been very clear to say that this is what the consensus is. I haven't said it's a fact.
Right, it's what the consensus is, which is fallacious argumentation. When you appeal to consensus, you're not actually rebuttaling anything.
No,
if all you have for defending your faith,
please go find that fallacy. If you're gonna stay in place, go link it. Go link it.
You have appeal to majority. I will.
Go link it.
Hold on, dude. I don't have to link it when I know what it is. You have appeal to majority and appeal to consensus.
I'm not appealing to majority.
If ultimately your worldview depends on the consensus.
No, my worldview depends on the math.
Fallacious reasoning. No, because when you invoke like redshift or gravitational lensing or all this,
these are not debatable topics.
These are just inferences.
Those are directly observed. I can see a gravitational lens. Yes, it is. I can see a gravitational lens. I can see something that's been redshifted. I can observe all of these directly.
But you're inferring.
No, I'm not inferring. I'm not inferring about gravitational lenses or redshift. None of those are inferences. Those are directly observables.
Yeah, you can see. You can look at a light in the sky and say it's redshifting, right? But how do you actually know?
No, I can measure the amount of redshift. It is redshifted.
How do you know what was original? How do you know
because I know what the spectrum should look like in the rest frame.
How do you know what
how is this possible to figure out?
You don't even know the cause. You don't even know the cause, dude.
I don't need to know a cause.
Well, science is based off cause and effect. You don't even know the cause, dude.
Bro, again, once more. Newton did not know what caused gravity. Newton was able to come up with a very good approximation of gravity.
What's the cause of the light in the sky?
Which light in the sky?
Planets. What's the
Which
cause
light
of
in the sky? Which light in the sky? There's many of them.
Yeah. Which one? Pick one. Whichever one you want to explain. Tell me. What's the cause of it?
I'm waiting for you to tell me. Which one should I be focused on?
Okay, pick a star.
Because I have what I usually focus on.
Sirius.
So,
let's get serious right now. Yeah, tell me what's the cause of the light of Sirius in the sky right now?
Nuclear fusion in its core.
Yeah, see, like you don't even know.
Yeah, I do. I can tell you the exact. I can tell you the exact route of fusion that it is using based on the temperature that I can measure.
Dude, these are all inferences.
No, they're not. I can measure the temperature.
You don't get it, dude. You just
no, you don't get it. I know you don't get it, and it's fine.
The temperature means that you know the reason and the cause for the temperature.
I can measure the temperature. Therefore, I know what energy is in the system. If I know what energy is in the system, then I can know which path the nuclear fission is taking. And then further, we know that it's nuclear fission taking place in stars because, for instance, when the Cold War was going on and we were trying to figure out how to monitor nuclear things, people were like, oh, hey, these things give off a lot of neutrinos, so let's set up a neutrino detector. And then they tried, and then they realized that, hey, we're getting neutrinos from the sun, but the only production path for neutrinos involves a lot of energy. And you can do the math.
Story, bro.
The sun is burning hydrogen.
It's a cool story. Yeah,
it's not a story.
Upon inference upon
it's
inference.
Not.
Yeah.
None of those are inferences. Those are all measurements. I can measure. Dude, I can measure. I can measure directly measure the amount of neutrinos that are coming out of the sun.
What does that tell you?
That there's nuclear fusion going on in the center of the sun.
Great, there's nuclear fusion. Does that mean for you to know exactly what the solar mass of the sun is?
I can know that because of the planets that are going around it.
Oh, so now you reorientate yourself at that point.
Well, you asked a different question. You asked a different question. You asked a different question. Right. The answer is going to come from a different path. That's how those work. I don't know if you have much experience with asking and answering questions.
I thought you had a singular model that would solve all your problems, and now you're telling me at the
I didn't claim that. So in fact, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that my model has problems, and then I elucidated on some of those problems. So I feel like you're arguing a straw man.
How do you know what when you say that a star has been redshifted? How do you actually know what the original star color should have been?
Because I know what the spectrum of that star should be, because I know what the temperature is.
How do you know, what, because of its size?
Because I know the temperature. There's a relationship between the spectra I expect and its temperature, and therefore I know what it's been redshifted by, because I know what it should look like in the laboratory frame, and I know what I measured.
What it should look like as according to a standardized
model. As opposed to what it should look like as opposed to what I'm observing, Rick Guy. It's what it should look like as opposed to what I am observing.
I'm surprised, dude. You're even
I'm surprised that you have literally no conception at all of what spectroscopy is. Yeah. But then again, flat earthers shouldn't be surprised.
Okay, quick question, dude.
Rex, quick question there, because you're owning it quite a lot. When you say you know what it should be because you know its temperature, but do you know the temperature again because of the light, or how? Sorry if I missed it from earlier, but how do you know the temperature in order to know what it should look like?
I know the temperature because there's a relation between color and temperature.
Okay, but you're saying you know the temperature, you know what color it is, and you know that it's redshifted because you know the temperature, but you know the temperature because you know what color it is. Is that not circular? Sorry if I'm being terribly naive.
No. Hold on. I might have misspoke. It is 3:30 in the morning now.
No worries. So you know that it's redshifted because you know what color it should be for its temperature. You know its temperature because
Isn't the redshift because the absorption lines are shifted, but the pattern of the absorption lines?
Well, it depends. It could be absorption, or it will be absorption and emission lines. Both of those should be shifted. One way of doing it is by matching. So when you take a spectrum, you get a curve, and you can figure out temperature based off the peak, but that still gives you, still dependent on wavelength. So let me figure out.
What's the point?
Did I wake up in a twilight zone? Are the ballers using critical thinking today?
We can use Wien's law.
They're asking their own questions. Don't worry. They're just refining their arguments. They'll get back to us. They'll
I like it.
And
I like it.
It's good.
We can use Wien's law. Oh wait, no, we can't. God damn it!
I just started it.
But basically,
he started challenging the other Glober, and then I hear the other Globers challenging each other now. It's great.
But fortunately, I enjoy having to think hard about things, so I really don't mind it when you're not an idiot and you ask me questions I don't know the answer to.
But fortunately, nothing in this deep space cosmology is going to change the shape or motion of the Earth.
Well, I mean, the gravity still exists, so like I can go further than 200 kilometers in a straight line on the surface of the Earth. I know it's a sphere.
How many
planets? We can talk about things beyond the actual sort of geometry of the Earth, right? Like we can talk about.
Observed any flat planets in the galaxies that we're observing?
Well, I can't see a planet in another galaxy.
All you've got is PGI, so hard. Like, I mean, you really want us to respond to that? Can't, bro.
I think the whole universe is flat.
So what? This Melodic, you're an astrophysicist or something?
I'm getting my degree in astronomy and physics, and then I will be applying for grad school to work in cosmology.
What year are you in right now?
No way.
I am a senior that graduates in December.
What school do you go to?
I think it's too close to doxing. You can put it together with what I've said, but I'm not gonna say it out loud.
What do you mean
doxing? Look, if I can, they're teaching you this stuff in university level cosmology?
Yes. Well, I mean, I also went and sought out my professor who does research in cosmology and was like, I would like to learn. And then they recommended me An Introduction to Cosmology by Barbara Ryden, which is a great book that I recommend to everybody.
No, this is the best education you're going to get in cosmology over here, bro. Like, you'll work it out sooner or later. You're going to learn more here. Like, even if it benefits you in your own worldview, I think you'll actually you'll sharpen yourself over here at least.
I'm curious, what are they? I'm curious, what are they teaching dark matter? What are they telling him? Muons and shmuons and stuff like that? What's the current?
Nobody knows. Most people lean towards WIMP, so weakly interacting. No, that's massive particle. Yeah, weakly interacting massive particles, I think, are the general trend.
Yeah, that's what they assume, which they never observed the WIMP, have they? As far as I know, they just made it up.
No, we've just seen the indirect stuff. Hold on, I'm looking for a really good oh, right here. I have a really good figure. There was a paper that was recently released that is basically a review paper about all the tensions in everything. So this isn't, oh wait, this isn't for dark matter. I don't think. This is for H0. Yeah. Damn. All right, but I can't find that.
It sounds to me, though, just listening to you the whole time you've been talking, you have unverified assumption loops.
No, I have verified assumption loops.
How have you verified your assumptions?
I've done the math.
Okay.
But that's it.
Do you think math is reality?
Yeah, you can. But the thing is, with math, you can
describe the connections in reality.
Yeah, you can plug in numbers all day and make the math work. But all you're doing is plugging in numbers.
Sure, I could plug in numbers,
dark
except
energy and expansion.
You know,
so if
my
I'm saying,
numbers,
hold on, dude.
My numbers don't come out of my ass.
Oh my gosh, dude.
We're going circular back to a point that was made earlier. Like you made this exact same point. We are happy to try and make the model work better than not having a model.
Yeah, but it's a sloppy dark matter, dark energy, expansion are sloppy constants because they're constant 1 year, and then the next year you have to tweak them.
Well,
so it's not reliable. What I'm saying, it's not reliable. And then you have modified.
Come up with something better. Come up with something better, or accept it.
Are you under the assumption that if something is called a constant, that means it doesn't change?
Hold on, bro.
No. Answer the question, please.
I can't even get. I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get something.
I understand, but listen, this will help with what you're trying to say. Do you think constants are not changing in time?
Dude, what are you asking me? Constants aren't supposed to be changing.
Yes, they are.
And
I don't know what to tell you.
That's what a constant is. That's what.
You're using colloquial English when what I'm talking about is physics English.
Why don't you change the names?
I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about one of your other patches, which is modified Newtonian dynamics.
It doesn't work. Don't care.
Can you explain? Can you explain why you had to use modified Newtonian dynamics for galaxy clusters?
Doesn't work. I don't care about it. I know nothing about it.
We don't need to talk about that. You don't know anything about it.
He disowns it. He doesn't like that science.
So the
it's
thing
not
is,
that I don't like that science. It's that every time somebody goes, "Hey, I made a prediction with Mond. Let's test it out," the prediction doesn't bear out. So,
dude, you just gave away the whole plot point, dude.
I don't care about Bond.
Like you just said that the standardization is not standardized, and there's therefore.
That's not what I said. Where do you think I said that?
This is what I'm trying to explain to him. He's actually agreeing with what I'm about to say, right?
I promise you, I won't be.
When you patch one part of the model, right? One dilemma in the model, right? You put a Band-Aid on it. When you do that,
Band-Aid on it,
because it's all contingent, it's all intricately connected, right? Intrinsically connected. You have like an integrated circuit, right? Once you start messing with one side of the circuit, right, by patching it, it affects the other side of it. And this is a really crude analogy, right? So when you start adding things, right, like
I'm not adding anything.
Modified Newtonian dynamics to the outside, right?
That's not an addition
to galaxy clusters. What it does is it messes up.
No.
It flops with the CMB. Yeah, it does, dude. It flops.
You don't understand what's going on. Mond is not an addition. Mond is a replacement.
But it's not used. Hold on, Mond isn't. Bro. Mond isn't used.
I think Jazz is hot micing. You guys gotta mute him up.
Who's hot micing?
Jazz.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not so just make your fucking voice.
All right, so I'm trying to, bro. So modified Newtonian dynamics tweaks the gravity rotation of curves, right? The cluster. We already talked about it. Yes, it does. It modifies the gravity needed for the galaxy clusters.
It adds some behavior to Newton's equations for low gravitational acceleration regimes. And once more, it is not an addition, it's a replacement. And further, every time someone comes along and goes, "Hey guys, I have a new prediction using Mond, let's go test it out," the prediction turns out to be falsified. So, like,
I'm gonna get
don't
there.
care about
I'm gonna
Mond.
get there. All right, you don't care about it, but you guys require it. You need that.
No,
you need that.
I don't require Mond. I don't need Mond. I don't care about Mond.
All right, fine. You don't, but the mainstream, the same people that you appeal to do. It's weird.
No, they don't.
You pick and choose. So you pick and choose.
No, they don't. My professor also thinks.
All right, can I finish what I'm about to say, dude? I still haven't been able to finish.
Well, yeah. As soon as you stop making sweeping generalizations about the behavior of everybody within my field.
Dude, it's unbearable talking to you. You do this to everybody that tries to talk to you.
Yeah, listen, dude. You gotta chill out. You gotta let him finish. Go one at a time, okay? No matter how dumb you think what he says is, just let him get it out, and then you can rebut it.
I have been letting him get it out, and then I've replied, and then I get talked over.
All right, so Mond, right, tweaks gravity for rotation curves, but flops with the CMB clusters.
No.
I just looked it up. Yes, I just looked it up, dude.
No.
So I had it switched. I had it flipped. Originally, I said the MOND was used for the galaxy clusters. No, it's actually used for the rotation curves. So I had it flipped. But it says here, but flops with the CMB clusters. And that's where you need dark energy, another fudge that handles the expansion.
Oh, damn it.
Not galaxy. Dude, I'm reading it right here, bro. I'm reading it right here.
Different theories.
Hold on, dude. I know you're freaking out. I know I'm triggering.
No, it's
right
not
now,
freaking out. You're not triggering me.
You gotta let me finish.
Bro, if you don't stop interrupting him, I'm gonna mute you.
You have to let me finish, dude.
Stop interrupting.
So I'll post it.
We're not going further than this because
I don't
want to hear your
he can say whatever he wants. It doesn't change the outcome.
I'm gonna tell you one more time. Stop interrupting, or you.
If he would let me talk and explain to him about what I'm talking about with Bond, we wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have to interrupt because he'd realize how wrong he is. MOND is not compatible with dark matter. These are two separate theories trying to explain observations that we see. They're not mixed together.
Okay, just let him get it out then. Let him get it out, and then you can correct them. Okay, please, man.
It's all good, dude. I mean, he's agreeing, but he's disagreeing. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, he agrees that MOND doesn't work. Okay, fine. MOND doesn't work. That's my point. MOND doesn't always work because you can use it to fix one side of your problem, right? The curving, the rotation curves, but then it fucks up and doesn't actually fix the CMB or clusters.
This is not
what happens.
What I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. MOND is not a patchwork. It is a replacement theory.
Does that sound any better to you guys?
Well, up to you, dumb fuck.
Also not widely accepted.
I mean, once again, having something is better than what you have, which is nothing. So yes, it sounds good.
That's a big misconception. No, I'd rather have nothing than a lie. That's a big misconception on you guys' part. I'd rather have nothing than a lie.
Exactly.
What do you count as a lie? Do you count being accurate to our observations, but not accurate to reality to be a lie? Because that's just working within that. Can I finish talking? That's just working within the bounds of what we can go.
So
did you hear what you just said?
Montreal, everything that you don't understand's a lie.
No, give him the clock analogy. Give him the clock analogy. We can look at the clock. We can make predictions where the clock hands are going to be. But then if you make up a story about what's going on behind that clock without seeing it, dude, that's the part that's getting funky, bro.
Exactly. Not the observation, the pseudo-scientific explanation you guys give to the explanation. And even the observation, and even when you're wrong, in the case of galaxy rotation, you make stuff up. I mean, you guys...
To put it very bluntly, I don't give a fuck about what you think about if it's pseudoscience or not.
You stupid.
I just don't care.
There it is. He doesn't give a fuck. There it is.
You're correct. I don't give a fuck about your opinion on something you've never researched. That is absolutely correct.
Dunning-Kruger, bro. Dunning-Kruger.
When you give an opinion... When you give an opinion that you have not gone through the rigor of learning how to do it, then you, sir, have
you're
irrelevant
smarter
opinion.
than everyone, bro.
No, I'm not smarter than everyone. I love how people somehow think I keep saying I'm smarter than everyone. No, I think I'm smarter than everyone about dark matter and cosmology.
That's Dunning-Kruger,
so
bro.
I can make a statement. You think I could get a sentence out?
Let's cut it down for a moment. So,
I mean, you think you could not attack my whole field? Maybe, possibly, be a good idea.
So I see the point of contention here is in you'd rather have a statement of we don't know than a lie. Fair, I understand that. But when we're discussing what we think things work on, we're talking in the realm of just trying to figure things out the best. What's wrong with trying to have the best guess to something? It's not a lie.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so you agree then. So you agree then. You agree to give ground to transcendentals is actually a good indirect proof, right, of an ultimate non-contingent being or an ultimate mind, right, for the knowledge, for the laws of logic, for the uniformity of nature. You know by what you said, correct?
Nope.
You
said at least three words that I don't know the definition of.
I just say straight no because none of what you just said follows from what I said.
No, it follows from what Eno said. It follows from what Eno said. I wasn't talking to you, Melodic. I would never engage with someone as rude as you.
That's nice.
But something that you have, by the way, is that even though we don't know everything, it doesn't mean that we know nothing.
And further to that, no worries, further to that, and if I get the analogy wrong about the clock, let me know. But if we're if you're in the occupation of trying to work out what behind the clock makes it work, right? Your job is to come up with things that do the best guess to explain it, right? But you seem to be wanting to sit on the sidelines outside of that occupation and go, but you don't know anything. Why are you even working?
That's called jeering from the cheap seat.
Clock, though. No, they are like inherently asking questions about the nature of the clock. It's just that they don't align with the necessary like cogs that the scientific endeavor is like inserting into the nature of reality. This is fundamentally different.
And I wanted to say too that there are more elegant models that don't require expansion, dark energy, dark matter, but it doesn't fit the premise that the Earth moves around the sun.
Which makes them more elegant.
Which we have other evidence for that being the fact. That's why they're not more elegant. They're elegant in some ways and worse in others. That's why we don't adopt them.
No, you don't adopt them because you have a philosophical bias. You think that the Earth is in motion around the sun. You could actually have the whole sky moving around the Earth, and nothing to do with flat Earth. Nothing to do with flat Earth. Just geocentricity, and have a way more elegant model that doesn't require any of that shit.
Nope.
I've seen the orbits of the other planets that would be required for geocentrism, and it's absurd and laughable, and requires the planets to speed up and slow down on ridiculous trajectories.
It's messy.
So they do speed up and slow down. That's what retrograde's all about.
A little, not to the spirograph-like child's toy levels that are required. I will post the GIF for you, and you will see how the orbits would need to look.
Also, that's not what retrogrades are all about.
But there's also a model where it doesn't have the luminaries completely spinning around the Earth, but instead spinning around the sun, and the sun spinning around the Earth. It's called the Neo-Tychonian model of the universe.
Yep, and
they had the published papers for it. It's way more elegant than your model that you have now. It doesn't require any of that nonsense.
Because it doesn't work.
And there's nothing Neo about it.
It does work. They had the.
It does not work.
Dude, I'll post the paper, dude.
There can be a paper. That doesn't mean it works with what we know now.
How do you know it works?
Hold on. I've looked into it. Guys, I've had this argument with someone before. I've seen the animation that he's probably talking about. What he's talking about is take the heliocentric model, but center the observation on the Earth. So basically what you're saying is that every single body reacts to Newtonian gravity how we say it does, except the Earth, and the sun is a fixed distance away from it because reasons. That's what that model means.
It's the classic Tychonic model. There's nothing Neo about it.
Okay, I mean, so
no, it's not. It's not. No, he's strawman. No, it's not the classic Tychonic model. It's the Neo-Tychonic model of the universe with Mach's principle. With Mach's principle, it's different because I agree that the original Tychonic model had problems with it.
And this
more pseudoscience brought up from the flat earthers. Yay! Mach principle. Take a drink.
Some guy talking out his ass. Doesn't know what.
You live in Lake Pseudoscience, bro. You live in Lake Pseudoscience.
No, I don't. You think I do, but that's fine. You're wrong and you're an idiot. That's how life will be.
Was that an ad hom? Was that an ad hom?
No, it was not. I didn't say you were wrong because you're stupid. I said you were stupid. That's an insult, not an ad hom.
There it is, the trigger. Once that happens, you know you have them, bro. Like Planet Moron yesterday.
No. The only thing you have is how wrong you are.
And trolling.
So tell us what dark matter is, since you're the leading expert.
I don't know what dark matter is, and I don't have to know what dark matter is.
So the conversation
Hey, my friend, my good friend, my friend here. Did Newton know what gravity was when Newton came up with his universal law of gravitation?
Buddy, bringing up a guy that
Buddy, can you answer a yes or no question? Buddy, it's a simple question. Yes or no? No, we're not moving the question. You can mute me because you're a mod and you'll abuse your mod power, and that's fine. I'll get over it.
I'm asking
you have been asked a yes or no question, so I'm going to wait for you to reply with a yes or no answer.
Okay, we'll do it your way. What's your question?
Oh, so you weren't even listening, so there's no point in
he didn't mute you.
There's no point in engaging with you. I can't remember a simple question asking you, and you can't ask a yes or answer yes or no.
Melodic. Nobody, as far as I know, has muted you in this. Okay.
Oh, I've been muted a couple times tonight, but it's fine. I don't care. The point here is that he can't answer a simple yes or no question, and he wasn't even listening when I answered the question. So I'm not going to discuss it with him. When he wants to come here and actually, and when he wants to come here and have an actual conversation and answer a yes or no question, then we can have a conversation. But until then,
yourself, bro.
No, I did not.
Get off your soapbox. Get off it, bro.
You said it's night where you are.
Congratulations. It's night for half the globe right now.
Yeah. Oh, exactly half?
You said you were going to bed. You needed to go to bed before. Now you're jumping back in. Okay?
I didn't say I needed to go to bed. I just said it was 4 o'clock at night. Well, now it's
I have an idea. Come back tomorrow fresh, and we can have me and you. We can have a talk, okay? Because
I'm not interested in having a talk with you because you're not interested in listening or answering yes or no questions.
Because you can't handle the truth, bro. That's the issue.
No, I can, and I have, and I slapped down all of you tonight.
You cannot. Dude, I'm going to Jack Nicholson your ass all night, okay? You can't handle the truth, okay?
You haven't.
Why do you say this every single fucking time?
Wait, do you really prefer she? Is that your pronoun?
I want a mod for clarity here. So I've seen the Neo-Tychonian model. I don't understand why it is more elegant. That to me doesn't seem like a accurate description of it. Can somebody explain why it's elegant?
That sounds like an emotional word anyways. Does science use words like that?
Well, the reason I believe it's elegant is because it's more efficient. It doesn't require as many steps to make it work. It doesn't need dark energy, dark matter, or expansion. And there's another thing it doesn't need. I forget. Relativity. But it doesn't need that.
Just a second. So does the solar system require dark matter or dark energy? I don't think. I mean, my understanding is it does not. But
I can agree with that. It does not.
No, according to the fantasy model,
I'm asking the Neo-Tychonic people. Does it? Do we think it does?
It doesn't need it at all, even on the cosmological scale.
So we have no dark matter in our solar system?
Wait. I'm trying to get clarity here. So, to my understanding, the solar system does not require dark matter or dark energy in the mainstream model. Am I right?
So are you saying there's no dark matter or dark energy in our solar system?
What I'm saying is
they are. They within the local system, they do not require it.
Wow, so there's none of this stuff that makes up 96% of everything.
No, that's not what was stated. What was stated is that it's not needed, but it is present, and I could give you the density number if you'd like.
I want to ask. So I want to go back and forth with Tora just for a second. Tora, I don't know if there's dark matter or not in the system according to some theory. What I'm stating is that we have these orbital trajectories for the planets, for the luminaries in the solar system, and to my knowledge, the physics that we use to calculate and predict those, which are quite accurate, extremely accurate, do not require dark matter or dark energy. Do you have a different understanding?
No, I understand it the same way, which is interesting because if I were to take observations and base my math off the local observations that I take, and I come up with conclusions that don't require a placeholder, I would assume at that point when I looked out into the distant galaxies and then calculated everything and then required a placeholder, that I probably had something wrong on the local scale, especially if it's something that makes up 96% of everything.
Okay,
so if you saw all of the 6 visible planets with a telescope, you'd have to say that they're flat.
Okay, so let me make sure. Let me see if I've got this. So we have essentially a Keplerian model of the solar system that I think we agree does not require dark matter or dark energy to make accurate predictions. And now we've proposed the neo-Tychonic model, which, so far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, doesn't say anything about galaxies or superclusters or anything like that. Am I wrong about that? Noah,
you'd have to engage. You'd have to engage with someone that knows about a neo-Tychonian system.
Yeah, that's true. The neo-Tychonic doesn't extend beyond the solar system.
Okay, Okay, so to my understanding, it doesn't go beyond the solar system. So I don't see why dark matter is relevant in this conversation. We're talking about. I thought we were talking about the solar system. Is that not accurate?
I want to modify what I said. And I just say, I mean, the neo-Tychonic kind of just generally says that the rotation of the stars, of course, like everything else, is simply a result of Mach's principle that you have, or actually creates the Mach's principle. It's everything else does what it does, just like the planets do what they do, because they do what they have to in order to look like they do with a geocentric universe.
Okay, so also my understanding is that Mach's principle isn't really a thing, but I will totally admit that I could be wrong.
There's no evidence for it. It inspired Einstein, but Einstein ultimately broke with it for pretty obvious reasons. It requires things to move at arbitrarily large velocities.
So, well, also, does it have any predictive capability? As far as I understand it, there's no math for it.
No, purely philosophical. Yeah.
Okay, so does somebody else have a different understanding of it?
So it predicts everything within the solar system, apparently.
Mach's principle does?
It just says that the inertial properties of the universe are created by the bulk motion of stuff in the universe.
I was about to say that. So you know how things get faster and faster as you go out, right? Like the outer edges are moving way faster than the inside, which is no problem at all if you believe that the whole universe is like some type of cosmic ocean. As an analogy, right? I'm not saying that there's actually H2O, but that there's a fluid, right, that's causing everything to spin.
Okay. I mean, I understand the theory, but as far as I know, there's no actual evidence for it. Like, we don't. So in Mach's principle, the Foucault's pendulum is being precessed by the rotation of the stars, I guess. That's my,
right.
Okay. So
that's not quite correct.
Okay.
Mach's principle was Mach's conjecture about how do you know if a local thing like a spinning pail of water is spinning or the rest of the universe is spinning, that age-old question that Newton and others dealt with. And Mach was basically saying that the average position of distant objects, used to be said stars, affixed stars, now we would say distant quasars, is kind of defines what the preferred standard of rest is. And that then defines I guess the assumption of Mach's principle is that the average of material in the universe is at rest with the space of the universe. And so Einstein never divorced himself from Mach's principle. He liked that. Now, the confusion may be that the geocentrists, the spherical Earth geocentrists, have pushed what they call the neo-Tychonic model. And that goes beyond Tycho's model of just an Earth-centered solar system, but also to explain parallax, aberration of starlight, all of that. They would insist that the universe is going around the Earth daily. Some of them would. Others would say it's going around the Earth annually. And they would argue their own peculiar version of Mach's principle to back that up.
Thank you, Danny.
So
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so from what you got, Sticks and Shadows guy, who's the guy in Greece, like measuring sticks and shadows to say that the Earth is a globe? And then you've got like Eratosthenes, and then you've got neo-Tychonian sort of models. What's the need for all of these different models that appeared between Eratosthenes and now? Like, why do all these models need to come about?
Eratosthenes was very limited. Eratosthenes is very limited in just giving scale to the shape, to the size of the Earth, which had already been discerned as spherical. Didn't have anything to do. Didn't have anything to do with rotation. Didn't have anything to do with the star, with the planets.
He was more concerned with like navigating, right? Like is that?
He was just adding to the knowledge, and yeah, he put it out hypothetically, and it bore out.
It bore out. Okay. I'm still trying to work out like my angle of questioning, but if anyone else wants to jump in, please do.
Well, I want to point out that the people who put forth the neo-Tectonic model are spherical Earth believers. They're not flat earthers, and I see an increasing trend of people, flat earthers, attempting to take our arguments made by the neo-Tectonic people and make it their own, and they don't understand that many of the arguments used by the neo-Tectonic people don't work on a flat Earth. They only work on a spherical Earth.
Thank you. I don't think we're discussing flat Earth versus spherical right now, though.
True, but I just want to make that clarification because some of the people.
It's more of a case of understanding, like
are flat earthers.
It's more a case of like understanding, like we find ourselves in a place with a certain understanding, and we want to understand where we've come from. So if you're like the neo-Newtonian sort of interpretation is out there, why was that necessary in that point in time to come up with that model? Like, what's the reason for it?
Astrology, because they still bet on astrology.
No. The neo-Tectonic model was actually proposed in the latter part of the 20th century. These were people who were wanting to return to geocentrism, but they realized that the old Ptolemaic model wouldn't work. And the point is, at least for the solar system, the Tectonic model worked to explain what we saw, while the Ptolemaic model did not so well. But then other things came along, the aberration of starlight and such, and so the neo-Tectonic model was developed really in the late 70s or early 80s by people who want to preserve spherical Earth, much of what we know about the universe, except that somehow space is fixed to the Earth.
So Tycho didn't publish there was no contemporary neo-Tychonism. That was simply a revision that was done in modern times.
Okay.
Exactly,
gotcha.
That's it.
Yeah, it's a revitalization. Yeah, cool. Okay. I'm familiar with that within building design stuff. Cool. Yeah, cool.
Tycho was doing a purely kinematic thing, right? I mean, well, I shouldn't say he was doing, but the point is you can interpret the original Tychonian model in a purely kinematic. It just says everything is where it really is, considering the Earth to be stationary, and you can do that from just a reference frame standpoint. The neo-Tychonian, I think, simply is the addition of Mach's principle to say, to try to provide a kind of some lipstick to say why it happens. Things, I guess, in the neo-Tychonian model, all of the stars, the entire universe, actually rotate around the sun,
right?
And then all of that rotates around the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's taking the Tectonic model to the ultimate scale. Back 400 years ago, people were not concerned with things outside of the solar system. Soon after the heliocentric model was adopted 4 centuries ago, people began to talk more about stellar and then galactic and extragalactic astronomy. And so this is a turning back the clock neo-Tychonic model to argue that the Earth really is the center of the universe. One of the major proponents of that today would be Robert Sungenis. Before him was Gerardus Bois, who was that Sungenis really borrowed from heavily.
If I may, that's why I said, if I may, that's why I said there's nothing neo about it, because including Mach's principle is just lip service. There's no real application, is there?
No, there is. It's like he said, it's dynamically equivalent. It's kinematically and dynamically equivalent. And not only that, if you really, hold on, bro, wait, dude, wait, bro, wait. If you really evaluate Mach's principle, what it's saying is that the space around us is actually moving. That space isn't static. That sounds a lot to me like ether. That sounds a lot to me like ether. That there's an ether flow. There's a flow going on around the Earth. And then when you hold on, when you did I already forgot what I was gonna say? Go ahead, dude.
Well, there's no dynamics.
Well, where's the
dynamics in Mach's principle?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Connect it with a formula in mathematics. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point is that there's no dynamics in Mach's principle. Newtonian and relativity provide a simple dynamical explanation. Mach's principle just says, well, the sun rotates around the Earth because that's what it does, because Mach's principle, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's the neo-Tychonic model. Hold on, please. Yeah. The neo-Tychonic model and the Tychonic model are exactly the same, and one just says because Mach. That's it.
No, it's more. It's a little bit more complex than that, because
I guarantee
it also has the planets, the wandering stars. Instead of rotating around the Earth, it has them rotating around the sun, and then the sun, and then the hold on, and then the sun rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Yeah, can I ask about?
All right, but I'm trying. It doesn't. At this point, I'm just trying to tell him it's way different than the Tychonian model. He says it's just Mach's principle.
That's
not just you.
Dude,
let him you've literally described what
I asked you a question about the Machian.
Lion, what you just described is exactly what I described when you said no, that was the old model. It's the exact same thing.
They're the same kinematically. The only difference is the lipstick provided by saying because Mach's principle. That's it.
Yeah, I have a question regarding that specifically, because I don't understand how if it's space rotating around the Earth that makes the planets rotate around them, how is the effect on the Earth stationary, such that the Earth stays stationary, but the same effect of the same space around the solar system makes the sun rotate around the Earth, but that same space is making the planets go around the sun?
What are you talking about?
It's because the Earth is not a planet.
Force.
You have to disconnect from the idea that the Earth is one of those things that you see in the sky. The Earth is not one of those things you see in the sky.
Lipstick.
Yeah, we
God
exactly
made Earth special.
Wait, but Danny mentioned that Einstein didn't give up Mach's principle. So why are you guys saying this is like a lipstick thing or whatever?
Wait a minute. Wait, he didn't. So, but in terms of giving up, my understanding is that he was inspired by it as part of a thought experiment, but it's not part of the model. There is nothing that I'm aware of that Einstein says, yes, the movement of these bodies would create forces that mimic the Earth staying stationary and the bodies moving. Like, that's a hypothesis, but so far as I know, there's not a theory behind it.
Mach's principle is too vague.
Wait, can you clarify that then, Danny?
In many ways.
Can Danny clarify that for me?
Yeah, I would like that too.
Well, again, Einstein was inspired by Mach. He wanted to incorporate it with general relativity. I don't think most people in general relativity think he ever succeeded in that, but it's kind of a starting principle about motion. The whole notion of what is moving is not an easy question. We can only measure, we can only sense relative motion. We cannot measure absolute motion. What is the absolute standard of rest in the universe, and how would you recognize it if you saw it? So Mach was simply saying the fixed stars, the average position of average location of matter in the universe determines what the reference frame for space actually is. It's the assumption, hidden assumption, that matter on average is at rest with respect to the universe. And so that gives you some reference frame that you can actually use. And what the Taconic, neo-Taconic people are doing is they're attempting to account for evidence that was not around when Tycho was around, because the heliocentric model became widely accepted for about a century before there was any evidence. About a century later, there was aberration of starlight. A century after that, parallax, stellar parallax was observed, and since then other things. And so the neo-Tychonic people are saying, look, we're going to extend this now. In the Tychonic model, you had the sun the planets orbiting around the sun and the sun going around the Earth. But now you basically have the universe going around the sun every day and every year, and then being carried around by the sun as it does so. That's what the neo-Tychonic model doing, is simply expanding it to explain things like parallax and aberration of starlight and things like that.
Well, it's not going around the sun; it's going around the Earth, right?
Yes, but it's also going around the sun, and the sun kind of drags the rest of the universe around the Earth as it goes. Otherwise, you don't get
unless you let
starlight.
Unless you let the galaxy at least rotate around the sun, you don't get parallax and aberration. You have to have stuff rotating around the sun,
I just want to say,
the Earth. Everything rotates around the sun, and that whole thing rotates around the Earth.
Thank you, Danny, for your input. I love to hear you more often in here, if you could, but it's all good.
I only get involved when I find something I'm interested in and I know something about.
That's a really good. That's a really good value to live by. I don't know if all of you heard that, but what Danny just said, that should be something everyone takes into consideration and does.
I do.
Agreed.
But I didn't really get an answer to my question that I asked.
What was the question again?
This Machian force, or whatever it is causing everything to rotate around the sun, but the same force is causing the sun and everything rotating around it to rotate around the Earth. I don't understand how that works. The same force.
It's not really the Machian
locally.
principle.
It's having two different.
Mach's principle, again, as Mach formulated it, was the average position of matter in the universe is at rest with the space of the universe. And so we can use the distant stars or distant quasars, take your pick, as our reference frame for what's moving and what's not. Now, Mach's principle has been stated many, many different ways and misstated many, many different ways. And what the geocentrists, the spherical Earth geocentrists of starting in the latter part of the 20th century did, was they kind of took their own version of Mach's principle and said that we can do basically a coordinate transformation from that rest frame determined by the average matter in the universe and transform it to the Earth. And so as everything basically goes around the Earth, and I would even simplify it to the point of the universe goes around the sun each year, and the sun goes around the Earth each year, dragging the universe with it, much as it dragged the planets in the original Tychonic model. And they argue that
so you're saying that
both equally valid.
So you're saying that the geocentric model, that the one in the animation there, is essentially a misstatement or a misuse of.
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, that they've misunderstood Mach's principle and kind of taken that incorrect assumption and applied it to their own model.
No further questions.
Are you aware of the Antikythera mechanism?
Yes.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I am in this. It's Earth-based, right? They crafted that machine to follow and predict the motion of the heavens based on the Earth being at the center.
I think you're correct in the sense that what it was doing was something similar to the Ptolemaic model, which is basically is a geocentric model, but the little gears and such were a type of a Ptolemaic model, or I should say Ptolemaic model is similar enough to the Antikythera mechanism. So yeah, by definition, it would have to be a geocentric model.
Yeah, so that would be an example how you can model the heavens, for a lack of a better term, using a geocentric stationary Earth. Would you agree?
Yes, you can. That's what the Ptolemaic model was not a bad model. Its main shortcoming was that it used circles. And people then were stuck in this idea of circular motion. And so they added epicycles to fix problems and epicycles and epicycles. So by the time you get to 500 years ago, there were as many as 100 or more epicycles thrown into what had been a simple model to start with. if you wanted to use the the Ptolemaic model today, you could modify it by throwing in ellipses and throwing in these things. If you really look at the Ptolemaic model, he sort of did that. He put the circles off-centered slightly, and that was to mimic the elliptical orbits of the planets. It's not exact, but it's pretty close. And then he also had the planets moving at a constant rate with respect to a point called the equant, not the Earth at all. And that was trying to mimic Kepler's second law of planetary motion. So with those modifications, it wasn't a bad model. It just wasn't as precise as it could be. So no one's ever said that the model can't be used. It's just the question of how accurate can it be, and is it correct?
Well, and the key is that it's purely kinematic. It offers no explanation. It just tells you where things are, not why they.
Yes.
Yeah, but not bad for a machine that's like 2,200 years old, right? They had eclipses. They had the motion of the five planets that they could see at the time. Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is that many times people singing the praises of the Antikythera mechanism overstate its accuracy. It was about as accurate as the Ptolemaic model was, and it predated the Ptolemaic model by 150 years or more. The thing is, people are now, or historians of science, are thinking that Ptolemy didn't really originate much at all. He probably took everything that was known at the time and put it together in one compendium. And that has survived, and people mistakenly thought that Ptolemy did everything. And recent scholarship for the last half century has been that he didn't originate anything. He just simply reported what was already known.
Oh yeah, but well, he did like a Maxwell or well, not really. Put it this way: his genius was to put all the things together, like the solar cycle, right? That's there. Yep. He incorporated all that stuff, and he made a gear system. This is the genius of it, right? Gears were thought to have originated 1,000 years after that. So here we have gear systems 1,000 years before we thought. So it changed. When they found that, it kind of changed history in a way as well.
It did.
Oh, and by the way, you might want to look at something even before that, which I don't know if you know, but if you don't, it'll freak you out. It's called the Minoan Eclipse Calculator. Minoan Eclipse Calculator. It was doing almost the same thing, but like 4,000 years ago. They found it on the island of Crete.
I mean, I know Danny doesn't come in here often, so maybe but it's a topic that's in the room kind of often. I was wondering, do you know if is it possible that God is just made up, or is there a reason that is it possible that God's just made up?
That people have made up God?
Yeah, that God's just some kind of made up belief.
I don't think so.
Why not?
What are you talking about?
I disagree with that, because there is a case, it's in Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion book, of people, essentially old civilization, making up someone as being their deity just because he brought them food and supplies on a giant metal bird. There's a factual thing that happened, and in the book and in history it happened.
Yeah, I get it. I know that it happened, but it would actually seem that every civilization has some sort of godlike figure. So it's not unique to that situation. Every single civilization seems to come up with some sort of example like this. So
yeah, I never said it was unique. I gave a concrete example from modern times of God being made up.
Well, I was asking Danny if he had an opinion on it, or if he thought God was a concrete.
What if they made up God?
La vida.
What if they made up God? No?
Dan, do you have an opinion on that? Or?
Well, he's the PhD. He's the top guy. I wanted to see if he had like an argument that God was necessary, or some argument for the proof of God.
Well, I'm a theist, so you're asking me an opinion. Of course, God exists.
But yeah, it's like men are without excuse according to like the scripture. It says it's so evident that it's like it shouldn't even have to be that.
Danny, can you just give your credentials? Because a lot of people don't know who you are, and you are a man of science, but also happen to be a theist.
And religion.
And a man of God.
I'm an astronomer. I have got my PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. I was a professor at the University of South Carolina, Lancaster, where I retired a dozen years ago, retired a little early. And I'm now the astronomer at Answers in Genesis in northern Kentucky.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Oh.
What was that? Did Melodic like give a little chuckle? What was that about, dude?
Oh, yeah, that would be a chuckle.
Like you met a rock star.
It's like he's never learned. It's like he's never learned to respect his elders or something. Right?
No, I can respect the fact that he has a PhD in astronomy.
He's just seen you, bro.
And we are happy to have him here. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
I just thought maybe.
Don't like Answers in Genesis, so happy sounds like a bit of a stretch.
I mean, I was told that the geologists they use the principle of horizontal origin to determine rock formations. But I was just wondering if one of the smarter guys in the room, not that everybody here isn't smart, right? If he had some kind of like foundational argument for the justification that God exists, since it's a topic that often comes up.
Hard question, bro. Hard question.
I don't think we're forcing people to make arguments that God exists, but if you want to field that, you certainly can.
So, Danny, can I just ask? I think I appreciate who you are. I don't want to out you, although I suspect you are outed. But I just really appreciate. I think you are, I think, a young Earth creationist who does some of the most effective flat Earth debunking videos I think I've ever seen. Am I correct?
Well, I hope you're correct, but thank you for the compliment. I'm outed. My last name is Faulkner. I'm Danny Faulkner.
Yes.
I've written a book about flat Earth. If you go to the Answers in Genesis website, I have probably 40 or more, maybe 50 articles or blog posts. I've got one in the works now. Won't go up for a couple of weeks yet, but I regularly post about it. I've been to three of the Flat Earth International Conventions, though all three that were in the United States. I've been to one of the Flactoberfest. So I've read many flat Earth books from more than a century ago, ones done in this century, and watched far more hours of YouTube videos than I would care to admit to.
Yeah. No, anyway, I constantly, as an atheist myself, I often tout you along with Peter Markley, although you more, I think, because of the effectiveness of your arguments, which I think are driven in some sense, I don't want to get too far out on a limb here, but I think in some sense by your embarrassment at the fact that most people think that Christianity leads to flat Earth beliefs. I don't know how wrong that is.
John, you really get it. I'm giving a talk. I got to go here soon. I'm giving a talk a little bit about flat Earth actually here at the Creation Museum, but I start off with this, and I ask people. I say, "What you may ask? Well, why am I talking this? Why am I worried about it?" And for much of my life, we creationists were equated with belief in flat Earth, and for much of my life, that was hyperbole. Unfortunately, it's not hyperbole anymore. So I want some distance between myself and flat Earthers.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Danny, what do you make of people that don't necessarily sort of comport with the Bible and that are more kind of the orientation that science seems to have an inherent issue? It's not a contestation within sort of like Bible versus science at that point. It's actually just like mythos versus reality.
Yeah, obviously here at Answers in Genesis, we love science. We have a number of scientists on our staff. The thing is, much of science we don't have a problem with. Some people divide science as done today in two ways: operational science and historical science. Operational science is the study of the world as it now exists. We can study different theories of gravity, for instance, but we're not concerning ourselves about how gravity might have worked in the past or might work in the future. Historical science is talking about origins and about history of things like the origin of the universe, the history of the universe, the origin of the earth, the history of the earth. So those kind of questions. And those things cannot be probed by the same methodology we do for how the world works today. Not everybody's going to agree with that distinction, but that's where we differ. We would differ on the history and origin of things, but we would agree with most scientists on how the world works today. So we have. I have far more to agree than we have disagreement, actually.
Before you go, can I ask you?
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Could I ask a question before Danny leaves, perchance?
Go ahead. We all spoke. You didn't. Yeah. Go ahead.
Could I get like your NASA ADS page, perhaps?
What?
Like
NASA?
a paper that you've. I was looking. I was trying to see what you published. So like just one paper, so I can find you on NASA ADS.
Oh, yeah. What I usually go to when I want to look up papers of my own or other people is the ADS at Harvard.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I've done a number of articles in the APJ, AJ, PASP, an observatory, information bulletin and variable stars. A lot of my research has been in eclipsing binary stars. I've published there. My publications in recent years in the conventional astronomy literature have kind of slowed down. I was probably at my peak in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s.
Well, I mean, if I found the right Danny Faulkner, then
can you read the title of the paper? I'll tell you.
The first one I found was photometric BVRI observations and the first analyses of the bright eclipsing solar type binary V362 Draconis.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Many of my publications have been on eclipsing binary stars.
That's interesting. I've been looking more into cosmology and playing with the theoretical side of the house.
All right, let's see. Essie, you had a question for me before
an observational astronomer.
Yeah, I had a question, but Danny has to go. It's going to be long. I want his opinion on the spiraling galaxies.
I have a few more minutes.
Oh, cool. So I don't know if you heard our convo and the convo that I had with Planet Peterson. We were talking about dark matter and how it relates to the spiraling galaxies. What's your opinion on that?
I'm very bullish on dark matter. I found a lot of creationists are very suspicious of dark matter, and so I've been trying my best to turn that ship. If you go again to the Answers in Genesis website and just look for dark matter, you'll see some of my writings on it about this. But to me, it's inescapable. You have the first evidence almost 90 years ago from Fritz Zwicky looking at the Coma cluster of galaxies and then other clusters. And the dynamic and lighted mass don't match. They're off by an order of magnitude in many cases. And in the case of spiral galaxies first seen in M31 by Babcock in 1939, I believe, where the rotation curve indicated that the outer portions outside the nucleus were orbiting far too fast to be explained by the lighted mass that you saw. But it took Vera Rubin in the 1970s to finally nail that one down. The technology had gotten to the point that you could make the observations, which were very difficult to impossible to make before, even though Jeffrey Burbidge in the 50s should have seen the data. He had the data right there, but he didn't recognize it. And it really wasn't until the 1980s that astronomers came to realize that dark matter was a reality. And they kind of resisted it for 40 or 50 years. I don't understand all the resistance. I guess they just didn't want to believe it. So I'm very bullish about dark matter. What it is, I have no idea. But if anybody can ever figure out what it is, they would get a Nobel Prize in physics for it.
Okay, fair enough. One follow-up thing, because I know it's theoretical. Would you say that, okay, let me make this statement and you tell me if you agree with it or not. Nobody knows how galaxies should rotate, what speed they should rotate. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, I guess the observation.
Be honest and brutal. I can take it.
Yeah. Yeah, the observations would tell you that we think there's a one-to-one we've thought this at least, a one-to-one correspondence between the amount of light you see and the amount of matter you see. The more matter you have in a galaxy, the more stars you have, the more light you have. It's pretty simple. And it seems to work in certain parts of galaxies, particularly in their nuclei. But as you get farther out, out of the nucleus, you end up with a disparity between what the lighted mass would suggest the motion ought to be, and what the actual observed motion is to be. So that's the reason why we think of dark matter as a solution. People have suggested MOND as a way to fix that, but I'm not a fan of MOND.
So I don't know. Was that like? So you're saying? Okay, I would agree if you know the exact amount of matter and you use your certain formula, right? You can come up with what you think should, but if you don't know, see, maybe this is what people don't understand, right? And they think it's wishy-washy. If you don't know the amount of matter, no matter what formula you have, right? Can you say how fast they should spin?
If you know how much matter there is, you should, and that's the whole reason for dark matter. We can estimate the mass and mass distribution, not just the mass, but the way it's distributed in a galaxy by where the light is found, and that would predict what the orbital motion ought to be. But the orbital motion deviates from that outside of the nuclei of spiral galaxies, and that's why we have the whole conversation about dark matter. There's something amiss here. Either there's something we have gravity wrong, which is what MOND is trying to address, or we have the dark matter out there. Those are the only two options at this point, I would seem.
Nice. That's you hear what he just said? That's how you answer the question. Either we have dark matter wrong. Thank you very much, Danny. Much appreciated.
I'd like to ask a question too. I one of the things since LIGO came online, I think it's been a real surprise how many big black holes there are. The mergers of large black holes, which we didn't even really think existed in those numbers, suggests that there's a lot out there. But I think they've also been kind of ruled out previously by the lack of twinkly light when they go in front of stars. I've kind of had the sense that those large intermediate, I guess, black holes might be a candidate for dark matter. What do you think about all that?
Yeah, I've been surprised since LIGO went online how many of these mergers they found between neutron stars and black holes, and I'm not really up on the lensing effects that much. I'm aware of Mach that was running like 20 years ago, where they were trying to find lensing events in the halo of the Milky Way, but those would be looking for more intermediate things, I would think, rather than the larger ones that I think are needed out there.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Anything else before I go?
I'd like to get more in depth one day with this dark matter galaxy, James Webb's telescope stuff with you, if you don't mind.
That'll be fine. I don't have enough time right now, but you see me come in from time to time. Stuff is kind of slack, and you want to call on me, it'll be fine. I find it hard to hop in sometimes because everyone's talking back and forth, and that's usually why I kind of sit and lurk many times.
Well, now that I know you're into it, next time I see you, I'll try to initiate the convo if everyone's into it.
All right,
yeah,
appreciate
it. We can make space. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying we want to, we want everyone to have a chance to say things, and you have stuff that I think people are interested in listening to. So yeah, I feel certain we can make space for that.
We
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We also, Danny, we've got multiple VCs, so I'm sure if you step in and throw something into text of, hey, PhD, and all will ask me questions, I'll be in the other VC, I bet a bunch of people will jump in there with you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Talk to y'all later.
Later, Danny.
Later, Danny.
No, I was going to say, some people just like to sit and listen too. They don't like to be bothered, overwhelmed with questions. Because he's in here every day, bro. He's in here every day. He likes listening more than he likes talking. I know that for a fact. He did the same thing in the EA. So I wouldn't hammer him with too many questions. I don't want to, because then he's not going to want to chill in here anymore.
No, he's cool, man. You see how he talks? You see how he talks with me? Like a person answering questions, unlike Planet Moron or our friend over here who like just they
Oh,
just
you mean it was great. You didn't insult his profession immediately after you joined, so he treated you nicely. Weird how that works.
Because I said pseudoscience, bro, you lost your shit. How confident are you in your scientific endeavor?
I wonder why the person whose career you insulted acted insulted. It's a mystery. Nobody will ever know.
Yeah. Why don't you call
I didn't know it would insult you that much. My apologies, man. But we say pseudoscience here all the time.
Why didn't you accuse Danny of doing pseudoscience?
I didn't hear that.
Why didn't you accuse Danny of doing pseudoscience just now?
We didn't get there. We didn't get there, dude. We didn't get there, dude.
Yeah.
We've debated with Danny before, a lot of times, bro.
So
I know Danny from a long time, bro. We've talked. Yeah.
Wait, do you believe what he does is pseudoscience?
I believe all astrophysics. Listen to the words, right? The physics of astros. To me, that's pseudoscience. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what Danny does is pseudoscience.
I'm pretty sure baseball.
Well, he knows that. He knows that I think that.
All right. Well, I guess there's new rules being implemented according to Astro Rex and the other guy. When somebody walks in, we need to insult them immediately on what we don't like about them, and then we can have a conversation.
Well, no, I thought that was your rule. That's the way you do it to everybody else. Why does Danny get a pass?
He doesn't get a pass, bro. It was a short introduction.
I didn't hear anybody scoff at his pseudoscience. What are you talking about?
He passively aggressively addressed the fact that he doesn't know how fast the galaxy clusters outside the nucleus should be spinning, right? So he kind of said, like, you don't know, bro, like, but you're guessing, and he admitted, dude.
Yeah. And not only that, he has written books making fun of flat earthers, and we know that. And we're not little girls. It's all good.
Oh, that's because you're intimidated.
No, dude, we're not. He's just respectful. He comes off very respectful.
Yeah.
Very cordial.
Everybody starts off as respectful, and then you slam their profession.
No,
knowing nothing about it.
You're projecting. That's not the case at all. He was very mature and cordial. If we could have that type of discussion with everybody here, that'd be great. But apparently we can't because people like you like to interject. In the middle of someone's sentence.
Okay, let's resolve that from this moment on, we'll all be cordial and respectful and listen to each other, respond in kind, and proceed from there. Agreed?
That'd be awesome. Agreed.
I'm
agreeing to that.
What happened? I thought the new rules were the exact opposite. What's going on here? You guys are changing things. I don't like this change.
Chances are he would never agree to that.
One thing I think is really interesting about the way Danny works and Peter Markley and others like him is the strong distinction, Danny alluded to it, between methods of investigation of the way things are and investigations of how things came to be this way, right? Both rely on evidence, but you can interpret evidence for historical things under different lenses. Whereas you simply can't interpret direct observations of facts like the shape of the Earth, and this is what Danny would say himself, right? It's just a directly observed fact that the Earth is a globe, and so there's no way to misinterpret that. You simply have to deny it
without interpreting it. That's such a weird premise.
It's funny. All you guys want to ask him about astronomy. I wanted to ask him about creation. And geology, paleontology, and evolution. That's what I want to ask him about.
Right? I mean, I think he believes that dinosaurs rode on the Ark just a few thousand years ago. I may be wrong. I think he believes that.
Dude. No Christian believes that, dude.
No, I'm not kidding. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Answers in Genesis does.
He is a young Earth creationist, and Answers in Genesis does believe that dinosaurs rode on the Ark a few thousand years ago.
Well, he sounds pretty upstanding. I don't think he'd go outside his field of astronomy to comment on geology, biology, and other such.
Oh, then you haven't gone to AIG's webpage yet.
Yeah,
you clearly don't know. You clearly don't know Danny, dude.
Yeah, I feel like I seen him on a Kent Hovind documentary. You know what I mean? Like he was
and he addresses issues that aren't astronomy.
I'm looking at an article from him now, from July of 2024. What evolutionists almost got right?
Is that
Definitely
from Danny?
astronomy.
So, Answer
Yes,
the Genesis has a number of writers. They're not all.
That is written by Danny.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
And Roger Patterson. There's several people on this, but like.
I'm not shocked to hear that at all.
Yeah, it's good to skeptics. That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
He's a fundamental Christian besides the shape of the earth. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Weird
That's
people.
why I would like to ask him a couple of things, but at the same time, I don't want to be too rude because he sounds like a nice guy. So I finally never do that.
And yeah, your voice isn't really helping either. People just like hate the face. You got like that hate the voice thing going on. You got to get next, Omni. You got to get since you're like this go-getter, you're out there working it. I don't know what you're doing to get these people, but you got to go get his boy. Get his boy Jason Lissel. He's the better one to get.
I don't know who that is.
He's the prime. He's the top. He's the prime choice.
I mean, if we can get answers and Genesis people here, we should probably get Gutsick and.
No, we're not taking a vote. All right, it's what I say goes, and we're getting Jason Lissel. That's the next on the list.
Jason Lissel, reach out. Tell him he's welcome here, and he can do an event, and we'll host it.
You can say that all you want.
He's friends with Danny. I mean, we got to get Danny to go get him. That's his boy.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't want to embarrass Danny, dude. He's gonna get his friends in here, and he's gonna be like, "This is the people you chill with every day."
well. So if we get a person, so we're gonna move. So I'll say this now: we are in the process of moving to a community server, and that has apparently certain drawbacks, but it does give us a stage. So what I think we want to do is move to where we have a stage, which will be a very much more controlled environment for people who want that. I wouldn't completely ditch the the sort of arena format where people just come in here and field questions. But we do want to have a stage for certain types of presentations where the guest wants that. I don't want to bring in a guest just to have them insulted. Some people that's great, but for some people it's not so good. But the other thing about that is when we do that, we have to verify people. We have to increase our verification level, and there are some we may have to verify phone numbers. I don't think that's actually true, but if we have to do that and you don't want to give a phone number, that's okay. We can manually verify people. So, for example, Cuddles told me he would never give Discord a phone number, which I respect that. And I would manually verify him, and that would stand for other people who are members. Here, if I have some idea that they're a real person, like I do with Cuddles, then we would do it manually. So
I just want to say, don't break it, dude. You know
don't
what I'm saying? Don't break it.
Yeah,
don't break it.
I don't. I definitely do. We set up a test server, a different Discord server to test it, and we don't think it will break anything. But
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I hear you, but I think, but I do want the stage capability, and also going to a community server advertises, makes the server more advertisable. So, like I said, it's something that we're getting closer and closer to. But I definitely want to make sure that the word is out that we want everybody who's here, if they want to be here, to be able to remain. And if that means manually verifying a bunch of people, I'm totally good with that. So, yeah, I agree. We don't want to.
I honestly think the stage is way more professional
I hate the stage.
It's just way more professional. If you've got someone like Danny here, professional, you know, a PhD, whatever, you get somebody on that stage and then somebody puts their hand up. It's very, you know, it's just professional, I think, rather than just anybody jumping in.
You know that you get to pull whoever you want on the stage, right, Omni?
Yes, yes. The point of having the stage is for people who want that or maybe require that. If I get somebody who's not familiar with Discord to come in here and give a presentation, if they're not familiar with Discord, I don't want it to just be, you know, a dumpster fire for them. So that's, you know, but yeah, so we would have a lot of non-stage events like QOP, who gave his presentation on Tartaria, doesn't need a stage, right? And Cuddles is planning on doing a presentation on the flat Earth through elevation measurements with data that I haven't seen, you know, and I don't think he'd need a stage. But, you know, if one of Danny's friends comes, you know, and is not used to this format, I think a stage would be a good idea.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't let a
cool.
new guy like that in the zoo.
I thought you were talking about taking things off Discord to some other place with a permanent like stage setting or something.
No.
Well, then we have less people because not all of the people on Discord will be willing to go there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And turn the stage on when you need it. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, and what's better than to talk with PhDs, guys in the field? That you can't get better than that. But
they're
if you
in
have
the
them
field
in the and everybody's interrupting and swearing, that ain't gonna work. So
they're not in the field. I mean, it's pseudoscience. See, they're not in space.
Yeah, but it's okay, bro.
Backyard.
We can play. It's the best way because people listen to them, right? It's like us going into their basketball court and playing basketball by their rules. If you use their rules, they can't argue with you after. You understand? What are they going to say? You don't understand? What do you mean? It's your rules. This is your cosmology. I'm using your rules. These are your big black holes. These are, you know what I'm saying? On and on.
What is the oldest tree ring dating? Is that like 5,000 or 6,000 years? I'm trying to think from the perspective of Danny's younger, and I'm not criticizing him, by the way. I know that carbon dating's pretty good, I suppose.
I think the bristlecone pines,
3,000 years or something for the carbon.
Pines are the oldest. They're like 3,500, 4,000.
Andy, go to Answers in Genesis, dude. There's some really good answers. I know. That's where I go for my information.
Now, I've listened to a ton of Kent
in Genesis to listen about Turing dating is like going to a flat Earth website to learn about astronomy or gravity.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, bro.
I'm just saying that the fact is, if he's a young Earth creationist, what's that, 6,000 years or something like that? Surely, how old's the oldest tree ring dating? Because that's quite reliable, isn't it?
And I said before, I think the bristlecone pines, 3,500, maybe 4,000. I can't remember. Just look up bristlecone pines.
Okay. So that kind of lines up with this thing, right? Doesn't it? It's not too bad.
Well, this is the thing, Andy.
No, it doesn't, because they additionally have Noah's flood that would completely destroy these trees.
This is the thing, Andy.
Yeah.
If I were to, if let's say I were God, right, and I were to be like, all right, I want to create a world. I'm going to create trees. I'm going to create water. Stuff like that.
Explain the platypus. Explain the freaking platypus.
Poof! This tree comes into existence. It's going to cut this tree down, count the rings. You're like, oh, this tree is 5,000 years old. But I just made it. I just made it 2 seconds ago. It's 2 seconds old.
Yeah, that's funny. When you said I'm going to be God, I was like, "Oh, your premise is fucked already, dude."
but hey, Andy,
but it has to do stuff like that. I mean, that has to happen, right? And all these things that God is clearly tricking us if the Earth is 6,000 years old, because it all says billions of years.
You know what? This tree ring
billions?
stuff.
I mean, you can be skeptical on billions, right? I mean.
Not really. I mean, we
really.
have rocks in the Grand Canyon are, I can't remember, 2 billion. Rocks that are uncovered at the bottom of the Grand Canyon are more than 1 billion years old.
Oh, that's Kent thinks that would done Kenny were done by the flood, right? Kent Hovind. So
Right.
Danny
And all made to look that way, right? Of the decay states of radioactive elements, geological layers, the deposition of fossils over time. All of that stuff was made to look that way on purpose.
Well, they were saying. I remember whatever it was, quite a long. I don't know, over a decade. I can't think of time. They were talking about petrification. That this always takes thousands of years and da 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 da. No, it can take 10 years to petrify things. It can take 100 years. So that keeps changing. So
that hasn't changed. It doesn't. It takes more than 10 years.
It's not a you can have petrified things in a very short amount of time, though.
No.
Yeah,
you can't turn things to rock. You can embed things in rock in a relatively short time.
Andy, I know you like Kent Hovind, but Kent Hovind, dude, is like a small fry compared to some of the people that are actually writing articles and Answers in Genesis. Like, there's really well-written articles in there that they published. They have their own scientific journal with all types of references and sources. Like, it's really well-written stuff. I recommend you go look at it. Don't listen to these guys.
No, I like Danny. He sounds like a gentleman, so sounds like a good dude. But I realize Kent's got his haters, and I definitely see why. But I talked to him on here actually. He was on the politics server, and he did a stage event, and nobody was. I was there for that. Yeah, nobody's putting the hand up, so I put my hand up early on, and all I said to him was, "Look, while I'm not a young Earth creationist, I respect the fact that he drew a line in the sand. He's like, you know what? You're a lot of calling this science, and you're expecting people to pay taxes for this shit, and I should bring taxes up with Ken."
I picked you up. I picked you, Andy. If you'd like to say thank you to me, because I hosted that event with Kent Hovind. So if you would like, I was like, let me bring Andy up on stage. So if you'd like to thank, I hosted the event. So if you'd like to thank me, now would be the time.
But anyway, I was just sort of trying to gear him up a little bit because
that's it.
He gets enough people, I imagine, enough flack from people, and I can see why. Again, and he had all that stuff with his taxes and his wife or something like that, which I don't know is nobody's business. But yeah, I was just saying, yeah, good for you, man. So yeah.
Last time I tried to help a flat Earth brother out. No thanks. Ungrateful.
I mean, this is another reason why I won't call myself like a hardcore Christian like Gregory or North or anybody like that, but I'll always defend it because I want a better world. And a better world, if we go through every metric there is, it's better with Christianity. It just is.
Oh, world's pretty. I mean, the world looks pretty young. It looks pretty young to me, and it's probably not. I mean, there's some guys here. You hear that? I can't remember who that young-looking dude is. He says we're going to die in 4 billion years when the Earth blows up or the sun blows up or whatever. But it's probably. I can't remember his name. Brian Cox.
Yeah. But, I have that marked on my calendar, actually. Yeah.
You got it on. Yeah, exactly. I think we're. I wouldn't worry about it, but yeah, I don't think we got 4 billion years, guys.
I don't know what I'm gonna wear.
The long tradition of going, this is the last days through humanity. It's hilarious.
Oh, I mean, it's like laughing at wow, oh, you think you're gonna die someday? Have you ever died before?
No,
gotcha.
It's not. Because people die all the time. You know what doesn't happen all the time? It's the rapture.
Yeah, the end doesn't happen all the time. Like game over doesn't happen all the time, right?
It happens every day for individuals. It just doesn't happen for all of our planet.
Yeah, well, to say it.
On the other hand, there have been literal millions of people who've said that the world is going to end at some date or another.
Is it possible that all the people, the consensus is wrong, that the world will one day mean its end?
Yeah, the world will one day end in about 4 billion years when the sun becomes a supergiant and expands out into our orbit.
I mean, like, we'll just be roasted. I mean, I'm sure.
No, we won't even be here.
Some kind of alien is mixing up a sauce and a marinade for our crispy bodies and our planet, and we will be a delightful appetizer.
No, at that point we will be oil. We will be oil in the crust.
I ain't worried about it. I'm not sticking around to find out. But if any of you guys are there, pour one out for me. All right, thank you.
It's funny that the same people who say that the scientists speak about the sun going supernova in like 4 billion years and destroying the Earth is because they want to control the people to like bring fear. So people think about the world ending all the time, are the same people who promote an idea that the world is going to end in like it can actually end every single year. Like it can even end tomorrow.
I just gotta keep redoing the math.
That's not the model supernova, by the way. That's not the
model. Supernova. No, our sun would not go supernova. It would just become I forget what type of giant off the top of my head. Yeah, it's just gonna expand in size and expand to the point where it would just consume our planet, like the rocky planets. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, not a supernova. Supernovas happen to other suns in other solar systems.
But it's still going to blow after it consumes the Earth, right?
I can't remember exactly how that works, but that's not how we're gonna die.
It's gonna become a planetary nebula and eventually become a white dwarf because it's below the mass limit for anything else to really happen.
Okay. If I'm gonna point to something where it shows they're trying to control people through fear, I'd point to that COVID bullshit. That's pretty obvious.
I'd point to the economy. The economy is the thing they control us with. That's what's really going on. The COVID. I don't need you to believe in it. I don't really care whether you believe in it or not.
No, I don't.
I knew people that got it. I knew people that died from it. Or like don't believe it. That's fine. But every year of my life, people are on about the economy and telling me to be fearful. They want me to be fearful of my job. They want me to be fearful of whether or not I can maintain my home. They want to be fearful of whether or not I can send my children to school and all of that kind of shit, whether I can afford groceries. Everybody's always fear-mongering about whether or not society will keep going on the way it has been for quite a while, but not forever. It keeps on changing. There's always a paradigm shift. But the fear is always those in power want us to be fearful and just happy to be able to work for them. And that's where the real control is. At government level, at corporate level, that's where the real fear is. All this bullshit about a rapture, the bullshit about a major doomsday event is nigh. People have been saying it for my entire life and for many centuries previous. And for some people, doomsday events happen. Like we can see them locally. And now with the internet and worldwide news, you can see when people's earths are literally shook by earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes and tornadoes and shit like that. They come and they destroy people's lives at a local level, and that is an actual like doomsday event for them. But the whole world ending, like that ain't fucking happening in our lifetimes or many great grandchildren's away. It's just like they may experience all sorts of terrible things, but what we should fear is that people are taking the resources that we all deserve because we were all born on this planet and we all have a right to them, and they're using them and hoarding them and telling us that we should just be glad that we have a roof over our heads. And that's where the bullshit is. That's where the control is.
Yeah, that's good too. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Like I said, listen, it looks young. It looks like it could be, come to an eventually. I'm sure all good things come to an end. I wouldn't worry about it in that way. But yeah, I mean, there's other things to worry about.
The age of the Earth is of absolutely, like, whether it's 6,000 years old, 4.5 billion years old, doesn't affect the fact that I have to wake up and work to make a living to feed my family.
Right. Yeah.
And
so you still worry about that. Yeah.
I happen to believe the things that I understand about science. So like they accord with a different thing than what some people believe for religious reasons, which is fine. I don't want to take anyone's religion away from them. They should be able to practice it in peace, and everyone should be able to practice theirs in peace. And some people are a little bit more militant than others, but as long as you let me be me and I let you be you, I think that's fucking fine. It's but religion has been used to control people, and it's just lucky for all the people in their own individual religions that they're the ones with the right one, and everyone else is just being lied to.
No, listen. Whatever religion you want to appeal to, right? Religion would just be like whatever it is that makes the true state of affairs what it is. It's just going to be the truth for everybody unanimously, whether you believe in it or not. So, yeah, as long as you know that the truth.
Find out one day, I guess.
Yeah, as long as you know that the world is not relying upon you, and the truth of a situation is not dependent on your mind, that's okay.
No, it doesn't give a fuck. I'm here to perambulate things around the world.
What?
I'm doing my little part to deliver this. I'm delivering this rock to another place in the universe, and when I'm gone, my children will take over.
Yeah, and then we all hope, we all know that you're doing things, you have a purpose, and there's ultimately a good reason for the things that you want to thrive in the world, and there is purpose and meaning to life. Yeah? So as long as you're aware of it,
I'm not sure if that's true, but it might be. It might be true. It might not be true. But I'm going to enjoy it while I'm here.
But as long as you, as long as you live as though, the world and your life and your family's life has meaning and purpose, then you're still good to go.
Can I ask a question?
Believe you can.
Why do we need meaning and purpose?
Well, because it's just a true dichotomy. Otherwise, it would be meaningless and purposeless, and there's no reason that you ought to do anything.
What's wrong with that?
No.
Meaningless is fine.
Yeah, there's nothing particularly preferable to having meaning or purpose.
Okay, then you might as well. I mean, what would be the difference then if you were to just stop talking, delete this Discord, find a clip, and just walk off it? I mean,
there wouldn't be. Then I don't care.
Yeah. In the grand scheme of the universe, it wouldn't matter. Some people are doing that right this minute. Some people.
All I ask.
Someone is ending their life right now. Unfortunately.
All I ask is that you live.
You don't need a purpose.
All I ask is that you live contradictory to what you assert, as that it would be good to do that and just live according to my worldview, where your life has meaning and purpose. And you.
No, I'm not going to live according to your worldview. What kind of fucked up thought is that? Like, you don't have any control over me. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, just live according to my worldview, where your life has purpose and you.
Wait a minute. Live according to mine.
Can we just calm down? Hello. Conversation just took a fucking serious nosedive. Can we just
live according to my worldview?
I don't need,
guys. We need to chill, please.
I don't need meaning or purpose to not commit suicide. Like, you're not making any sense.
Is there any reason that you're not committing suicide?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Okay, so now you're living as though your life means something, and you should not.
I'm not living like my life means anything. I'm living like I don't want to commit suicide right now. Like,
is there a reason you don't want to commit suicide?
No, there's no reason I don't want to commit suicide. I just don't want to commit suicide.
Let me give you an argument. What's that guy's name? Melodramatic. Let me give you an argument.
You're just in the background making noise right now, man. Chill. Wait till people stop talking.
Yeah, let me give you an argument, right? So traditionally, God, whatever you think that is, let's just say it's a notion that people made up, okay? Because I know that'll make you feel better. Traditionally, that has been what stopped tyranny. It stopped the government being God.
Citation required. Citation required. Citation required.
Don't interrupt, bro. You're gonna get muted.
Please prove to me that Christianity at any point was responsible for any of the things you just said, because it was literally called the divine right of the king. It was literally called the divine right of the king.
Yeah.
You're like,
all right, dude. Just chill. So I heard you just say, I don't want to live by your rules, your worldview. Well, you got to appeal to a higher thing, because soon enough, God. The government is going to be playing God, and they're going to make you do certain things, and you won't have anything else to appeal to. Do you understand that?
No.
Again, and I don't need to tell you this anymore. It was literally called the divine right of kings. You're not making any goddamn sense. We freed ourselves from religion and being held under tyranny by religion. You have history so far backed up and turned around that it's literally hilarious.
Whose Bible does Kent love? Whose Bible does Kent love?
Oh, is that the King James one, right? The King James?
King James.
What's that got to do with anything?
What was King James?
I don't know.
What
As
was
long,
you,
listen,
you,
as long
in
as you guys will live according
or
to the golden.
a tyrannical dictator, a king.
So the golden rule is not particularly only said by Christianity. So I don't know if you want to.
Right, the one that's spoken. Yeah, the one spoken about by Jesus, the golden rule.
Yeah, the one that's not just in the Bible. That one, right? Yeah, the one that's like
the one that
every humanity culture ever.
The one's the one. Still
the one that every human culture has
crazy.
invented. That one, right? The one every human culture has said.
Even my atheist culture is into that one.
Yeah, that's
the
like
one that everybody knows.
There are cultures who've never heard of Jesus.
Are you guys? Can somebody mute both of them at the same time? Can somebody
There
mute
are
them both?
cultures who've never heard of Jesus.
Final warning. If you keep muting, we're gonna just. if you keep interrupting, we're gonna have to.
He keeps saying the same thing. Could I please get my?
You're gonna be the first one. You're gonna be the first one.
Yeah, I know you don't like me, and you're gonna mod abuse. That's fine, but I don't like. I would like to get what I have.
Not mod abuse, sir.
Repeating himself. So anyway, as I was saying, every culture in the world.
Please stop talking.
Stop.
Again, I'm trying to have a conversation, and I'm being modded while I'm trying to have the conversation, and the only one talking in the conversation.
I understand that. So, please. So you will get a chance to talk, but don't just interrupt people. It's not not how we're trying to do things. All right.
No, you weren't having a conversation. You were going back and forth with.
If you would like to, thank you. I've been
losing yourselves.
If I could please finish my thought instead of getting talked over by everyone and their brother. Every single human society that we have knowledge of, ones that didn't even know about Jesus of Nazareth, have the same exact golden rule. Are you going to let me finish? You just keep complaining about me, and now you're talking over me. Either pick a lane. Either you don't want people to talk over, so you're going to listen to yourself, or you don't. Don't do this thing.
Because I didn't finish what I was saying. You jumped in on it and said,
I think you might have a delay or something, no tanks. I don't know. Your light's on, but I can't hear you.
Everybody, it's like a preemptive strike. As long as you live according to my worldview, you'll be all right.
No, I'm not going to live according to your worldview ever. Full stop.
So anyway, there's a good debate here you should watch. It's between Michael Jones and Lawrence Krauss, and he has all the citations you were asking for, and he absolutely destroys Lawrence Krauss on Christian
both
ethics.
of these people are garbage people, so not clicking that.
The point is, the debate is about Christian.
But you are.
The debate can be about whatever it wants to be about.
What the fuck? What's happening here? No tanks. You've got a delay or something, because you're just talking over everybody. But the debate's about Christian ethics versus secular ethics, and it's not even close. He just fucking absolutely destroys him. So,
but here's the problem: neither of these people have ethics. Lawrence Krauss enjoyed flying with Epstein, and this dude is just a wannabe jackbooted fuck off. I don't care about either of these people or their ethics.
Okay. So
I'm cool with that take on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of waste of time, then, isn't it? I suppose it's a bit
if you find people, no, it's not. If you find people who maybe aren't ethically compromised to talk about ethics, people might listen to them talk about ethics. Just random thought here.
Terrible.
Who was it? Was it Voltaire or somebody like that who said, "I don't subscribe to it, but I hope my gardener does, my cook, my hairdresser." It's that sort of thing. It's a little bit of a patronizing view, I suppose, but he's just pointing to the fact that it makes for a better world. You want a better world, right?
No, Christianity manifestly does not lead to a better world.
Well, some people just want to watch the world burn. Are you one of those people? Is that it?
No, I'm not one of those people. I'm one of those humanist people who think I don't need Christianity to be a better person or make society better. In fact, I think I'm better off without Christianity in order to make society better.
Right. How do you
because I tell you what, it's not atheists. It's not the majority of atheists right now who are causing, what shall we say, the culture war here in my country.
What? It's not the majority of atheists. What? Sorry, I missed that.
Who are causing, who are trying to outlaw certain lifestyles for simply existing.
Yeah, well, secular humanism is whatever you want it to be, right?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's some actual manifestos. Not quite.
Yeah, they have some sort of tenets. I'm not sure what they're all about. They have tenets of some sort. There's like written things about secular humanism.
Yeah, it's pretty much whatever you want it to be, though. Let's face it.
I mean, yeah, sure, you can just dismiss it if you want.
So is Christianity. If you don't like the way one Christian does things, open up your own church. It happens all the time.
If I don't like how one Christian, yeah, I mean the thing is though.
Yeah, and like my cultural, like the Christianity that I'm ethnically connected to has like a famous schism in it. That's why there's Mennonites and Amish. Is because Menno Simons took his ball and went away, and people followed that, and people went the other way too. Like that's a thing that happens. It's not. It happens all the time. There's like all sorts of schisms in the Christian faith, and obviously that's going to happen in many different places around the world. That's pretty much just what happens. People decide they like or don't like certain things about a religion or a thought process, and they're like, oh no, this is wrong. We gotta go do our own thing. And if that wasn't true, everyone would belong to the same religion, I think. Right? They all do it the same way, but people disagree on things.
Yeah, I'm more of a sort of old-fashioned liberal, but before they all went fucking mental. So I kind of just live and let live. And
oh man, I need to take another drink.
One. Go get one. Hopefully you haven't run out.
I don't know. They all keep dropping these lines that I've heard a million times, and I might run out.
I don't even know what side you're on, but yeah, I hear all sorts of nonsense.
Well, I used to be a liberal before the liberals went crazy. Yep, you hear that all the time. Or I used to be an atheist before I became a Christian. Yep, hear that one all the time.
Well,
I've never actually heard that from somebody who sounded like a real atheist. And I know like it's no true Scotsman thing, but like they talk about hating or being mad at God, which an atheist couldn't do. Because you'd be hating an imaginary thing in your mind view. And like, because I don't believe in God. God is totally imaginary in my mind. I can't hate it. I hate the behavior of some of their followers, I guess, or their, like some people who follow that are also like really shitty, and I hate that behavior. But I don't necessarily believe that those people are all terrible people. I think a few of them are, but a lot of them are just totally misguided, and they believe that following some arbitrary rules in a system they grew up in or gravitated towards at some point in their adult lives and found something meaningful in there for themselves means that they should tell other people how to live their lives. And I can't remember who was saying that they had to live their life under the rules of someone's worldview. Like that's not true. You need to live by my worldview because my worldview is the right one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it. Like that's. Like, everyone needs to just sit down and think about what that means. Like, you think what you think because that means something to you for some reason. I realize other people don't think like me. And I don't want them to think like me just because I think that way. I want them to look at the world around them and make their own decisions. That's what I really want. Don't do things because someone else tells you to. Do things because they actually make sense.
Pretty much. But unfortunately, religion has a habit of teaching how to turn off critical thinking.
It's whether right or wrong, it's been used as a tool of tyranny, not to keep tyranny held back. Many, many times. And that's super unfortunate because a lot of people have died and lived in misery because of it. And people have lived in misery thinking it's okay because they're going somewhere better. When it's all over, and I'm not convinced that that's the case, and I certainly would rather enjoy this life than to live in misery through this life in hopes that there's something better after I serve the needs of some bullshit artists. But other people believe that I'm being extremely offensive and dismissive to people they consider to be amazing, wonderful leaders and great thinkers and whatever, and I see those people, I hear what they say, and I'm like, oh my god, this person's a total con man, and they're just destroying these people's lives. and convincing them to destroy other people's lives at the same time. Like, I can't give up on that thought process, because that is how my worldview. I see people selling snake oil and promises they never have to stick around to fulfill, because when the people are dead, they can't collect on the no questions asked, money back guarantee.
You know, it's interesting because I was trying to sort of make this correlation between cleverness and science, because it's ever evolving, and it's I'd say it's somewhat problematic at times, but it's necessary. But then on the flip side, you've got wisdom, and that's unchanging and connected to God, because it's unchanging completely. And so I love like really old philosophies and ancient wisdom. So I'd highly recommend, say, Lao Tzu or something like that, Tao Te Ching, or even Stoicism, something like that, to really help people in their lives. But I think it's important to live by something, don't you think?
I do, and I do, despite the fact that I'm an atheist and have absolutely no qualms about the fact that I just don't believe that there's a deity or a higher power or like an entity in the sky, magical or otherwise. I do believe that I can do good things to help my fellow humans live better lives, and I can work every day, not just to earn a living. When I say work, I can work towards making a better world for my children, my grandchildren, my nieces, my nephews, and also like my wife and her family, and my extended family, like and my friends and all the people I interact with. I can work on making things better, and I do so while believing in no greater reward at the end of this life. The reward is living a better life now and making other people's lives better now. That works for me.
Yeah, that sounds good, dude.
And there are some great ancient wisdoms, and there's lots of religious and cultural groups that have great sayings, proverbs, and things that just fit with the human condition. The human life it changes, but it is mostly unchanging, right? Go ahead.
Al, can you hold on 1 second? I want to make an announcement. So
please do.
Yeah, we're trying out the voice queue. If you look at where it's the Omnidrome that we're all in, one above it is the voice queue. If you click on it, there is a join and withdraw button, and it should keep a list of people who have joined and when they joined. So, you know, this is the first deployment of it. I can't promise that it's going to work perfectly or maybe even well, but we're going to try it. So if you want to get in on the conversation, click on the VCQ, hit press the green join button, and mods, you know, try to keep an eye on it to see who's on that list. And you know, this is early days. We're gonna try it out.
Is that like sort of putting your hand up because you want to?
Yeah, it's like putting your hand up. It's not the only way to get in, but if you feel like, you know, it's a big you know, furball, and you don't want to just try to break in and stuff, it you know, that's the preferred. That's probably going to be the preferred way to put your hand up. Say I got something.
I'll try to figure out a way to do that.
Okay, well, it's not the only way. It shouldn't change dynamics, but it should be a tool that's available for you know, for people who want it, and it should help with, you know, people who just feel like they can't get in. So
the quorum and
okay,
I like that, and I'll shut up now too, because I think I was finished saying what I was going to say, but like, I agree. There's wisdom in ancient and current cultures, and drawing on that is a good idea.
Yeah, my thing is, I wouldn't want to. If you've never had any experience of some transcendental, some supernatural, some, you know, and it just doesn't resonate with you whatsoever, I'd be like, that's fine. I'm not going to drag you kicking and screaming towards that. What's the point? It's just ridiculous. But then on the other hand, I would say that, you know, I can't conceive of this place just making itself. that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So
I don't. That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't think that's what happened.
Oh right, you don't think some particles just? I'm not even sure about particles, to be honest, but you don't think some chemicals bounce together and then here we are? I mean,
yeah, no, I do. I believe that physics is. I believe physics is real, and I believe that matter and energy in the universe have followed the rules that physics shows us exist, and we don't ever see a situation where they don't exist. But yeah, I realize you could. I mean, you could assign like anthropomorphize some sort of like conductor of this, but I don't see any need to. I don't know how it would make my life better to anthropomorphize some sort of like human like thing that like decided this is the way it ought to be. I do believe that matter and energy will follow the rules of physics and has for a long time. But
what
that
if
doesn't
it
mean
wasn't?
It made itself.
What if it wasn't? What if the new research shows that
Won't
it's
change
not?
my life at all. Then I'll look at that and I'll take that into my understanding of the universe as well. That's okay.
I'm not saying it's going to change your life.
It won't change my life. I'm still going to wake up every morning, put my pants on, and go to work. And hopefully I get home at the end of the day, can hug my wife and kids, have dinner with them maybe when I'm home. I love it. I'm going to keep on doing that.
Shirt?
Every once in a while, I'm going to get on my motorcycle.
I'm not so certain about the pants thing.
No shirt, no socks? Okay.
I mean, I take my pants off before I go to bed, too, because my wife says, like, they're too fucking dirty and full of diesel and grease to bring into the bedroom. And I'm like, okay, I'll put them in the hamper. That's fine. My wife wants my pants off when I come to bed. I listen to my wife when she says that.
Smart man.
I mean, to me, though, there does seem to be like this through line of truth in this place. And the more you align yourself with that, the more sane you become, I would argue. And the more you deviate away from that, the more you're just left to whatever it is that you've. Let's say you're a big fat bastard, and yeah,
like me, have a hand on the tree. Yay! In reality, great.
And I don't think you're that. I've seen a picture of you, Siak. I don't think you're that fat. And
look, can you, if you're going to talk about people that live with obesity, can you please do it with some respect?
Well, this is my way of helping them. So, say if it's a big fat bastard.
It's not helping them. It's not helping them. This is what I do. This is what I do with my life, and you need to shut the fuck up with that bullshit. I'm not tolerating it.
Oh, so you're a big fat bastard. Sorry. Well, this could help you then.
Yeah, I am a big fat bastard, and I'm tired of this bullshit, and I'm pushing back against it. So fuck right off.
You see.
Speak with respect. Oh my god.
God. So back to what I was saying. There's a sort of through line of truth.
Fucking piece of shit.
You know, if you get clean, healthy fats, you can eat more fats and actually clean your body from fats.
Yeah,
I do eat some good fat. I've lost 70 pounds, but I'm not listening to people that degrade people that live with the disease that I live with and that I work so hard to try and make the world better for, and try and help people get proper care. Okay. I will argue that with you. Let's.
Well,
just stop binge eating, dude. That's all you got to do.
Well, the thing is,
I don't have a binge eating disorder. Some people do. Some people do have a binge eating disorder. I don't happen to have that. I have metabolic derangement. So I have a syndrome that causes my adipose tissue to accumulate in a way that isn't healthy, despite the fact that I eat a small number of calories and I am very careful with the type of caloric intake I have. And I have lost a tremendous amount of weight, but I used to weigh over 400 pounds. Whoa. And I now weigh 335 pounds. And I would like for people to respect people that live with this disease and the over 200 comorbidities that go with it, and give them a chance to get medical help that can make their lives better without treating them like shit. And no, I don't have to stand for treating us like shit. I'm not going to. I wouldn't do it for anyone else.
Yeah, I
hit
get
the treadmill, dude.
I've tried the. My oldest brother is seriously obese, and I've had so many conversations with him.
He lives with obesity.
I would agree. AL Trucker, can you put yourself on mute, please? Put yourself on mute. And then
no,
I'm
driving. I'm driving. I will shut up and let you say what you're going to say. Try to speak with respect.
Okay. Well, I've gone down the education route with my brother, and it's failed miserably. But I would completely agree with you that education, awareness, these things are the most important thing. And while, yeah, I have prejudice in this, well, that's why I'm talking about truth, because I think the more you align yourself with truth, then all the dominoes start to fall into place. And then your health can, and I realize there's been some outliers. You may be one of those people who has some kind of imbalance somewhere where you can just eat this tiny thing and you put on weight and you've got some issues. That could be a thing too. I will.
Hey, Andy, are you prejudiced against fat people?
I am a little bit, yeah.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah,
good.
so go fuck yourself. Go actually educate yourself. Go actually educate yourself and learn that we're people. We are human beings. We deserve respect. We don't deserve the bullshit we've been getting. The diseases that we live with are real diseases, and you thinking that we just eat too much is the same bullshit we've been dealing with for centuries, and it hasn't solved the problem. But medical intervention has for many people. So go educate yourself on what the real situation is, and stop spreading bullshit.
You can make the same
Trucker,
point.
have you tried? Hold on, bro. I'm trying to get in. Trucker, have you tried fasting?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that. That's what I do. Intermittent fasting is great.
I have tried intermittent fasting. I've tried the ketogenic diet. I've tried the paleo diet. I've tried Weight Watchers. I've tried Harvey Brooker weight loss for men. That's a special men's weight loss program. I have tried all sorts of different pills that help do this, that, and the other thing. I am now on a pharmaceutical intervention that helps me keep diabetes type 2 at bay. I have endocrine disorders. I have excess adipose tissue accumulating around my organs and making my life more difficult than it needs to be. And the doctors that I speak to, the bariatric specialists I've spoken to, have agreed with me that after trying everything under the fucking sun and losing a tremendous amount of weight on my own, that I need bariatric surgery is probably the only thing that can bring my body into what is considered a normal range. And normal is a word I use with quotes around it because there is no such thing as normal. There is a big range of people. There's a big range of sizes people can be and be healthy. I don't happen to be healthy at the size that I'm at. I am a very large man. And even though I've walked over 70 pounds, I'm still the biggest man in every room I walk into.
And Ale Trucker, do you take a statin drug as well?
I have been on statins. I think I still am. Yeah, I'm still on a statin drug right now. Yes, to keep my cholesterol in check.
I've heard there's a correlation between like people's short temper and statins, by the way.
I have a short temper because I'm a fucking asshole. And I don't put up with bullshit from people that are degrading the people that live with the same disease as me. If I don't stand up for them, who the fuck's gonna do it? All right, people bullied me my whole fucking life for being this size, and that's fucking fine. But then this is what you get at the end of nearly 50 fucking years of this bullshit. What you get is a pissed off fucking trucking bullshit fucking not accepting asshole, and that's Al Trucker.
Real quick, so I'm a trucker myself, dude, right? And if I don't figure out a way to burn calories, I'm gonna get fat too, dude. And I've seen a lot of truckers, bro, insanely
pounds while trucking.
Hold on, dude. They're insanely
both of you
obese,
are unaffected.
Dude,
I was the higher weight when I started trucking.
Bro,
I don't spend a lot of time sitting down. I spend most of my time climbing, rigging, strapping, chaining. I'm not that kind of truck driver.
Bro, I do the same thing. Bro, I got a flatbed truck, dude. I do the same thing, but the amount of rigging that I do compared to how much I spend on my ass, dude, is negligible, bro. If I drive 11 hours a day, I'm only rigging for 20 minutes, dude. 30 minutes.
I drive 4 to 5 hours a day. The rest of my 14-hour day is working on the truck, loading and unloading equipment and materials and special pumps and fucking this, that, and the other thing. I spend most of my time on my feet working my ass off.
Okay, but you're
talking to the wrong trucker.
You think that you're working enough. I guarantee you're not working enough.
I guarantee you I am. I've lost 70 pounds since I started trucking.
Yeah.
Okay, so the little bit. Okay, so what that shows me, and I don't even know you, but that's indicative that the little bit of work that you did trucking, you lost 70 pounds. That's indicative that you don't work at all, bro. What the fuck were you doing before that? Sitting on your ass? And you expect to lose weight? Through diet?
My guy's over here.
Most people that are morbidly obese don't even work out. They think that diet alone is gonna help them. Nah, dude, you gotta move, dude. You gotta work your ass off. Are you paralyzed?
Holy fuck, you're an idiot.
You're literally assuming this whole man.
Yeah, you understand? I said it was an indication. It was about my fucking life. It is not an indication of anything except an endocrine disorder in my body.
Right.
You're assuming you know what's going on.
Right.
You assume you know what my fucking life is like.
I don't necessarily believe that you have some type of disorder that makes you different than all the other fat fucks in the world.
Are you a fucking flat earther?
Hey, Ryan, come on.
Are you a fucking flat earther? Is that the level of fucking ability?
Nah, dude, but I'm reciprocating the energy that you're yelling at me. What do you expect me to be like? Oh yeah, man, like, bro. If you're impulsive with your mouth, how many hold on.
In the fucking world that I live in, and then you shut your fucking mouth up.
How many ways can you be how many ways can you be impulsive with your mouth?
Yeah, maybe it's because of the Discord. Maybe since you jumped on Discord and you get all angry and you're screaming all the time,
no,
maybe that's helping you lose the weight.
I am fucking angry, and I have every right to be angry.
Yeah, because you're a big fat cunt. I mean, the thing is, what he just said to you makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. You're impulsive with your eating. This is an issue. The thing is,
with my eating, you fucking moron. You know nothing about me.
Fault, dude.
You know
it's not
nothing
his
about
fault,
me. You know nothing about my disease. You guys are
they make excuses,
idiots.
don't they?
We gotta interview him about his food.
Say it to his face. He'll crush you like a bottle of Yoo-hoo. He'll eat you like a chicken nugget. He'll fucking slurp you up like a milkshake.
I'm fat to me as well.
Instead of assuming he doesn't know what he's eating, let's actually figure out what he's eating.
Me? You're the most ignorant fucking pile of pieces of shit I've ever met.
Subject, please. Jeez.
Hey. Yeah, hold on, guys. Hold on.
What the fuck is going on here, guys?
Please, let me mod for a second.
Bunch of shit-talking asshole.
Trucker, I'm with you. Trucker, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I believe you. I'm with you. What's wrong with you people, man? The guy just said he has a medical condition. And this is what we're like. Come on, man. We're better than this.
You don't believe me because you want the right to make fun of me. Is what your fucking problem is.
I'm sorry.
You are trying to back up the hateful fucking way you have treated people of size your whole fucking life, and you don't want to admit that it's a shit way to behave. That's what your fucking problem is. You can't fucking handle the fact that you're an asshole. That's what your problem is. You need to make an excuse for it.
Let's not. Everyone is a person of size, though.
We shouldn't be talking about anybody's weight or anybody's body.
Extreme size.
He won't drop it, B-ball. He's like stuck on this shit.
All right, let's not talk about anybody's weight, anybody's size. We're only talking about arguments about the shape of the earth, science, astronomy, physics, that thing. Let's not bring anybody's body, whatever situation into this conversation, please.
Well, the thing is, the conversation started because if you don't mind, the thing is, I think there's a God-shaped hole that fat people are trying to fill, and no amount of food's going to fill it.
Again, let's leave it out. Let's leave it out of the conversation. Leave it out of the conversation, please. Everyone has different situations, okay?
All right, listen. I just want to say, dude, I apologize. But listen, let's reset, dude.
That believes in God? Is that what you're fucking telling me? What a fucking load of horse shit.
Let him apologize to you, Trucker. Trucker, be a good man. Let him apologize to you, and then we'll move on.
Hole. Was that an apology?
All right,
listen, dude. Listen, relax, dude, bro. I don't know you from a hole in the wall, dude. I don't know how fat you are, nothing like that, dude. I apologize, bro.
About me.
Well, dude, you're venting to us. You're screaming to us, bro. You know, you had it coming, dude. But I apologize for the way I came across. I don't want you to leave the server over this, dude. You're chill people, dude. You belong here with us, dude. You're one of us, bro. I don't want you to think that, you know, we think less of you, bro. Just relax, dude. It's all good.
I will tell you one thing that could help. If you do exercise on statins, it could kill you. Andrew Saul, he told me that. If you do exercise on statins, it will likely kill you. You'll have a heart attack and die.
What's a statin?
It's a
drug controls cholesterol.
Yeah.
It's a cholesterol lowering drug.
It's a blood thinner, is it not?
No, it is not. No, that's something else. A statin drug is to reduce cholesterol.
How about that? What's that new drug? And you pinpips or some shit like that? Is it a needle and then you don't eat? What's that one?
I think you might be talking about semaglutide, which is a medicine I'm on to help control type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, they put that on. People take that Upentex or something like. The girls are taking it.
Semaglutide is injected, and its trade names are Ozempic and Wegovy.
They don't even have these girls who I know they don't even have like a weight issue or a blood pressure issue, and they're taking it for weight loss. Well, they say they don't. They have a weight issue
because they don't understand that it is a drug that was designed to help control the endocrine system when it is metabolic deranged and hormones are being released in the wrong way. The GLP-1 drugs class, which includes liraglutide, semaglutide, and a couple of others, is a class of drugs that was originally designed to help control diabetes. And in some people, not myself, in some people, it does help with controlling appetite, and it does seem to help with weight loss because it tricks the endocrine system into doing things a little differently. For me, it has been tremendously helpful in reducing my A1C numbers. But for other people, they actually experience weight loss with it. It is not a good way to lose 10 to 15 pounds because you want to look good for the fucking beach.
That's what they're doing with it.
It's not what it's good for. It is good for people that have endocrine disorders, and it is good for people that are living with more extreme levels of overweight or obesity. That it may or may not help them, but there is some really good studies about it. And so for some people living with those conditions, it might be the right thing to do. They should speak to their doctor about it.
And does it add in hormones or
side effects and stuff too?
Is it adding hormones?
It's a glucagon-like peptide.
What's
I can't remember. A hormone is a chemical that the body makes, or sometimes doesn't make properly, that helps send signals to different parts of a living organism.
So like the pineal gland, all like your gonads, all these things, right?
Yes, your pancreas, a whole bunch of different parts of your body, the pituitary gland, they work on regulating hormones. The endocrine system.
And how do you ensure health of an endocrine system from an early age, like to ensure that that person is the proper?
If you're not having issues, you probably don't need to see an endocrinologist. But if you're genetically predisposed or you have other things going on, like for me,
like women, right? They're super hormonal.
Men are also hormonal. Women's hormones are different than men's. They're in different ratios, but they're not super hormonal. They also have a monthly cycle.
Or like men have
as big.
A lot of women are going premenopausal in their like early 40s right now. I don't know if you know about this. It's like a pandemic, right? That would be an imbalance of the. That would be the imbalance of the hormones.
Is it a natural occurrence that women tend to reach the end of their gestational time where they could gestate a baby?
No, like in their early 40s. I'm saying it's earlier than ever before because.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Going by the scientific study, this would be just be based off statistics. I guess it's not something like I can.
So it's just like it's self-reported, whatever over years. How long have they been checking this out?
Like as long as people have been going to gynecologists.
Okay, which is relatively new in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, but in that relatively new period,
childbearing years are.
Okay, in that relative amount of time, though, it's been like less, and like the age that they're entering into premenopause is like accelerating and going down. I was just wondering if you think it's possible that hold on.
What is premenopause? What do you mean
it's
by
like
that?
the stage before menopause, like
so
hot flashes.
Like the age.
I was gonna say, do you think it's from
years
food?
Of childbearing years, right? Like from like after puberty until menopause. Do I think it's from what?
Do you think it could be like from the food or the medicines or like too much caffeine since that messes? Like, what do you think it could be?
I don't actually know about any sort of interaction of caffeine specifically with the hormonal system, specifically for like reproductive hormones for women. I'm not familiar with any studies on that. I'm not saying there aren't any. But yeah, I do believe that the ingestion of hormones in different ways has been suggested might be a problem. I don't know of any definitive studies on that, but they have suggested that because hormones are being used to regulate things for men and women, both, because like the thing I take helps regulate hormones. One of the drugs I take is for that. I believe that all of these things should be looked into if there's an actual problem. But I also think just assuming that women having a 25 plus year long period of possible childbearing years being like a weird amount and that it should be a lot longer, I think that's a strange assertion. I don't know of a lot of people that have thought it's normal for women to have children well into their 50s, say. Like, that doesn't sound like something I ever remember anybody talking about. I don't think it never happened. I'm saying it wasn't something that I grew up with a lot of people going past their 40s having children. I also remember lots of people that I knew when I was younger who were in their late 40s being entering menopause. That seems pretty normal. And they talked about like their mothers having gone into menopause as well. Like, this is something that happened.
That's not what the OBGYN is saying, though. That's the whole thing. That's the interesting part to me, and I was just wondering if it could possibly be all the hormones that are injected into meats and plants and all this stuff, and then we're pursuing.
I can't say that it's impossible that the ingestion of hormones that are used to treat animals to prevent disease or to try and promote growth or whatever isn't bad for people. I don't know that. I do not know one way or another. I do know that having hormone-free meats is like a great thing that people put in like advertising and stuff, and I know that some of those things are nonsense and some of those things could be real, and I'm willing to look at studies on that. I just don't know of any off the top of my head.
What's that injection that everybody's using in Hollywood that's gone viral?
I think you're talking about Ozempic, which is semaglutide. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
I heard you, and there's a couple different varieties of that type of drug. They're actually promoting.
It's Wegovy is for weight loss. They think that dosage is good for promoting weight loss, and Ozempic is good for helping control type 2 diabetes and type 2 diabetics.
Apparently, they both allow people to lose weight, and they're promoting that stuff on the internet, on Snapchat, on Facebook. You can get it online, over the counter, basically.
And you can get it shipped to your house. Do not do that, because that is, it's, first of all, it's not regulated, and so you're not necessarily getting the medicine you're looking for. And second of all, you have no medical supervision of what's going on. And there are a number of reasons not to take it. There's a number of side effects from it. And getting someone to just mix it up for you in their basement is
you could go on Amazon.
Okay.
You could go on Amazon and get a doctor prescribe it.
I am suggesting that you save yourself from some sort of harm, because doing that just because it's for weight loss and not for getting high is the same as buying street drugs and hoping you don't fucking die. Okay, don't do
so what Tora, hold on,
hold on,
I don't plan on doing it, but what Tora's saying is that, and he's right, you can get it online through doctor prescriptions. There's online pharmacies that are, it's all legal, it's all official, and it's regulated.
Some of that is happening, and that's going to, that is a thing that that is debatable about whether that's okay or not. But I would not want to take such a drug without speaking to an actual physician who knew me.
Well, so
and
many
took,
of these children,
vitals and followed me afterwards.
So many kids nowadays have that little thing on the back of their arm. Like there's more and more and more people with diabetes as well. So
hold on, I wasn't done, dude. Real quick. So what I'm seeing lately, and this is evil as hell, I'm seeing not only that, there's all types of drugs now that are getting promoted on the internet through Facebook, through Instagram, through Snapchat, through the commercials, and you can get Viagra, you can get Cialis, you can get antibiotics, anything that you want, basically, besides like cocaine and opiates and stuff like that. You still can't get that, but you can get like almost everything over the counter on the internet, and it's through official doctor prescriptions, dude. Like official doctor prescriptions. And it's all about money because they're getting paid. The doctors are getting paid regardless.
Yeah.
And they act like you had an interview with a doctor, you had an evaluation with a doctor, but really it's just a questionnaire. You fill it out real quick and you get an email.
I am against that personally, but I realize other people like that and want to do that. I think if you've already seen like if you've seen in the flesh a doctor and had your medical condition checked and your vitals have been checked, and you've had follow-ups with blood tests and other things to follow your health before, during, and after, and you're shopping around for the best price on drugs because drugs are being sold in a capitalist society, that I don't have a problem with. If you have a real, genuine prescription. But if you just have someone with an MD check a box on a fucking online form, that's not the same thing, right? Like, that's not fucking cool in my mind.
Why shouldn't we have free access to whatever we want? Are you saying we should limit it?
You know what? No, go buy cocaine on the street and do as much blow as you fucking want. I'm not telling you how to live your life.
Oh, you just refuted your own argument.
I didn't refute my own argument. I'm saying I wish that you wouldn't, but live your life as freely as you'd like to. I'm not telling you not to do this. I'm saying it's a really bad idea. And I might have
hold on. Let me get this out. I'm gonna mute, dude. I'm just gonna get this out, and I'm gonna mute, and you guys can go on and on. So I actually have the insert for the prescription for Ozempic, and I took a screenshot of it. I don't know if I should post it. I don't know what Omni thinks about posting medical information, but it has a very severe warning for the Ozempic. And I've heard of horror cases of people taking this for weight loss that were on it for a year, and a year was way too long. This stuff, you can't be on it too long. You should only be on it for a couple months because it's very damaging, permanent damage, permanent bone loss. It says here, warning, risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. It says in rats, Ozempic causes thyroid cell tumors. It is unknown whether Zepbound causes thyroid cell tumors, including medullary thyroid carcinoma in humans, as human relevance of Ozempic-induced rodent thyroid cell tumor has not yet been determined. But it also says patients with a personal, this is where it gets interesting because it talks about developing type 2 diabetes in men after being on this for a short period of time, dude. You can start developing type 2 diabetes and even lose complete function of your pancreas from Ozempic. And a lot of people that are on Ozempic have got hold on. A lot of people that are on Ozempic for under a year have already shown signs of pre-diabetes and are getting diabetes, dude.
Yes, and maybe that's because they didn't have diabetes and started taking a medicine to help treat diabetes.
Well, it's not being prescribed. It's not being sold like that. It's not being sold like that, though.
It is here. I don't know what goes on in other countries. I think some really fucked up medical things happen in other countries. But here, that's not how it's done. And I hope you never get something like that.
Well, Hollywood propaganda. Hollywood propaganda is part of the selling of that Ozempic or whatever. So
yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. And my wife took it and was extremely sick. It did not work for her. She has her diabetes is much worse than mine, and she needs to take different medications for it. It just doesn't work for her. It made her ill. And side effects were extreme and terrible.
Is diabetes preventable? Is it a preventable illness?
Not necessarily. No. It's not shown to be. It's mostly genetic, especially for type 2. Type 2 is mostly genetic. Type 2 is mostly genetic, yes. And I know people like to blame people's lifestyle for it, but unfortunately, that's not the way it pans out.
You're saying the sins from the father passed down to the children?
No, I'm saying genetics are passed on from parents to father. The fathers and mothers
how did that happen? Let's go all the way back to the first father. Let's go all the way back though. Like, where did it? Was it a mutation or something that just occurred or something?
Yeah.
I love how Torah does this.
Probably.
Like, somebody says a thing, and then Torah says it. Somebody said something else. He does this shit all the time.
Well,
okay.
To be fair, I'd like to get in at some point, but let's
go ahead. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
Thank you.
I'm gonna shut up.
Is SE there? Are you there, SE?
Yes, I am.
Can you remember over on Geos when you said that thumbnail? There's the smartest guy in the world, 200 IQ, whatever the fuck it were. Remember? And you were like, "You got to see this dude. You've got to watch him." Can you remember what I said to you?
Not really, bro. Not really.
I said he looks at least. He looks. I said he looks 300 pounds from the thumbnail. I don't care what he's got to say.
Yeah.
He's got all the cleverness in the world, and it's clearly not helping him. Right? He's got no wisdom, because if he did, it'd show. Now, this guy might have an excuse, and God bless him, and I hope he does well. He sounds like he's doing well, so good for you. But generally speaking, what you are and what you believe promulges out, right? You can see it, right? So that's why I said to you, I don't give a shit what he says, because he's 300 pounds, right?
Yeah.
How is he going to tell me how to live?
All right,
but that's not fair, bro. You
don't have to listen to me because of my weight. My weight definitely changes everything about everything I know.
Don't miss what I'm saying.
Oh, what did you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
Who you are, what you believe, promulges out, right? That's why I often say my two little rules is to figure out when I watch somebody and I want to, how do you know they're not lying? Well, number one, have they got a nice face? Number two, have they got a dog in the race? Have they got a nice face is just pointing to that. It's saying, look at them. Are they at peace with themselves? What they believe promulges out, doesn't it? Do you understand that?
All right.
That's all.
So you're saying if I put like a filter on my face that you'd believe the shit I said?
Oh, fuck you now. Dude.
No, not at all.
I don't know. I'm a big fat ugly motherfucker.
Anyway, I thought you said you were going to go on mute. I thought you said you were going to go on mute. Just go on mute.
No, I said I can't mute. I'm driving. I'm not going to fuck. I just said I'd shut up. And then you said that, and I couldn't shut up again.
Well, just be quiet. The thing is, right, as I put in the chat, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I recommended Lao Tzu earlier. Lao Tzu put it in this way. The goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. And it's so powerful. You look around you. All these social justice warriors who think they fucking got some... up in arms clutching at the pearls. No, they're the thieves of virtue. They're causing the hell. They don't even see it. So, yes, ancient wisdom, very valuable. Very valuable. And so that's why I pointed to it earlier with you, sir.
It's interesting, Andy, that like what you can say with your mouth can differentiate from your actions, isn't it? That's very interesting.
Exactly. Torah gets it. Torah gets it.
All right, well, there you go.
Speaking of ancient wisdom, I'm reminded that there's some sort of saying about a stick in your neighbor's eye and a branch in yours.
It's a splinter. Yeah, you should pull out the.
I don't know. Neighbor's eyes while you have a branch.
You should pull out the log
maybe
from
you should
your
stop
own.
being so judgy. Yeah.
You should pull out the log from your own eye before you try to pull the little tiny splinter out of your brother's. Yeah.
I think from the Christian purview, once you're in alignment with that, and I'm not saying I am by any means. I'm just saying from that paradigm, I think you're supposed to judge.
I wasn't even saying it from a Christian point of view.
That's from the Christian worldview, the log and the splinter, brother. So yeah, you got that from the Christian worldview.
I said ancient wisdom. It is ancient wisdom.
Christian.
So again, I didn't bring up any part of Christian anything.
It is Christian ancient wisdom, correct? Yeah, and it's valuable because you notice how valuable it is, you know, because you just used it here. So it's amazing. Thank God for Christianity, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like I can go to other places and also see the same thing, though. So, like, you know.
Yeah, how do you know they didn't?
Don't think it's
take it
all
from the
that
Christian?
particularly unique to one person.
How do you know they didn't just take it from the Christian worldview?
Yeah, where?
How do you know they didn't?
Where can you go? Where are you referencing?
Lao Tzu has been around for a while.
What is their saying?
You know what's been around longer than all of it? The sun and the moon. And you know what the Christian worldview is? The God of that world, you know, the sun, the moon, the creator of all of it. It's the word of God right there in the Bible, and that's where you pulled that from. So yeah, that would be the original source.
Yeah, no, see, in my branch of Christianity, that wasn't true, so, you know, can't be all of them.
Wait,
what branch of Christianity is that? Satanism?
The ones that don't go, this is the literal word of anything. It can be metaphor. It's largely a metaphor.
I didn't say it was the literal word of God. I said it is the word of God.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And I'm saying I had different views.
Are you saying there are Christians out there that don't believe the Bible is the word of God?
Did I say there were?
Yeah, you did.
No, pretty sure I didn't. Maybe you should listen to what I said.
That's not the literal word of God? Because I never even brought up literal.
There was some crosstalk, so maybe it wasn't heard.
I think the branch he's referencing is either progressive or Christian modernism, modern Christianity.
Wrong on all counts.
Well, I'm guessing this, so just let me know.
Yeah, and I'm just letting you know where your guess has landed.
So what branch of Christianity?
Did they fix anything today?
Methodist.
Hey, Taylor, your hot mic.
I'm sorry.
Are you good?
Is Christianity even a tree?
It's a tree of life to those who take hold of it.
Right. I guess I'll just climb a rock instead.
You don't have foundation.
Remember to wave to Sisyphus? You know, rock, Sisyphus.
Yeah. So I'm smiling. I'm smiling.
I'm interested in the hormones. What are they? Are hormones also genetic then? Like, are those passed down genetically, or is that up to the individual?
Hormones are a normal part of living organisms. If hormones are dysregulated, or like, you know, the metabolic system or the endocrine system is deranged or not working in some way, the reason why that could happen could be from genetics, or it could be from other factors, right? It's not always the exact same thing in everyone, but certain types of genetic predispositions towards a certain type of disease or dysfunction of the system are known to be genetic in nature. That is a thing that seems to keep happening.
Okay, so yeah, like I guess my question with the genetic thing is, like, say there was no diabetes in that family line, and then one person like overeats and does all this stuff, gets a diabetes. Now, is their children predisposed to diabetes because they've
No, because overeating doesn't cause type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is a genetic predisposition. Certain types of foods worsen that genetic condition, but that's they're foods that aren't well looked after by that person's system, but other people without that predisposition do much better with the exact same type of diet, even if it is a diet that we call a bad diet, for instance, right? One that we don't think is good, one that maybe has a very high processed sugar content or something like that. And sugars are the thing that is most difficult to deal with. It's far more common for someone to develop type 1 diabetes kind of out of the blue without any genetic predisposition. Type 2 is extremely well correlated with genetics. Like, my father had it, my father's grandmother had it. Like my wife
it
had it, my
hormonal
father
though?
had it,
Is
her
it
grandmother
something?
had it.
Is it something hormonal then?
Yes. Like insulin is one of the hormones that's involved in diabetes, and insulin resistance is one of the things they talk about. Is like in type 2 diabetes, what's happening is the endocrine system and the pancreas they're not failing the same way with type 1, where
Yo, you left.
Man, my freaking. Oh, okay, it was him.
It's not you, it's him. Yeah.
Sorry, what's going on?
You broke up, or I don't know what happened. You got a phone call?
Yeah, no, somebody. Yeah, I got a spam phone call, and I just got rid of it. But it probably stopped me mid sentence. So anyway, I'm a truck driver, not an endocrinologist, and I'm not like an educator on the science of diabetes. So I'd rather not like try to explain the entire disease. I just know the basics of it. But yeah, it is something you may want to look into if you've bought into the idea that like eating sugar makes diabetes like from nothing. That's not how it works.
No, I'm thinking a whole nother
sugar regulation.
I'm thinking a whole nother level. Yeah, I'm thinking like, yo, if we can make hormone blockers to turn boys into girls, why don't we make a hormone block like thing to like get rid of type 2 diabetes?
So if you think that people aren't working on treatments and cures for type 2 and type 1 diabetes, you're just misinformed in the extreme. In type 1,
well, why are they working on turning boys into girls? Why wouldn't they be like?
There are hormone blockers at puberty to help someone who's trans stave off puberty so that they can maybe make a different choice. It is not about diabetes, and it's not something I'm familiar with. I work specifically as a patient advocate for people living with obesity and people living with diabetes. Those are the things that I'm directly involved with.
Dude, what are you on about? That is not helping. But what?
I don't care. Your opinion means nothing to me because my opinion means nothing to you.
Okay,
so
then.
Fuck off.
All right.
You told me that my weight made my opinion absolutely useless, and so your opinion's useless to me.
Oh, come on! We're having a good talk.
Is why you're so fat, dude.
Fuck off.
All right, dude. Listen. What if the lifestyle choices that are passed down traditionally, like same type of diet, contribute to the disease?
That's
like
that
if you eat the same foods that your grandparents and their grandparents ate, and those certain foods might have a certain ingredient in them that
I'm certain those are factors. I'm certain those are factors. Yes.
And I had another question regarding the genetic predisposition to certain things. Yes. You ever heard about the genetic predisposition to alcoholism?
Yes, I have heard of that.
What hormone's causing that?
I didn't say it was a hormone. I said
I'm just saying. It's just we're speculating, dude. I'm not trying to. It's not a get you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were asking me if I could remember the name of that hormone. I don't know. I don't know that.
I don't know either. I have no idea. I'm speculating about how people develop alcoholism, and then there seems to be a chain of alcoholism in a family.
Yes, I'm an alcoholic. My father was an alcoholic. His sister's an alcoholic. His father was an alcoholic. My father's grandfather was an alcoholic. It is passed down. I quit drinking in 2002. I haven't had a drink since. I'm done with it for myself personally. But
my dad is an alcoholic. He's not chronic alcoholic, but he drinks like all the time.
I don't know what that means.
Like he doesn't drink like to the point where he's plastered, but he drinks all the time. Like he's always drinking. So he's like
he has a high tolerance for alcohol.
Yeah, he has a high tolerance, but he's not
my father and I both had that.
Or stuttering or anything like that.
Yes, I was. That's the kind of alcoholic I was.
Like he's still functional, but with that, he's got diabetes. You think there's a link there between alcoholism and diabetes?
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that alcohol consumption when you are diabetic is usually not a great idea. But my father did it, and he died of cancer, so I guess it didn't matter. but I really don't know. I don't know whether those two things are correlated because I don't know of a study that checks into that. It would be an interesting study to look at, and I appreciate that you brought up like a question, but I just don't know, and I don't believe that alcoholism has been correlated with a specific hormone, but that doesn't mean somebody isn't looking into that. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, and I don't think it's sugars either. There seems to be connection to processed carbs, and like wheat,
there are a lot of
flour,
weird foods.
Bread and alcohol. Even alcohol has a lot of carbs. It comes from wheat.
It can, yeah, a lot of it. Not all alcohol, but a lot of alcohols are distilled from grain products, and wheat is a grain product. There are a lot of people talking about the genetic modification, whether by selective breeding or by actual lab style intervention of the grains that we grow. Things that have been done for disease and pest resistance and stuff like that. People think that may have changed the nutritional profile of some grain products, and I am aware that that's a concern people have, and I've seen people put that forward, and I don't know if that's a determined thing, but I do think it's an interesting concept and something that should be continued to be studied. And if we're making mistakes in agribusiness, we should be fixing those mistakes so that we're not harming individuals. I do think that's something to be concerned about.
You know where Ozempic comes from? You know where it was originally
it's a glucagon-like peptide. I don't remember. Somebody told me this a couple of years ago, and I don't remember this story. So if you want to tell the story, that's fine. And if it's the one I remember, great. And if not, I'll look into it again because I know people that are involved with this, and I can double check the stories. Yeah.
Apparently, there was a certain biochemist, somebody who discovered a certain, what would you call it?
It's a glucagon-like peptide, yeah, and it
so
when you injected it, it changes signaling. Yes, go ahead.
So they were able to synthesize it, but they originally derived it from the Komodo dragon's venom or saliva.
Oh, okay, yeah, that I do remember something. About that does sound like something I've heard part of before. I realize you're not telling something that you know off the top of your head every detail of, and this is conversational. But yeah, I do remember somebody saying something along those lines was going on.
Well, I can't search it up right now. I'm driving, but somebody else could do the quick search.
Yeah.
So what's interesting is that with grain, Monsanto has also genetically engineered the grain to be resistant to pests, right, to insects. And the way that they did that is they incorporated certain genetic sequences from insects, dude, like scorpion and wasp and even snake. So, and then the corn itself is developing a type of synthetic, or I don't know if you want to call it synthetic, but it's a type of pesticide that the plant itself it oozes out of the plant, dude. And that specific pesticide is directly connected to insect venom. So I don't know. The fact that Ozempic leads to type 2 diabetes and deteriorates the function of the pancreas, I don't know, man. Maybe the fact that they've been manipulating grains, that's why we see this skyrocketing diabetes epidemic in America.
It could be. There's a lot of things going on. I don't live in the USA, so I don't have the exact same sort of access to the same types of foods. I noticed that when I travel there, which I may never go there again, but when I've traveled there, their grocery stores are stocked with different foods than I find here at home. And our food systems are regulated slightly differently, although there's a lot of shared foods back and forth. So it's not like we don't eat American food, quote unquote. But yeah, no, I think I get what you're saying, and yeah, I do believe that some of the foods that we eat are not great foods for us, and I think that's probably true worldwide. But the USA seems to have had some of the most lax regulations on the invention of and manipulation of edible products. And so yeah, I'm concerned about that. I think that's an interesting thing. The correlation with Ozempic and creating type 2 diabetes is one I'd like to investigate further, but it's something where, because I'm on that and because I have other disease states underlying, my doctor watches those things very carefully, and my doctor spends a lot of time double checking my blood tests and sending me for other tests and making sure that I don't have deterioration or degradation of some of my organ systems, etc. So like, I'm not saying that this isn't a problem. It probably is a problem, but I think it's a problem that can be mitigated by checking in on it. And not everybody should take the same medication. We're not all the same person. We should all take some time to make sure our doctors are prescribing the right medicines. And that's another reason not to just like go online and buy something because you heard it's cool and the latest thing in Hollywood or whatever, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I have nothing else to say.
All right, what's the topic?
I don't know. I guess we can switch topics because I'm gonna have to go unload in a minute.
Oh yeah, where are you
And
from
you don't
again?
have to hear me go crazy.
You're not American?
I'm not American. No. No,
Where
it's a nice place. I'm from Canada.
Oh, okay. You're like North American.
Dude, you didn't hear the O's. I love how you say
I am North American.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why people do have trouble hearing or understanding my very thick Canadian accent.
You know, one of my favorite books in the whole world is Norm Macdonald's a memoir. You should listen to it, audiobook. On
Norm Macdonald, he's a Canadian guy, yeah.
Yeah, on he travels. He's great.
I read one of his books a long time ago, many years ago. Someone gave me a book he wrote, and I don't think it's the same. It's not a memoir. I don't think. I think it was like a it was. I mean, maybe it was kind of a memoir. I don't think it's the same one you're talking about. I should double check that. Might have been.
Oh yeah, one more question. What specifically in the supermarket were you surprised by in America versus Canada?
So there's 3 categories of food that I've seen in an American supermarket that freak me out a little bit, and it's kind of fun. It's fun when I'm on vacation, but it's not something I would want to live with. Is the number of different types of soft drink, pop, or soda, depending on what area you're from. Or fizzy drinks. That the variety is just mind-blowing to me. Also the same with like breakfast cereals. We have a ton of breakfast cereals, but nowhere near as many. The wall of breakfast cereals, it blows me away. And then the other thing is the it's the prepackaged deli meats and stuff. They have a larger variety of companies making them and more different things than I see at our supermarkets.
Oh, gotcha.
So like the super processed meat. So those are the things where it's not like none of them exist here. We just don't have nearly the variety of the selection.
You guys don't got Boar's Head?
Sorry, say that again.
You guys don't got Boar's Head?
Boar's Head?
It's one of the brands of the meats. But yeah, no, that's interesting.
Oh no, that's not a
Yeah, those 3
we do have them, just not in those. We don't have them in the variety, the number of choices and the amount of the store shelf space. And it's just, this is anecdotal, right? Like I didn't go with measuring tape, but it seemed like the cereal aisle was twice as long and twice as tall and filled with more variety. And I felt the same way about like the pop soda type drinks and the deli meat sections are just wildly huge in my estimation.
So you don't eat cereals then, dude? You don't eat cereals?
I tend not to. No. Nice. I avoid those. I mostly eat what people might call whole food. So most of my diet comes from eating animal protein, vegetables, and stuff like that. And I avoid as much as I can grains and cereals for my diet.
Nice. Yeah. There's a great resource is Dr. Berg on YouTube. I love that guy, and he made a video that said something like.
Are you talking about the chiropractor Eric Berg?
No, I don't think he's a chiropractor.
Okay.
But,
okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, because there is a guy who's a total charlatan with a name like Berg. This is probably a different guy, though. I'm sure has interesting information.
Yeah, one of the videos he made was the thumbnail's quite clickbaity. It's like if you watch this video, you'll never eat cereals again, or something like that. So
they have a lot of things like
flakes? That. Even Frosted Flakes, Annie?
Yeah, everything.
Well,
everything.
There's a guy. There is a guy. Maybe it's the same guy. There's a guy that wrote a book called Wheat Belly. Is it the same? Is that the guy? I don't remember that guy's name. He's also a doctor. He's a cardiologist, I think.
That's a good title
called Wheat
as well.
Belly, which I read.
Yeah.
So the Wheat Belly book talks about some of this concept.
But
dude, Frosted Flakes are my favorite tour with bananas.
Okay,
well, enjoy.
Dude, I fry up my fish in Frosted Flakes. I coat fish with Frosted Flakes and then fry it in vegetable oil, bro.
Oh my god, dude! Nah, I don't eat cereal no more, dude. But it used to be my favorite.
I don't do that anymore.
But I don't. Why are you eating vegetable oil? Why don't you put some?
I'm just kidding. I was kidding, bro. I was kidding. No, I don't. I use beef
swap it out for lard
olive oil stuff. Yeah, that's what I use typically. I even put beef tallow on my face, man. It's not a moisturizer, but anyway.
You should use coconut oil instead. It's much healthier than the beef tallow.
No, dude, I used to do coconut oil. Now I swish coconut oil because it's antimicrobial. That's really good for your mouth. That's like a mouth
pulling thing. I've heard about that. I've heard of. I've never tried it. I've heard they call it pulling. I think, right?
I don't know exactly what it's called. My wife taught me it. But yeah, anyways, it's cool though. It's interesting. Those 3 products you mentioned are 3 products I would recommend anyone stay away from anyways, right?
Yeah, no, I try not to have any of those things. I gave up drinking Diet Pop over a year ago. And it's something that I don't know if I had an addiction to it, but I certainly wasn't doing better by having it.
Crazy in abundance, though. I just think it's funny that you see it in abundance here in America, and it's
more so than I see here. And I don't know. I haven't been overseas in a number of years, but I found that I was more shocked. Like when I was in Europe, I found I was more shocked by how many people bought just those things from the supermarket, and all of the other things that I like to eat, like meat and produce, they bought from a local market, like a farmer's market, which we do in the summertime. We have lots of those with locally grown food, but of course, the winter time is not a great time to buy produce locally in Canada because it's covered in snow and it just doesn't exist. There are some like indoor greenhouses that grow some, but a lot of our produce comes from Mexico and the USA in the winter months. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, I was just going to say, apple cider vinegar with the mother. That's what I always recommend. I always forget to recommend that, in fact, when I'm recommending shit to people. Apple cider vinegar with the mother, excellent for your gut. And
with the which? Sorry, I heard the apple cider vinegar with the
mother.
With the mother.
Yeah.
With like the fermentation in it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is like a special type. Yeah, I've looked into that a little bit. What I've heard about it is that it's all hype, but if people are experiencing good things from it and not harming themselves, like, go ahead.
I generally recommend fermented food. It's interesting because a friend of the family, he's been diagnosed with Crohn's, and the doctor told him to stay away from fermented foods, whereas I'd recommend that would be my first recommendation would be something like sauerkraut or something like that, but there you go. I suppose.
Yeah, but like a disease like Crohn's is not necessarily something where you should just do what everyone else is doing. Maybe the doctor knows something about that if they're a specialist in that type of disease.
I realize.
Well, they generally don't know too much about certain things, especially when it comes to like nutrients, minerals, that kind of thing. As far as I know, they do like 8 hours on it, maybe less, in their whole education.
My experience has been I work with a lot of MDs in my patient advocacy work, and a lot of them are woefully undereducated on some major issues. But the ones that are specialists in specific disease states tend to be right up to date on everything current in that particular disease state. And I definitely defer to their opinion on things they're specialists in. But I do realize a lot of them are woefully undereducated in many things, and there's always something new to learn, and there's lots of things that should be looked into that maybe have been forgotten because they're not they're not the part of the mainstream talking points, or they're not what's already on the curriculum because they were never thought of before. We should definitely give new ideas a chance, and that's what science tends to do.
I'm very anti-doctor. If you listen to me talk about vaccines at all, I'm quite the anti-vaxxer, and I was 20-odd years ago. This is not a new thing. But after the little episode in 2019, 2020, I was like, these fucking cunts, they've just took it to a next level. Like, somebody needs to step in. But, of course, I look around, there's no fucking men. Where are all the men? It's just all weak people everywhere.
I'm right fucking here, and that is a very weak-minded view of things, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, to me, you'd have to prove the virus first. But I didn't really want to get into all that. But the point is, the last time I went to the doctor, I was quite impressed because I had like a build-up of wax in my ear, and I was talking as a female, and she was very nice, and I just wanted to syringe it, and she said, you know what, we're not going to do that. I told her I'll put in warm olive oil in there. And she said, just keep doing that and then come back in a couple of weeks if it's still like that. And of course, that did eventually get rid of it, the warm olive oil. And now I do saunas all the time. So it seemed to have stopped it altogether. But the point is, she was very upfront and honest, which is what I was impressed with. She said, look, the reason that it's like that is because it's our fault. She said, when you were a kid, we did this to you because there's little hairs in your ear that regulate the wax. And because we destroyed those hairs or damaged them in some way, that's why it's built up. And so if we keep doing it, it'll just compound the problem. So I was like, oh, okay. That really impressed me. So
that's okay. So I mean, yes, a lot of doctors are erudite in a number of subjects. I'm not familiar with this hair destruction thing. I don't remember having my hairs destroyed. That's an interesting one. Is there something more to that, or like am I missing something?
Andy, my wife always complains about my nose hair sticking out of my nose, and I just look at it as like a better filter. Like it's just trying to catch stuff before it gets in there, man.
Exactly. Well, I try to trim mine to the point that they're not hanging down to my lips, and otherwise I'm good.
Well, you grow a mustache, no one will even know. You know what I'm saying? It's just more protection.
I have a
No, but the point I was trying to make is that you can work with your doctor, right? You can be rational and be like, look, I realize they're skilled in certain areas. Personally, I wouldn't trust them with the witch's cauldron they're just spiking all these kids with. I'm like, don't stick me with anything like that. I don't want a flu shot. I don't want your vaccines. But yeah, I will definitely talk to you and see if we can work something out. And you know what? I know that people who are pro-vax are like, well, I hope you get the disease then. I hope you get the imaginary disease. But no, it's like, that's just my firm stance. I've had it for a long time. I trust in God. I don't trust in people. That's fucking ridiculous. You only trust in people when they've earned it, right? And these fuckers certainly haven't earned it, as far as I'm concerned. Good luck. So... I mean, there's no profit in healthy people. I mean, this is one of the biggest industries on earth. Is big pharma. Holy shit. So yeah, if they'd stop incentivizing truth with all these greedy bastards and megalomaniacs, then obviously that would be a better world.
It's second only to the military, I believe, in money-wise profit.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
What about the fishing industry? It's got to be bigger, no?
Bigger than that? I don't think so, bro.
The farming industry, fishing, you don't think so? They're bigger. You don't think they're bigger than big pharma and government?
I don't think so. No, I think big pharma comes second after military, but I could be wrong. Maybe it changed. Somebody could easily Google it.
I could be completely wrong on this stance, of course. In which case, I'd just please see my point of view, because from my point of view, I see a lot of people, a lot of kids getting poisoned. For fuck's sake! Obviously, I'm going to be a bit like irate about it. Obviously, I'm going to be like, this is fucked up. This is crazy, because I don't see any science for any of these diseases they're talking about. I've looked. I have looked, and yeah, I mean it's the same with Stefan Lenker. You know, I often talk about virologist over 30 years. He challenged measles in a German court, right? And so he got thrown out in the end.
What? Because measles are fake or something?
No, because they're not exactly what we've been told they are. You know the guy.
Well, what are they?
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, the lasso I always talk about, Sam Bailey. You ever watched one of her videos, Nasty Shill?
No, I try to stay
Why don't
away.
you go and watch one of her videos, man? Jeez.
Because if he's saying the stuff you're saying, it's total bullshit.
Oh, okay. There's another one that's slavering all over himself. Total bullshit. Are you a big fat bastard at all?
Oh, we know the one.
How much do you weigh, lad? How much do you weigh?
160 pounds. Thank you.
Yeah, right. 5'4" over here.
160 pounds.
Yeah, I looked up that the other day, interestingly. They were because I was looking at average heights, because I heard these fucking old, ancient Scythian tribes, they were like legends, really tall. And the ChatGPT were like, the average Roman height was 5'4". I'm like, that can't be true, can it? That doesn't sound likely.
So, measles are not a virus and not contagious, and they don't kill people?
Well, again, Dr. Sam Bailey, measles.
Sam Bailey,
go type it in,
idiot, probably,
and she'll walk you through the so-called science of how they reach the conclusion. But you're not going to do that, are you?
Oh, I'll type it in. Let's see.
There seems to be something though that is transmitting, right? Because it's definitely good practice for a doctor to wear gloves and a face mask, right? Andy, like in surgery.
Yeah, well, they did that whole thing with the babies. Remember the doctor? They all said were crazy because he were washing his hands after dealing with a corpse and then delivering a baby. It's like, wait a minute, the babies are surviving. There's more babies living. What's going on? Maybe it's something to do with handling corpses before delivering a baby and washing my hands.
You know what's interesting is that's a biblical concept.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting.
But they didn't know about diseases. They were washing off dirt. It was mostly rituals.
No, it was actually for Tazara. What they call leprosy.
Doesn't Jesus condemn over hand washing? Yeah. Doesn't he condemn the Pharisees?
Oh, no, I'm talking about leprosy.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Pharisees and the fact they were doing it for ceremonial purposes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about, they took it to another extent, but I'm just specifically talking about leprosy. They would make the man cover his face, cover his mouth.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a contagious disease or something, huh? Nasty show. It was for diseases, specifically contagious diseases that you can read in the Torah.
Yeah, I thought Nasty show was a Christian.
I know, I understand. There's a disease called leprosy. It's not the disease we call Hansen's disease, but okay.
No, it's not the same. It's like a spiritual sickness of some sort.
No,
but
it was actually a physical.
Physical sickness that seems to came about from a spiritual thing. Like some people from gossiping, right? Like after who was it? There was two people, Aaron and Miriam, were criticizing Moses about his wife, how he chose a wife from a different tribe or whatever, and then they broke out in leprosy. So like you should be careful with gossip.
Yeah, that's right.
But they had
with the
rest. Wait, so because the Bible had leprosy, we shouldn't get vaccines against childhood diseases.
No, dude, that's not the point. The point we're trying to make is that these protocols weren't invented by white Europeans. right? At the beginning of germ theory. No, this goes back thousands of years. There was protocols for people that were sick, either of skin diseases or other types of diseases, to quarantine them for 7 days outside the camp. And also for the wearing of masks, the washing of hands. This was all.
Yeah, it's almost like it was contagious.
Hold on. The evaluation of the skin diseases. Sometimes there'd be like some type of skin lesions and different colors and,
like it was contagious disease,
infections.
right?
And so they had ideas of this way long ago before Europeans.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like until the 1980s, you thought to test blood before transfusing it into someone else. Like, dude, it's ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me?
It was mostly an expense thing, yeah. It was mostly because of AIDS, too.
They did a whole thing around the Spanish flu where they tried to prove human-to-human transmission, and
they
couldn't do it as far as I can tell. So
yeah, they did actually.
No, I don't think they did.
Actually, they did, but that's okay.
Well, Sam Bailey would have found that, right?
Sam Bailey is an idiot.
I mean,
nobody, except for Sam Bailey apparently, thinks that measles is some sort of environmental disease.
Well, do you drive a car with a mask on your own? I assume you do. So
well, why would I do that?
You're calling other people idiots. So
why would I do that?
There's that. He's gonna get leprosy from gossiping.
Andy, in Canada, I've seen people wearing masks and a visor. I kid you not, in the car alone.
No, that's why I'm trying to help these folks, but it's difficult when you've got nasty shill there.
Trying to help people. When we talk to I don't know, there's nobody who ever died of this disease, right? Nobody died of COVID.
Of what? COVID? Yeah, they got a motorcycle accident. They died because of the collision, but then they got COVID written on the report after. He had COVID.
Do you have any idea how they determine excess deaths, or are you just saying this from bullshit?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of bullshit around that.
No. They were determined.
It happened. If you have no idea, maybe you should look it up. It's a population thing.
Type in Dr. Sam Bailey.
I did. I've looked at her. She's a quack.
She's a quack. Of course, she's a quack. Because she's actually having a look and researching, and her husband, he's more on the virology side of things. So yeah, Mark Bailey thinks there might be something to do with the histamines, Torah. So
yeah, he's full of shit. It's a disease. It's a virus.
It can be easily wouldn't even know that. You're just speaking shit, NASA.
We've got people dying of measles here in the United States right now because of morons like you.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, thank you.
NASA, is there anything that you have an independent belief on, where you don't appeal to consensus?
You have an independent belief on? You haven't been told by I don't know, by QE or something?
I'm asking you, honestly, dude. Do you have anything in your mind?
Is there anything in your mind
that doesn't appeal to consensus?
That doesn't appeal to morons like QE?
No one's Mr. QE. You have this obsession with QE. You seriously do, bro.
Do you have anything in your mind that you haven't been found by some flurf daddy?
Just one thing. Just give me one thing where you don't appeal to majority or consensus. Just one thing.
Give me one thing where you actually have an independent thought, not put by QE or.
That's what I'm asking you, dude. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, something like Nathan Oakley or something. Come on, tell me one thing that you believe that Nathan Oakley would say no.
Why are you trying to reverse it online when he's trying to ask you a question? Right.
Well, that's fine. You guys can't tell me the same thing. I ask you one thing that you have
he will probably tell you, but don't you need to answer first? I mean, come on.
Yeah, just answer that question. Just give me one thing.
Ask me.
You've already heard plenty of things, bro, that doesn't agree with the mainstream consensus. You're saying I put everything that Oakley says, dude?
One thing that doesn't agree with...
I don't even follow Oakley, dude.
One thing... You don't, but you parrot what he says.
No, we don't. Actually, we believe in beliefs. And Nathan Oakley doesn't think that belief is good for evidence.
Wait, don't let him run it. Make him answer the question.
I believe. Well, to answer his question first, I believe in the firmament. Oakley doesn't. I believe in ether. Oakley doesn't. Go ahead. I gave you two things.
What are you talking about?
Go ahead. Now you answer.
I mean, Oakley believes in ether. What are you talking about?
No, he doesn't, dude. He absolutely despises any ether talk, dude. He'll ban you if you talk about ether. But yeah,
that's why Witzik got turned away because of the ether talk. So that's incorrect that he's also
when you say according, you mean according to science, something I disagree with science about?
It's about empirical proof, so you can't
So
empirically prove.
something that I would
so
go off and say, hey, you know, the facts we have in this aren't good. Therefore, I'm going to come up with some sort of conspiracy, right?
No, come on, man.
You know what I just realized? I went over to politics the other day and talking, because I hadn't talked to Miggy for ages. I like Miggy. And while I don't want to just to argue with them all, because I obviously disagree with them on many things, I was, in some way, I kind of fishing to see if I could get Indio to come over here. That would be so cool. I'd love Indio to come over here and argue optics with a few of these guys, because I really don't know that much. But when I listened to Indio for a while, I'm like, he always brings something up that I've never heard of, and I have to look into. So, but we were talking a little bit about it, and I mentioned you, Lion, because you know how these people, like hyenas, were picking at you, and it was just doing me head in a little bit. So that's why I went over there. And as soon as I mentioned your name, they were like, "Oh, I know Lion." Oh, and then all of a sudden it was like, "Oh, but he's." And I think it's probably the ether talk that put them off. Who else did I mention?
They like it when I drop in there, dude. They know it's gonna be a fun time, dude. When me and Tor drop in there.
Yeah, he's good. No, there's a good group of people there. I love it. I love AI. I love talking to him. I love talking to Indio. But yeah, I'd love him to come in here and just talk optics with these guys just for a bit, just so I can you know, get my popcorn out and just enjoy it. But I was saying that he probably wouldn't, just because he wouldn't give them the content, which, yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But then they were talking about, well, you know, they'd have the mute button and all this shit. And I was like, well, they do a pretty good job over here, I think, of not muting people, really. Trying the best not to. So.
Yeah, until Oakley shows up. Or QE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it just it becomes a shit fest.
Yeah,
and they always appear to QE and Oakley for whatever reason. Like once they join, it's like everybody just stops. Go ahead.
You guys let
I've heard recently that he's no longer allowed over there. By the way, Oakley, I don't know if that's a fact, but I've heard the grapevine from a couple people in the community, and there was a video he put out recently saying banned from politics. So I'm pretty sure that's a fact then, because his video recently, on top of being told before that from Bev and other people, yeah, I think it was a voted upon 11-13 vote.
Hopefully, yeah, it's probably the last time he was there, and I happened to be in the chat when he joined, and there was a big argument that happened, and I basically told, dude, I don't care who you are, I don't care if you're popular, like you're not gonna come in here and freaking run the show just because you're popular and got a following, and I don't know, it was crazy. But the mods actually muted him for once, because like they usually, you know, even in AE, you know, when he would drop in AE, he would run the show. He wouldn't get muted, but he would run for hours. He would just run the show. Until SC actually muted him. You're the only one.
You did though. You did.
That muted that piece of shit.
I booted him twice, bro. Never mind muted him. I booted him off the server twice, and he had to rejoin.
That's right.
I know. So no, NASA, that point, that proves the point right there. We don't just because like, oh, for instance, I like French toast. You say you like French toast. Are we parroting each other? No. Just because I say something or he says something that agrees on the same opinion doesn't mean I align with that man. Or some of these people, you need to stop bringing up names. Who gives a shit about QE? Who gives a shit? I'm not saying it's a human being. I'm talking about when we're having these conversations. They're not even being talked about.
There's no way Lion agrees with Nathan Oakley, considering their last interaction when called him Nathan Coakley, and then the dude got so mad and started freaking out and then yelling the N-word and all kinds of stuff, and then got kicked out of politics, bro.
Hey, called the N-word shit?
That's why Nathan Oakley started using the N-word like crazy. I don't know why.
Wow. Okay. People be crazy out here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, now I remember. It's all coming back to me. Hold on. That's why he got banned, because he was using the N-word.
Lion. He didn't use the N-word in context to anything to do with Lion, Torah, so don't...
No, not to Lion. It wasn't to Lion. It was just funny because of how frustrated he got. And then, like, you could just tell he spiraled out just because his viewpoints were challenged. The first thing was, I told him, well, you could just take the angle measurement off plumb.
right? Instead of off the horizontal baseline and then reverse engineer it by minus in 90. So he had to concede to that point. And, you know, that point destroys his whole argument of you need the flat baseline. So.
Yeah, and that just seems silly to me. You can take an angle in the sky. I don't even, doesn't make any sense. I thought about it for a while, and yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about trig, so I'm not going to engage in a conversation about trigonometry, but still, you can take an angle in the sky on a mountain. I don't know. But his thing about what he was, I actually listened to that clip. I don't know if somebody posted it or whatever, and I listened to it, and I actually agreed with what Nathan said. Generally speaking, I mean, he didn't have to go and say it 7 or 8 times, whatever, however many times he said it until somebody banned him. But the fact is, what he said about it is true. It's the context. You know, we shouldn't be afraid of words. And you know, he was trying to fucking make the point, and by saying it several times, and that got him banned. But you know,
yeah, but
I
then
realized
he started to make fun of it, though, right? He like said, "No, Gene, you can't say it. Only I can say it." Right?
The point is, freedom of speech is not a thing on Discord, and certainly not on YouTube. We're playing in their sandbox, and I understand that.
No, I agree, Andy, that, you know, honestly, I have no problem with people using that word. I really don't. Like, not at all. As long as you know you're not using it derogatorily, you know, calling people the N-word. But, you know, where I grew up, dude, in the East Coast, dude, white people were allowed to say that word, dude, and black people didn't care. Like, literally, Puerto Ricans use it, Cambodians use it, Vietnamese use it. Where I grew up, dude, everybody was using it. Even white people that grew up in the hood were using it.
Yeah.
I heard Italian people are just slick-haired N-words.
Like it's almost like they're saying to black people, they're so weak, they can't even handle. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like it's more of that pearl clutching. That, it just annoys me. It annoys the shit out of me. But yeah, they start taking away one or two words here and there, and that's it. You know, it's like a dam. And before you know it, you know, we're in Huxley or some shit. You know what I mean? We're in Brave New World or what's that thingy? Rocky. Sylvester Stallone movie. Remember that where they're in the future with Sandra Bullock. That's a good dystopian type of movie.
Demolition Man.
Yes, Demolition Man. That's a great little glimpse into our future. It really is.
It was pretty prophetic that they predicted that kind of future with like political correctness gone wild.
Not really. I mean, it's expected morbid, right?
Well, but for its time, I think that would be like a more easy prediction to make today. But
yeah,
it came out in the 90s, right? And at that time, we were just starting to see this like percolation of third wave feminism into mainstream culture. Like prior to like 1998 or 1995, nobody had heard any of this like you know, the third wave feminism, critical race theory stuff on a mainstream scale. Am I wrong?
Yeah, there's an interesting moment where Sylvester Stallone, I don't know, they're trying to tracking him or something like, I can't remember the exact context, but basically it's something to do with tracking him or tracking somebody. And he's like, I hate that fascist bullshit. It makes me want to puke. It just makes me laugh every time.
Yeah. I was watching RoboCop as well. That one also has aged very well.
Yeah, I was tempted to buy the game. I really was. I was this close, and I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can do it.
Which game?
The RoboCop game. You know, they made a game. It's like for the boomers, basically. I'm not a boomer, but it's, you know, it's that sort of. That's the vibe that I got from it.
Andy, that's exactly what a boomer would say. Sorry.
Fuck you. No, I'm old. I'm quite old, but I look good for my age, dude. And I thought, dude, I didn't mean. I mean, I kind of did mean to offend that guy, obviously, and it's because I guess I'm lazy. I don't know. I do worry about that. If I ever do have kids, and I'm quick to smack them rather than actually someone like Boston when I've listened to him. dude, Boston, the Run Boston Bear will be the best dad, won't he? You can just imagine. Oh man. And he's like, oh no, I'll just sit down and I'll talk with them, and it's like, oh dude, I'd just be so quick to clip him right here, you know, because that's what we got. So, you know, but we've got to be better than that, right? So,
totally.
And so,
yeah, I, mean,
I agree.
Didn't he just have a baby too? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, his wife just had a kid. Yeah, like 3 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
he's got like 3, and he's a grandfather. He's
I think he's got
he's
4,
an
hasn't he, now?
amazing
I think-
someone. Oh, maybe it's 4. Yeah, I guess I think he had 3 before. You're right. It's 4.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
so that's a
the
big
point
family.
is, like I said to that fella, education and awareness is obviously, you know, regarding your weight, that's the most important thing. But I've just had that conversation with my brother so many times and saying, look, if you do this, you know, high fat, anything that says low fat, no fat, stay away from it. Stay away from these horrible oils, you know, vegetable oils. If it's made from a fruit, it's good. If it's made from anything else, it's bad. Just these basic generalities that are sort of really easy to follow. But what you realize is that it's like, just like me with alcoholism. Well, I never had a problem with alcohol. I had an emotional problem. And once I fixed that emotional problem, I had no problem with alcohol. And it sounds like there's a lot of people in this chat, and they've got emotional problems too, and they need to sort them out. But the point is, maybe he's eating his feelings. I don't really know. I think that's part of it, you know. We tend to cover the present moment up with all kinds of different things, don't we? And hide from it. And yeah,
well,
and so
in Buddhism, that's called the cycle of samsara, or like aimless wandering, where our desires for material things are like attachments create these pains and suffering in life for us, where we're constantly just like, you know, meandering. So I don't know if you like are spiritual, Andy, per se, but I find it very powerful, the idea in Buddhism of like the letting go of those attachments and the serenity that follows, and self-control is pretty amazing.
yeah, absolutely. I love Japanese Zen too, and J. Krishnamurti I've talked about quite a lot. I love J. Krishnamurti. He lines up with Zen perfectly, and that's to empty the mind completely. And
So that's how you would define Zen. I don't quite understand what Zen is. So
attention. there's a famous sorry, my brain's gone dead. Yeah, I don't know. The guy's writing a book, or he's some kind of newsman or something. And he was asking a Zen master about how can I, you know, can you just give me a short little thing where I can, you know, a headline? What is it really about Zen? And he went, attention. And he went, oh, okay. Then he went away and he came back and he was like, that's not really, I just need a little bit more. Can you give me just something else? And he went, attention, attention. He just said it twice.
That's funny.
I love that. But that's really what it's about. It's about really paying attention with every fiber of your being to the present moment. And also, as you pointed out earlier, a lot of people, and I was one of them, I had a lot of attachment to some old stuff that hangs around. Yeah, and it just sort of clogs the present moment up, and you might not even realize that you have these sort of old records playing around in your mind, and they're actually fucking you up in a big bad way. And it might be just your mother's voice, for instance, saying you're no good, or you're this or you're that. So you need to really pay attention, and that in itself will enable you to be the watcher of your thoughts, almost like a conveyor belt. And then at some point, you see, because it's not about trying to forcefully stop yourself thinking, is like trying to drink the ocean with a fork. It's not really possible. So what you have to do is more of a state of surrender. So you just allow it. That's all it is, just a state of allowing. And then once you witness the thoughts, oh man, you can choose to follow them or not. And you realize, there's a real addictive quality to thinking too, right? Because they're very alluring. Your thoughts are very alluring. You say, come this way. So, yeah, that space, that's in each and every one of you. And that's definitely connected to God for me. That's like, to me, we are just antennas. God's sending out the signal. We're just antennas.
So, do you believe in free will in that context, Andy?
Oh God, you just oh, I think I'm gonna get off. That's a tough one, Woodward. You know that's a tough one.
No pressure, as Lenin says.
That's a tough one. I'm not sure. I thought about that more than any man should. I'm not sure. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt like you had no control of it whatsoever? Like no matter what you did, it was just going in that direction, no matter what.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I've had experiences like that where I'm like feeling like I'm just a passenger here. I can't do anything. And that makes me question free will. It really does.
Can I ask more? More on what's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Nice. So you came in here like what? How long you been around flat Earth discourse and stuff?
Since August of last year.
Since August, so not that long. And you made a name for yourself in a fairly short amount of time. I've seen some of your debates, modern day debate, I think it was. You debated Shane, and have you debated Alan too?
Yeah, I've debated Alan a few times. Flat Earth Fridays a few times. On Jaren's show, I debated him with Peter, and it was me and Peter versus him and Shane on Relativity and Aether. And then I also debated him on Jaren's show on quantum electrodynamics, but I didn't really prepare well enough for that debate, so I wouldn't say it was my strongest showing. But mostly because it was just too. I overestimated underestimated how difficult the topic would be to learn in such a short period of time. But it was still fun. I always enjoy debating Alan because he keeps it real civil. Like I've debated Austin quite a few times, and I don't particularly. It's not like I dislike him or anything, but he just has a more confrontational style of debating, which keeps people on their toes for sure. Like I in one sense I respect it, but like it can be a little annoying compared to like Alan and Shane are usually like maybe we'll like jab at each other or something, but it just feels a little bit more friendly.
No, because I remember when I was listening to those debates, and I didn't watch every single one, but I watched a few of them. I was actually impressed by your performance because for somebody who hasn't been around like at all, unless you've been listening on YouTube, I don't know, but it sounded like you already knew some of the arguments. So like you were kind of prepared for some.
Yeah, no, thanks. So prior to joining, I had only watched Professor Dave and FTFE on YouTube, so I didn't really have any good arguments. But I'm just kidding. Throwing shade.
That's a sure sign of an agent, Lion, right there.
Yeah. I mean, for like, you don't really talk much in here either. Like, I would love to hear you more, like, kind of get confrontational with us,
Word. Well, is there something you want to debate now? I mean, I've been trying to like moderate a bit more, but.
Well, I haven't heard you debate at all. I mean, I've seen you in the chat, but I haven't really seen you active.
Yeah, I haven't been doing it as much. I'm curious. Maybe we could talk about this then, Lion, since you're here. Do you know about the Eli effect? What is your opinion on the Eli effect?
The Elias?
Yeah. However you say it. I don't know. It's French.
What? I can't, dude. I'm actually in the middle of work. I can't debate right now, dude.
Oh, okay.
But and maybe in like half an hour, I'm about to untog my load right now. I'm actually in the middle of putting off bungees. I was just wondering how come you weren't so active though.
Oh, I just kind of took a break, to be honest, man, because it was getting. I was just getting like, as I kind of was like saying with Austin, I was kind of getting a similar way where I was just getting really aggressive when I was debating and like kind of negative, and it was just to like Andy's point about like mindfulness and emptiness. Like if you allow those like negative like I don't believe in manifestation in like the sense of the spirit, secret or whatever, or like a supernatural sense. But I do really believe it in like a general sense that like what you focus on and manifest in your words and actions and thoughts becomes your reality in many ways. And I was just realizing that I was being like somewhat negative. That was becoming my reality more and more. And so
Absolutely.
I took a break. I took a break and I went out to the desert for like 10 days and like, decompressed and, prayed and meditated and like kind of like, so now I'm coming back and I'm kind of putting myself back into it a little bit, but I'm, a little bit more trying to like listen more than have something to prove per se, if that makes sense.
Yeah, actually, I highly respect that, and I did the same thing, bro. I had to leave Discord for a few weeks and decompress. I just came back recently. We all need to do that because every day arguing for hours, getting hot headed, dude. It's not good for your health, dude. And I'm trying to not do that again. But this server is hectic, dude. Past couple days. But when was your last debate?
Gosh, my last formal one.
On YouTube.
So, would have been the quantum electrodynamics one, I think. Or the modern day debate one with I debated with redshift against Plain Reality and Brian Leakey. And that was
Brian
fun.
Leakey.
I love Brian, I like Brian a lot. Like Brian seems like a really fun guy to like go out on a boat with and get like shit faced, Like I would do that anytime.
When was that? How many times do you have to be told not to eat when you're talking to us?
Me?
Yeah, I'm just messing with you though.
Sorry.
It's your signature. No, you're good. It sounds yummy.
When was that though? That last debate? Just wondering.
I think it was in like November, if I remember correctly. Right. November, October. And so then and then in November I went Thanksgiving, I went for like a big, like my first big like desert trip. Because I went on 3. I went like November, I went to Canyonlands, Arches, Zion, Horseshoe Bend, Monument Valley. Yeah, and then Monument Valley I drove through, and then Christmas I went backpacking in the Grand Canyon, and then I went on another trip in the spring. Like, so I usually like skiing, but like it's just so expensive and crazy. Like, it kind of like becomes like I don't know if you guys have been on like a busy day, but it's like kind of like you gotta like freaking like compete with people almost. It gets like a weird energy sometimes up there.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually seen people literally get in like fist fights in the lift line a couple times. Like they would get so mad at each other for like someone cutting in line or something that they literally were like had to be like separated because they were about to like beat the shit out of each other.
Low oxygen state.
Yeah, blame it on that. Wait, Riggs, do you believe in oxygen though? Because oxygen's atomic.
Oh no.
I mean, convention-wise, I don't know, man. But application-wise, sure.
Do you believe in electrolysis being able to separate water into oxygen and hydrogen, or what is your view on that topic? Because I was talking to RTH about it. I mean, you know how he is, but he was like, if I can't like physically measure like this and that I can't blame. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, you take water and you separate it into 2 gases, but he was saying something. He had kind of an clever argument where he was like, "How do you know it's not the metal breaking down, creating the gas that burns or whatever?" And I'm like, well, so I'm curious what you think of that. I know you're
I don't know.
even molecules, but I know you're somewhat critical of atomic theory, right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not. I'm not going to make claims like that.
Fair enough.
I'm critical of like most of the like if it's mainstream, then I definitely think it needs to be like at least scrutinized to some degree.
Sure.
Like I think there's some things they can't hide, and then there's some things that like are hidden within the convention of which they're sold, or applied. So like okay, like I think one of the most masterful things that they've pulled off, like besides the globe, is like the periodic table, when like it mostly has to do, I think, with like electrical phenomena or relationships, but they've confused it in such a way that like people don't realize that aspect Like you look at the table, you never really think about it in like an electrical sense, like in a vibratory sense. So just stuff like that, I think deserves a second look.
Fair enough. Are you into that? Because like someone who came up with an alternative periodic table where it was like a vortex. Is Risky snoring right now?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. I'm gonna move to hot mic.
You're talking about Walter Russell's
Is
periodic
that
table.
I know you're into that. Could you explain that? Because I don't really know anything about it. But
Well, it's if you're a musician, it's easier to understand. I'm not a musician, but it has to do with he separated the periodic table or the elements by octaves, and he organized them by their resonant frequency.
Interesting.
So it's fascinating, but yeah.
Is that maybe more how you would think about it, Riggs? Like again, putting you on the spot a ton, but I know a lot of people are into the idea of some sort of like harmonics when it comes to like.
Yeah, I think Walter Russell's probably closer, actually. Yeah. I know it sounds kind of dumb now because what's his name was on Joe Rogan. He's been everywhere saying like, oh, one times one is one bullshit or whatever. These like honestly, I think he just exists to mock any kind of like skepticism and then look stupid.
You think he's like a paid agent?
I think that Hollywood is. I think Hollywood's controlled, and I do think MK Ultra is like a real thing, and there's a lot of those people in Hollywood.
Interesting.
So,
do you think
like, you don't have to pay somebody if you can literally wipe their
Right.
mind and make them do silly things.
Are you familiar with the discussion around Ted Kaczynski and MK Ultra?
I mean, not really.
So it's interesting because like he was a brilliant mathematician, like genius level mathematician, and he participated in a CIA MK Ultra type study at his university. It was extremely abusive, and after that, he dropped out of society and eventually became like a recluse, and then started engaging in like what would be defined as terrorism. But he wrote an interesting treatise called Industrial Society and Its Consequences, which is a lot about like just what the title says, right? Like but it's just crazy that like he had this sort of like MK Ultra kind of experience, and then seemingly a normal brilliant scholar became this like whacked out terrorist essentially.
I mean, you could do that with anybody that's being tortured mentally. So, like, if you look at all these school shooters and stuff, they like all of the stories are at least the ones that get really popular in the news. Not to say that there aren't any real shootings or anything, but the ones that really steal like airtime and persist like throughout generations. They if you look at the culprit, I mean, like if you watch them in court, if you watch them in different stages of the process, like these people are, they're clearly like one of these kinds of people. Like this, like they're like someone has messed with their brain. They're on pills. Like the Colorado shooter, like his hair was all dyed and shit by the time he was in court. Like who did that?
Right.
Like there's
But a lot of times in those cases, there's not really any like there's not like a revenge motive. A lot of the time these days,
Well, no.
There's
No, like
really
the El Paso shooter, like all these different shootings, like it comes down to some like unlikely scenario with some military associated background person that went through some kind of psychological treatment, and then all of a sudden they're doing like literally doing the same thing in all these different scenarios. It's like what?
Yeah.
And where'd they get the guns? Like some of them have like whole truckloads of guns.
Well, it's not that hard to get a truckload of guns in the United States.
Yeah, but like out of character, like amount of weaponry.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it comes down. I've sort of thought, I'm sort of thought that some of that like is like a form of like social engineering potentially, because if you think about it, you can like, and it's like the ultimate denial, plausible deniability, because like if you can like implant suggestive content on the internet, for example, to the extent that you're able to like radicalize random people to commit acts of a certain nature, whether that's like, you know, acts of, you know, I would consider these like in some sense like acts of terrorism.
These aren't
Although I
random
don't know.
people though.
Huh?
That's the thing. These aren't random people. Like these are people who've been through like government or psychological program to some degree.
Well, I'm saying random in the sense that they're not under the direct payroll or control of the government, right? There's like a level of my view is that to the extent that such a phenomena exists, which I think that, you know, there's the evidence for it. I would have a trouble actually proving it, but it's kind of like an inference that I've drawn just by looking at like the state of things. You know, there's like a certain degree of separation between like anyone who carries out one of these attacks and, you know, hypothetically the people that were either experimenting with or employing suggestive content techniques and like social engineering techniques. But are you saying like in all these cases you think that they had direct contact with
Yeah,
agents of
yeah.
the
Like
government?
the ones I'm talking about they're the ones who went through some kind of like brainwashing program process where they were an asset to some unknown greater that they probably didn't even have any realization of. Where if they were given a trigger or if something, you know, they heard a certain sound or whatever, it would like raise what they call an altered state of consciousness, and they would suddenly start acting in ways that, like unaware to themselves, they would just be like in a new personality. And
So kind of like
it's trained into them. So like let's say that like one day they heard a sound and they were told, and they were just for some reason they felt like they needed to look at the trunk of their car, and some FBI agent planted like a dozen weapons inside of their trunk, and they're like, and one of the weapons happens to be a trigger for one of the programs that's been put into their subconscious to go to a certain place and do a certain thing, you know, and suddenly you have a weapon that doesn't need to get paid, that it's all inside of their mind.
Saying,
You know,
yeah, so
well,
that's interesting. So I don't know that I would posit like as direct involvement, mostly because I don't think it's actually necessary. I mean, if you have evidence of that, I don't know with TOS if you could share in the server, but if you
I
could
mean,
DM
right
it,
now, right now, I don't have evidence of anything, but like there's,
fair enough.
dude, I wish I had a copy of everything I've ever been exposed to. I think your mind would probably explode a little bit.
I don't wish that because I've seen some horrific shit on the internet that I wish
Well,
I could.
not that. I mean, I don't like go to those websites or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, there was this one guy, this psychologist. Well, it was a therapist. It was a therapist that was, I mean, he was running into clients that had all the same kind of like symptomatic issues of stress and like having trouble sleeping and just unrest and just regular things. And so one of the solutions was that he was a hypnotherapist, and he ended up putting some of these people under hypnotherapy. And during the process of questioning under hypnosis, he found out that these people were describing like military bases, They were describing like weird rooms and situations, and they were talking about, and what she discovered was that there were these like programs, like literally categorized inside of their memory, but unknown to the awake conscious being. And they were labeled in alpha, beta, zeta, and so on, up to like a dozen programs. And some of them were fail safes, where if you tried to pry in, it would self destruct, or they would commit suicide. And like he had to very carefully figure out how to like go about understanding these people, but like without like triggering some of these fail safes, even in the you know the controlled state of being like hypnotized. So like he wrote a whole book about this, and I had a bunch of audio lectures on this guy, and people really, I think they would pay more attention if from one of these specialists they heard the testimonies. I can't find that shit anymore. Like I found that shit in like 2010. What do
Yo,
I
Riggs.
mean?
No, I just want to ask you. I don't know how I feel about hypnosis and hypnotic regression. I'm still kind of neutral on that. But how confident are you that he wasn't implanting thoughts in his patients?
Yeah, great question. Great question, Lion.
I mean, that's totally possible, but the thing I found interesting is that like it was, you know, you could say that, I guess, but the idea was that they were describing a base in an area that like was you know, local, and it was a large portion of his clients. They were all having the same problems, and he was just like dumbstruck because he didn't know what the hell was causing it. But it was all coming, like most of the issues were coming from that association, and then digging into it, he was like reverse engineering all these programs that were inside of people. So,
Wait,
like,
Riggs.
if you think that that's him doing it, I mean, I guess you could say that, but it was more of an analytical take, which I'm not sure you could totally fabricate.
Riggs, so is it like Zoolander, where like when he hears the fucking, you know, relax, don't do it, he like springs into like attack mode?
It's something like that, yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that that was some sort of like predictive programming and like movies like that, and The Manchurian Candidate, or
Well,
other
this
like?
is Hollywood. Like a lot of the dude, a lot of these people in Hollywood, they're like cattle. They're no different than us, man, at this point. And part of the prerequisite is to be pre-qualified. So a lot of these people are induced like really early into their childhood and have a family history of being associated with these programs. You know, and you know they're told that they're gonna live they have nothing to worry about, and they're in higher society, and you know they'll be taken care of and whatnot. But yeah, like when there's a new agenda, they just fall in line, and the more they do it, the easier it gets. It just becomes a lifestyle. You know, another one of these guys, I can kind of like tell at some point. I was just able to tell, like, oh yeah, this is one of them. This is one of them. Like, you know that David Hogg guy, he's one of them too. Like, he's totally under some kind of
I would
program.
agree. I would agree with that, definitely. Yeah. It's
And
super
now,
weird
now he's
weird
part of
how
government.
Hogg went from being like this kid who's only like, I mean, I'm sure he did well in high school and stuff, but he was like lifted up to a position of power in the Democratic Party,
Yeah.
seemingly
You know what's
solely
funny?
because he happened to survive a mass shooting, which doesn't to me seem like a basis of political qualification, but I don't know, I
Yeah.
could be wrong.
No, it's a joke. Yeah. So this guy, they've got something planned for him. I guess he's been pretty useful. He's like some kind of bitch for that system or
Hey, real
whatever
quick.
is in control of it, whatever program he's part of. But
Before you guys move on, dude, I just want to go back on something that you said.
Oh.
You said that there's a fail-safe in the patients that the
some of them
government
have
like
a fail safe. Yeah, because like
So-
if they had to embed some kind of knowledge that was classified or that they shouldn't have known as like a regular person as part of the whatever programming that they had, then they would have to embed a failsafe into those people that had privileged knowledge.
That to me sounds fascinating. So you're saying that if the hypnosis tried cracking that safe in their brain, that locked up compartmentalized memory that was
Be like
never
a
supposed to be open, that there was a program in place, like some type of what do they call them? Keylogger viruses that computers have that they're programmed to self-destruct. You're saying that they basically somehow created a program in the person's brain where if the hypnosis therapist tried cracking it, that person would commit suicide. Am I hearing this correctly?
Yes.
I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
That is insane, dude. I've never heard anything like that,
Same way
but
that like
it's
they hear a
fascinating.
trigger and they'd be compelled to do something, it would be in the action of, like, have you ever just had like anxiety, like total anxiety, and you just felt restless? They would get that. They would have that same kind of instruction to perform something, even if it meant death.
Wow. That's in a movie?
So
or is that unique? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Maxim. Maxim was trying to get it. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is always what brings my kind of makes my ears perk up when I think about like the Bob Lazar case. Like, is he being legit? Was that information fed to him intentionally? And I've always been super curious as to whether or not he's telling the truth. But it's like, how the fuck would you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you guys ever heard of skull technology? Skull transmission?
Auditory hallucination.
No, SC, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I don't know how true this is, but apparently the claim was they were able to transmit thoughts in your mind, like actual voices in your mind.
Ooh.
Well, that's actually a thing. I mean, that's a military weapon.
Yeah,
What?
that's what I heard.
Is it related to the?
You hear stuff.
Is it related to like the Havana syndrome thing, SC, where like supposedly like diplomats in Havana were getting they claim, and who knows, maybe it was actually our agents that were doing it to them and they were blaming the Russians as part of some kind of test. I don't fucking know, but can't trust the fucking government, obviously. But they claimed that the government said for a long time it was fake, but a lot of people have reported while staying at U.S. embassies or working for the CIA abroad, having this particular set of symptoms that's not explained by medical science. And some investigative scientists that looked into it think there might be some sort of infrasound or low grade microwave transmission weapon that is used to basically over time disable someone without any sign of injury or any sort of medically discernible cause.
Well, that's a sound cannon. That we know they have for sure. But I'm talking about way further than that. Have you ever heard they can point I'm not sure what kind of beam, either a laser beam or another frequency in a window, and make the window a speaker, like a receiver, right? A microphone, due to the vibration. You guys ever hear that? That's supposed to be CIA technology.
No, I never heard of that. That's pretty wild.
Some cell phones have that.
What you can do is you can measure the oscillations of the pane of glass itself, and through computer-aided design, then replay what sound would make those oscillations, thereby getting the sound. It's not as good as you think, but it is real.
Yeah, I'm talking if that's to be believed, imagine what they have now. Think of that in how they would project something into a person's brain, right? It's not like fantasy.
Not the same. Hold on. That's not the same at all. One of them is result of the vibration of the air hitting it. One is made up bullshit.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying what I heard in military stuff. Now, it could be all bullshit. Yeah, granted.
Right. So don't take something that's real and then go, but look at this fake thing, because those two are not related at all, right?
Listen, man, sit down. I can do whatever I want when I want. Okay?
Oh,
don't start that because you're not gonna win. Just sit down if you have nothing
you
productive
enjoy.
to say. Okay?
There's no
I
point in
forgot you
fighting this,
enjoy
man.
the
It's
the
ridiculous.
bullshit. Go on.
Yeah,
But
sit
there was-
down if
okay.
you have nothing productive to
Oh my
say, bro.
God.
We're just talking about what we heard in the military. If you don't like it, you don't have to participate.
Okay.
I mean, what the hell's
So
wrong
they've
with
got-
you, man?
All right,
Fuck's
SE,
sake.
let it go, please.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? I'm just gonna say it 10 more times.
What's wrong with you? I called you out on your obvious bullshit. Oh,
my
how
God.
dare you? Mwah, my
You guys
name
get a
is
room. Go make
Seaman.
love somewhere else.
Real. I'm gonna cry.
You see what I mean? Like issues, man. Issues. Here we are talking nicely about an issue and this, I don't know.
Okay. All right, we good? Heart rate. Good.
No, SE needs
Okay.
at least 10 more minutes of crying. Go on, SE, cry a little bit more for us.
You see what I mean? I'm laughing, bro. I'm enjoying this. When I
All
see
right, would
you
you guys like
snowflakes
each other
do
more
this,
if you
it
lick?
gives me pleasure.
Okay, can you guys
Just start
can you
licking each other.
guys get a room and then we can continue the discussion?
All right, so they've got these cell phones that have instead of having an earphone or a speaker, the glass vibrates. Okay, that's the technology. There's also one called Jawbone, which is like they've been using in Bluetooth. It vibrates the bone on the side of your head so that you can hear without a speaker.
I have one of those.
They've got those. They've got they can literally project sound into your brain using cell phone towers. They can triangulate and actually send what you would consider to be a hallucination from a fucking cell phone tower.
Are you listening, Ryan?
Is this what 5G is for then? Is to have like
I mean,
better
I don't know.
Yes. I'm
You
listening
say
to
5G
him saying you
colloquially,
can triangulate with things that can't make triangles. Go on. This is interesting.
Well, no, it has to do with
What can't make triangles?
They would use a trilateration as it would be the distance from it. It's okay. I understand.
You can.
Riggs probably meant trilateration. He just didn't know it, and that's not a big deal. Go on. Tell us how this works, Riggs.
All right. Well, that was very actually.
I'm just getting interrupted so much. I mean, you want me to say the word trilateration? Is that what you want?
That's what he wants.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that what you mean, or do you mean
Is that what everyone in
triangulation?
the room is going to understand? I mean, why would I use that word?
Trilateration means, but literally, this is.
I'm introducing a concept.
This is completely immaterial to the point of the discussion. So just continue, Riggs, please.
Yeah, go on and explain how things that can't make triangles made triangles. Go on, Riggs.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Anyway, go ahead. Just continue.
Yeah. So then they have these like cannon type things, or like a gun type thing that you can shoot sound at people also. And then like he was saying earlier, there was these pressure wave type systems that they have like on Humvees and whatnot, and it's mostly used for like crowd control. But yeah, you can hear stuff too. So they have a bunch of different sound, technologies. Pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting because there are a lot of things that they've claimed were not real that turned out to be real, right? And some of the stuff they do in like the CIA black sites is so fucking unhinged that I would think they're capable of just about anything. Like, do you guys know about Taylor? You're lighting up, but I don't think I can hear you. Oh, I think she's just hot micing. Okay. Do you know about those cells that they built at the black site? It was either in Poland or Romania, somewhere in Eastern Europe, where we were like kidnapping foreign nationals and like renditioning them to these black sites. And the black site, there was this guy who was interviewed. He was like, this was like years before the site even became public knowledge. And he was like, I felt like my entire world was moving when I walked the whole time I was there. And it turns out that these fuckers were so insane in their like the cell design. They literally built the cells on springs. So when you walked around the cell, the whole fucking floor would move just to like fuck with you. Like it's like insane.
Huh.
And I'm sure you
So
know about
like
the
they,
heart attack.
that's
The
weird.
heart attack. Huh?
Oh, the heart attack gun
Yeah,
or
yeah. And that
something.
one's confirmed, you know? Like things like that are confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much everything, but like their greatest weapons are the ones that people are just unaware of. Like if they can introduce some new type of weapon subtly and then just put it on like 1% for like the rest of your life. I mean, that's their best weapon because all it takes is 100 years to go to 100% and just condition people to not know the difference. You know. Like if they just changed it 1% per year, I mean,
Yeah.
you just kind of boil the frog. But that's their greatest stuff right there. It's just something that they can introduce to it's really disgusting actually. I hate all this stuff, man.
It's pretty wild, yeah. I mean, I think there's certain things that I wouldn't necessarily think they're capable of just based on my understanding of physics.
Like
But
what? I'm just curious.
like anti-gravity, for example. Like
Nah, they've got that.
yeah, I know you would say that, Riggs. I mean, I think our entire understanding of physics is such that like anti-gravity technology would be so alien to like anything that we know about the universe that I just don't see any way that it could work. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's impossible or could never exist or doesn't exist even. But I
Okay.
just
Question.
that's one that's like hard for me to like, you know what I mean? Like just because of
Question.
the physics involved.
If you could keep something in the air for its entire lifespan, is that considered anti-gravity?
No. Like they have
No.
planes that can stay aloft virtually indefinitely with solar power.
Okay.
But to me,
Well, this is what I mean. Like you have to
anti-gravity is
redefine. You have to understand your definition first, because to me, that's fighting gravity and
hold on,
accomplishing it.
let me define specifically what I mean. I specifically mean taking the cause of gravity, and we could argue as to what that cause is, and probably we disagree exactly on the specifics, but taking that cause on Earth and reversing it so that an object just on the basis of not being affected by gravity either doesn't fall without the application of additional force or rises without the application of additional force. That would be how I would define anti-gravity specifically, because otherwise, yeah, we have like, there's developing methods of electrostatic propulsion and things like that, but those are essentially using, the same sort of aerodynamic principles. They wouldn't work like, I'm saying like if you could take an object, put it in a vacuum chamber and just cause it to rise without any sort of propellant, that would kind of be, practically speaking, what it would look like, I think. But I'm not an expert on this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair characterization. Sure.
Certain things where I'm like, yeah, like when it comes to like some levels of like understanding of human psychology and manipulation, I think we probably disagree in the sense that I think that these sorts of programs are not as direct in their involvement with people. But that hypnosis thing is interesting that you brought up in that regard. So I'm not sure, honestly, like, but there's certain things I'm like, yeah, I don't see how that could ever be possible, But who knows? I mean, there was some sort of like interdimensional traveler, like maybe they operate on different physics
Interdimensional grappler. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, hypothetically, right? A different universe does not have to have the same physics as ours. So perhaps there is a way to reverse gravity using some sort of exotic matter in another universe that doesn't exist in our universe. And someone who's coming from a different dimension might have access to that and be able to bring it over. I don't know.
Well, what if this is just the dimension? The dimension. Like we're all sharing the same reality, and this is it. Like, what is that too difficult to?
No, I think that's totally possible. I don't have any knowledge. Or
Like, I mean, do we have evidence of any other, starting position, or I just don't. I just don't see credence for anything else. I don't understand that.
Well, it's just it's pure speculation, right? I have no evidence whatsoever that anything exists outside of the known universe.
You know what every time I hear like, oh, there's evidence for this, or people make claims of like extra dimensions and stuff, like it always comes from like, we don't understand this thing, so therefore multiverse. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, theoretical physics.
Wow.
Theoretical
not
physics.
Occam's razor at all.
I mean, that's partially true. I partially disagree. And so like the reason it's actually sometimes correct to appeal to like a multiverse, or like this projection view is that, like the universe works so it can work potentially in such a counterintuitive way to how we typically conceive or think of like even like a particle system or something might, if we think that gravity has to sort of live in there, or it's so phenomenal that we're just never going to reach this description of gravity. Well, like and like not to make this too heady, but like even like holography or string theory might tell us one day that, well, like, look, these are actually like distributed phenomenon in a way that we don't even understand it, so it just is a multiverse or something.
Well, string theory was killed by one of the grandfathers himself. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Hold on, I think Taylor was trying to get in as well. Taylor, were you trying to say something?
Me too.
It's just that seems like you'd add more variables to say, okay, we don't get it, therefore there must be infinite of them.
So you're saying that you would maybe like to see maybe there's some variables that aren't controlled for, that aren't already being accounted for, before you could conclude something else existing as the
You're just
cause?
appealing to something crazier to explain something crazy.
Daddy, I wanna be naughty.
What? Rob, are you trying to speak? Or is that hot micing? That might have been a hot mic. So
Can I ask Taylor a question?
Yeah, of course, Duck. Go for it.
Cool. So I'm not a physicist, but the from my understanding, like physics is also somewhat unsatisfactory from like a philosophy perspective, or it can be, just in the sense that like if we, the way you phrase it, I think is really good. Like, if we're missing a variable, so there's some like a symbol or something that represents a thing, and so we just add more variables. But we also have a system of natural laws that doesn't totally explain like the world in front of us. And so like the question is like, if there, like, what's wrong if I want to hold a a batshit crazy belief, kind of within that.
I mean, you can hold whatever you want. It's a belief.
I don't know that I quite understand. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Taylor.
It's just like infinite regression, I just think that that's not good logic in my opinion.
I concur. I have heard some.
Well, what I heard was if he has something that may appear
batshit or crazy, which prong would he put it on? The natural law prong or the physics prong? And the question is, or my answer would be, those two prongs are not exclusive. Natural law and physics are one and the same. And if it can't fit on either prong, then the problem is in the belief is either not observed, or I don't know what the belief is.
I
Wait,
would
hold on,
say
one sec.
that we're
One sec, Duck,
stretching.
Okay. I think Maxim was trying to get in as well. So I guess Duck, you can go ahead, and then Maxim after Duck. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Duck. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'll just so my point is that physics being so physics in some sense physics supervenes on natural law. We can say this and this is true, but we know that it might not be a complete description of a particle system to say there's fundamental forces. This still applies, that we have 14 decimal points of accuracy kind of nonsense, but arguing that this represents what a mental state or what an actual particle system, not as isolated as maybe the physics of the universe wants us to have this thing be. This thing, I would say it's from someone who comes from sort of philosophy, and a little deconstructive sort of background or whatever. I would say that both my strong opinion is that those two have to be different.
Okay.
And
Maxim,
one has to be more about reality than the other. And so there has to be, there can't be angels on pinheads. I do think we would need to create distinctions in order to understand why natural law and physics are two different things.
Does anyone want to respond to that? Otherwise, Maxim, I think, was trying to get in.
I wouldn't mind kind of pressing that a little further, Duck. Could that be in relation to something like the fine tuning argument? The common appeal is that it seems intuitive that we have these natural principles in the universe that appear finely tuned, right? But essentially what you're saying is you don't get to have your cake and eat it too, right? Just because it's fine tuned, why is it the reason that these principles hold could very well be an explanation that undercuts that very intuitive assumption.
Yeah, I think so. And I have a couple minutes before I gotta run, but what I would say is if I consider it in light of fine tuning, I think the core objection is okay, there's still even, maybe it doesn't make sense mathematically or axiomatically, but there's no reason a fundamental physics, a fundamental object in physics would needs to hold to the laws of fine tuning. And this is coming from someone who sort of I accept the Big Bang and stuff like that. I'm not totally left field. But it's difficult to understand where my understanding sticks to that, stays true to the physics, as well as stays true to how I might think about how I think about reality. I think becomes the more crucial, without being so solipsist or something. How I think about reality is ultimately what distinguishes these two things.
Fair enough. I don't know if Taylor's still there. Are you still there, Taylor?
Yep.
I was going to say there are definitely some really, really solid discussions by Phil Schmidt, Alex Malpass, and several other philosophers who discuss different approaches to causal finitism and Grim Reaper paradoxes. I can tag you with some of those videos of those discussions, and they do posit some potential explanations that can wiggle their way out of infinite regress. I thought you might be interested in taking a look at that.
Do you know them? Could you name any?
I couldn't get into like the complexity of those arguments. Absolutely not. They've written full like multi-page papers on some of these.
Who has? Who are you
They're
referencing?
Joe Schmid and Alex Malpass when it comes to responding to the Kalam cosmological argument and how there are ways to get out of infinite regress.
Kalam cosmological argument. You're gonna have to like break it down a little bit more for me.
Wait, you know what the Kalam is, right, Mord?
I don't know. I don't have smart brain.
No, you're good. So it's like one of William Lane Craig's most famous arguments that he adopted, where like anything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe begins to exist, therefore the universe has a cause, right? And obviously he support. Yeah. So basically they've obviously developed responses and criticisms to the way that he formulates that, and particularly the way that he supports I think it's the second premise. But yeah, I was just saying specifically for Taylor, I can tag her in some of those. She can kind of take a look and evaluate some of their arguments and how they go about that.
Can you just post it in the main chat and tag me too? Because I'd be interested as well. I've
absolutely.
So now that you mentioned it, I definitely know the argument because my dad gave me some books by William Lane Craig in high school as part of his like attempt to use apologetics to convert me to Christianity, which did not work. I don't think that's generally. I don't know that like people come to Christianity through apologetics often. It doesn't seem that way to me, but could be wrong. But that certainly didn't work for me.
This is like a philosophy. I just looked it up.
Sure.
Does he go into any math? Any math?
I think Alex Malpass touches on some of the mathematics. But again, don't quote me on that because I think there's like two discussions that the two that I'd watched, they're either like 45 to an hour long. And they do go pretty in depth. So, but I think they do link some of their papers. At least Joe Schmidt has published recently on causal finitism, and I think he's even worked alongside, what's his fucking name? He's a Christian apologist, and I forget. Josh Rasmussen.
Wait, I got to stop this citation train real quick because I just want to say one thing, and I got to run out, so I hate being rude, but I just want to mention the reason I'm not a fan of this causal finitism chain in academia or whatever is because, like causality has become such a spurious topic that to me, it's so hard to even introduce. It's so hard to introduce like a state of the universe where we see causes in the way that we typically or intuit a cause at least starting, and so right. to some extent I don't know that causal finitism or arguing from these infinite regressions like Taylor was mentioning earlier, I'm not gonna be authoritative on this because I haven't looked into Malpass enough, but like it still seems like it's cart before the horse to some extent.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's one of like the most niche. It's up there with like philosophy of time stuff, right? Like, yeah. Well, I guess they tie together pretty well, but yeah, I agree. It's super niche, and it's not something that many people are very aware of. It's, which I understand because again, the topics are fucking dense. So, but yeah, I just thought it'd be something to consider, and if she's interested, to see what their thoughts were from an academic philosophy perspective, but that was it.
So, on a more random note, Maxim, do you think 5G is the cause of the increase in MKUltra incidents?
I'm open to the possibility, man. I just watched the Danny Jones interview with that fella, who's pretty well versed in
5G, and I thought, you know, I thought he made a decent case. It's one of those things that's intriguing. I don't know. There's a lot left to be said about that, right? It's just a lot. It feels more like speculation than like solid proof, so to speak. Like, but I do think that those like the high burst like energy systems that the military has or like the microwave emitters, stuff like that. Like that stuff does freak me out, right? Like, because they do actually have an effect on the body where it like is essentially cooking the skin. So I'm like, I'm not the biggest fan of that, but
Sorry, one sec.
You're good.
So yeah, I'm just curious. Like, I mean, we don't exactly understand how thought and consciousness works, and I'm given that consciousness, I mean, presumably is some sort of like electromagnetic effect. I mean, it's possible there's some sort of interaction there in a way that I think, you know, I could at least see some like plausible physical, I don't know, like it would be far out there, but at least it's like in the same domain of physics, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm definitely become more open to it being that consciousness is just something fundamental to the universe. Like it's,
interesting.
Yeah, however that works out.
Well, I've definitely experienced like, I mean, I'll plead the fifth as to like how, but I've experienced things where it felt like there was like an expansive, like universal consciousness. You know what I mean? Like, I've literally like experienced that. So, you know, one could say that's just like a delusion of the brain, but it's interesting that there is like a lot of people that have experienced a similar thing. And in many senses, I would say that like the conception of a monotheistic God is similar to some of the conceptions of like karma and the universe in like Theravada Buddhism prior to like Mayan Haya Buddhism, or however you pronounce it, like introducing deities, which was kind of like, you know, influenced from traditional Asian beliefs prior to Buddhism. But it's interesting that like a lot of these forms of religion and spirituality have as one of their primary tenets the existence of some like all expansive, greater than human entity that's singular in some sense, but also plural in another sense.
Not everybody. But do you believe in a prime mover?
Do I believe in a prime mover?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think that there's some. I wouldn't consider myself atheist per se anymore, but I guess my problem. I have some problems with the idea of a personally interacting God. I don't see how God can respond to like individual prayers. Like one would think God sort of already has everything. He knows everything. He knows every possible future. Does he change the future in response to someone's request that he already knew existed? Like, I don't understand how that
No,
works.
bro, that's so B tier though, because even before you get into that room, like you're almost asking like these mystic interpretations of what God is versus like, you know, the small version of divinity or whatever, to exist in the world. And so like why do you even have like a prime cause if you can see what looks like causes or you know, these sort of like first motions around us in the first place? Like this is like a little more like the Catholic sort of tradition in you know, whatever.
Well, I guess I operate on faith to some extent, in that my belief is not like, that's why I don't think apologetics was ever successful in bringing me towards belief in God, because to me there are rational arguments for something like Christianity, for example, and my dad makes those often. But I think for most people, at least for myself, I would say that the experience of something that feels greater than material, to me, is evidence that such a thing exists. I can't prove that that is what it is. So that's what I would say. But I think Taylor, you're trying to get in as well.
Yeah, so do you like in terms of the creation of the universe, do you think it's always been here? Or do you think it like had a creation point? And if it did have a creation point, how do you think that happened?
For me, I have no
Mhm.
idea. I do
You
not.
don't know?
I don't know. I don't
Do you,
know the science really well, and I wouldn't pretend to have any knowledge of that. Any of those things could be possible in my view.
uh,
I don't know, and I don't
okay, and
know. Yeah, is the simple answer for me.
do you believe in any spiritual realm or higher like dimensions?
I don't know about like so in the sense that like um I'm sort of following Christian and Buddhist practice. Like I think yes. Um and but I don't know what sort of shape that takes. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think again though, like for me, it's like what have I experienced and felt, and that has sort of guided my spiritual understanding of the world. I kind of tend to think of spiritual and material as two different domains where different tool sets are more effective, right? Like
Do
I
you
don't
believe in
necessarily think
Buddhism?
That's so B tier again, bro. That's so B
Wait,
tier.
hold
How
on, dude. I'm
Just
trying to have an interaction with Mordwan.
hold on, she's trying to ask me some questions. Do I believe in Buddhism? I believe in Buddhism in the sense that karma is a reality of how the world works in many senses. When you interpret karma as basically causality, right?
Mhm.
So I think that's the sense that it's true. I don't believe in like Mahayana Buddhism. I think that like the original Theravada kind of Buddhism makes sense. Because you're not, to my mind, in like the original pure version of Buddhism, sort of the more narrow way rather than the wide raft, as the two kind of faiths call themselves. Like, there's no worship of an entity, right? There's no the sense that there's the way that faith works in Buddhism, I would say, is a little different because the idea of nirvana and samsara, I guess the main thing that I wouldn't 100% identify with is that I think even in the most basic and pure form of Buddhism, I think there's still a belief in reincarnation and extra lives, and to some extent, I think ideas of like hell and heaven as well, or like different planes of existence. And I don't have any reason to believe in that per se, but
Okay, so you don't know if you believe in God. You're like an agnostic?
no, I do believe in God. I just don't know. I'm not completely developed in my understanding of what that looks like, if that makes sense. I
Yeah,
do
but
believe
like if
there's.
I just like this is the problem I have with that is like if there was so much intentionality in the creation, like all this like design, assuming it was designed, then why would there not be a meaning behind it? You know, I just wouldn't get
Um,
that.
well, I don't necessarily think there isn't a meaning behind it. Like, I wouldn't identify with that statement, and I think I believe in God in a personal sense, right? Um, Having like the ability to then prove it to anyone else, I don't think I have that ability. But I would say I believe in like God and on the other side, like negative spirits as well.
Uh-huh.
And I've experienced both. And you could say that that's just like people might say that that's delusion if you're coming from a strictly scientific material um, view of the world. But I don't
Yeah.
think that that's true. I
No, you're
personally,
fine. Yeah,
yeah.
I agree. And like, I don't know, it's just like, why would God design it and then just leave it alone? Like, I'm just not going to touch it anymore. I
Well,
don't
I don't
know. I
think
just
God
can't
does
get behind
that.
that.
I think that there's, if we go off of like God as like a prime mover, I don't know, like I think God would potentially have this like entire plan for the world. It could almost be like a but it could also be that God, not everything is set in stone. God knows every possible future and every possible branch of reality. and intervenes to choose a particular branch that we go down. But all of them, in some sense, have existed or are possible to exist. And in that sense, God sort of steers the universe. My issue is really just that, like, the idea that God can would respond to like an individual prayer for things within that like network
Yeah.
of possible realities just doesn't seem and like if you go off of the Lord's Prayer in some sense, like I don't know, I'm not super Christian, but like in some sense Jesus says that in the Sermon on the Mount, right? And that rather than praying for something specific, right, we pray for our own actions to be guided and for the will of God to be done on earth, right? And I think
Yeah, well,
that's more so how it would work. Like I can't change the will of God. You know what I mean?
it does say present your request with Thanksgiving, but yeah, what else was I gonna mention? I don't know, but I do appreciate you sharing. I just think, oh yeah, I remember the verse I was gonna share was like, do you think that the one created eyes cannot see, or that the one that created ears can't hear? So like when people think they're not heard, like it's just kind of something to think about.
Sorry, what was that?
It mentions in Psalms, like, do you think the one that created eyes cannot see, and the one that created ears can't hear? That was funny.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's kind of like the in the Trinity, the Holy Spirit is like the all expansive God that we feel in the world, right? Um I don't really know if that's like accurate, but that's my understanding, right? And the Holy Spirit like creates visions of through the prophets to like guide humanity. Um so in that sense, yeah, I think that God can exist and sense and be in the world. And I think God could certainly steer reality whichever way God wanted to. Yeah, I don't necessarily see any reason to doubt that.
Mhm.
When it
Well,
comes
thank
to
you
like
for
that
sharing.
level of when it comes to that level of theology and stuff though, I guess I just tend to be a bit more agnostic in the sense that I think it's hard to know um without the ability to like actually get more knowledge, which I think is like the why from what my dad tells me, that's why like the prophecy of the Bible is particularly important to people that want to explain things in some sort of rational way. But
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing. Yeah, I've always
yeah,
kind of wondered what you thought about that, but yeah, appreciate that.
yeah, totally. Doc, did you want to tell me I'm B tier some more?
No,
You're
bro,
so
it's too
beauty.
mean. It's too mean. I personally struggle. I'm one of these guys that was raised Catholic, and so, like I never understood the grand unifying push for a lot of like, the sort of like theology, and so like even in my secular world, like, um, like to me, not to be too like Freudian or whatever it is, but like, I always feel like the thing that when I look at like an argument, like for some form of divinity or even explanations of the natural world, it's like, well, look, bro, I want baby steps. I'm not that smart. I'm like, I can sometimes appear smart, and I know, chat obviously could recognize that. But the reason I'm not that smart is because I do need those like incremental sort of like learning lessons. And so like if God or divinity is not like that, if there's not some like instantiation around me in terms of like mysticism, then I call that B tier. And like I say no offense so people don't get mad, but like no offense, that is B tier.
How old are you, bro?
I'm 35. I'm 35. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm an old guy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I just didn't know if you're one of the kids. I got you, man. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. So if I could play that back, my understanding is kind of that you would kind of see like if presumably if God exists in the way that the Catholic Church describes, you would have expected to see and to see more broadly in our society in general, like the interaction of God to like show us that things beyond the material exist. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, yeah, and like more so to me, like my own, I agree with that a lot. in the present moment. At that time, I would say things like, well, the virgin birth matters, or that like the Eucharist is literally Jesus's body. Like that kind of, I don't know, if I had a handle on why people believe something like that, like a virgin birth is possible. But I didn't think that was as relevant as like the social justice stuff. Even when I was like 14, 15, it was like, whatever. My mom takes me to go volunteer. Obviously, this is way more important. People screaming on a street corner, and like at that time, like who is it? Westboro Baptists. I think they're the little outsiders, a little outsidey poo there. But like I saw that stuff and was like, well, this is also not volunteering. Your time or your dollars for something. So, very different.
Totally. Yeah, no, I got you, man. I think that like charity and like the a lot of things that are said, like even if you weren't a believer in the fact that Christ, the idea of Christ being the Son of God, or born of a virgin, or any of those other more mystical elements, I think most people, even in the modern era, would agree that the teachings of Jesus are generally a good foundation of morality. There might be some modern disagreements with some aspects, but I think, the core principles of, something like Sermon on the Mount, which is why I think it's so, Christianity has had such impact, because it's easy for us to look at those now and say, okay, yeah, well, don't be mean to each other, this and that. That's kind of moral. But
no offense though, but where would someone go to find like a second or third or fourth layer of that though, right? Like I'm still stuck on my social justice, like where, like like isn't I didn't say lukewarm Christianity because I wasn't like a Bible thumper, which was the term that we used quite liberally back in the day. But like, where do you go to see if Jesus was literally correct? You can't go anywhere else. You have to stay there.
Well, you have to look at the biblical archaeology. But if God created man, then why wouldn't he be able to put a DNA strand in somebody that's already living? Like, I don't know. I just don't see the craziness. Like, if you already think God created humans, why wouldn't he be able to create a human in someone's womb?
Because I don't think God would have been petty like that, right? Like I went to a Catholic school. My biology teacher was really smart. My my math teacher, went to Harvard and was like, he was a PhD in mathematics at this little Catholic high school. So I didn't think I needed to be like, I didn't think it was like the most important thing for me at that time.
What would be petty about that?
I don't know. Some dude was in here yesterday arguing if like God could awaken Russell's teapot in outer space or something. So like it was, I mean, like it just leads to really bad thinking processes.
I don't get it. Okay.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Mirror, Taylor.
You, I think, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think there's like, okay, so the dude that discovered the Big Bang was a Catholic guy. He was the first dude that I think did the equations that showed expansion, like, oh, this could be the same thing as particles just existing.
Lemaitre, yeah, you're talking about Lemaitre, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of stretching back to the Big Bang and going into like, while doth protesteth too much, a little bit about like evolution and stuff. My perception, I don't know what I'm saying, to be completely honest. My perception was that, even something like evolution, as sort of a simple concept to accept or something was just, like, okay, that this is still Catholic.
Well, he was a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest.
Yeah, but it wasn't social justice though. That was my sort of main like Gnostic point, was that none of this stuff is social justice. It's just knowledge or information that civilization produced. So not that that big of a deal, you know. Like, you know, I think there's a strong grounds to sort of deny that, you know, at least the Catholic Church takes liberties that they shouldn't, because it's just information that's being produced.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah. Look, it's just somebody else's take on why we're here. That's all it is.
Yeah, I got
oh,
about
wait,
that. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
See you, Doug. Thanks for dropping in. SC, I have a challenge for you, though. You know, because there's that song that says he's got the whole world in his hands. And that's kind of like string, right? Between your fingers. So doesn't that mean string theory is real?
It's a song.
Well, according to the
Actually,
grandfather of string theory, we got to rewrite the whole thing. It's wrong. So, I mean, who am I to judge, right? You know Susskind?
No, tell me, SC. I love hearing you talk about string theory.
No, it's not me. It's one of the grandfathers. You can YouTube it. I'll try to find it and post it. He himself says that we got to redo it. We got to rethink this. Like, and he's one of the originators. You know, like Michikaku. Well, he's one of the big wigs in this string theory. You haven't heard of Susskind? Let me see if I can find the YouTube video.
I don't really follow like bigger more famous scientists too much these days. I used to a lot before, and like I'm a big fan of like Feynman and like, you know, that generation of scientists. But you know, I did used to be a fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson, less so now. But no, I don't really know much about cosmology or modern physics, to be honest.
Well, I think this guy's old enough to have been around the days of Feynman. This guy Susskind.
Most likely, yeah.
Wasn't
Anyways,
that long
my
ago.
whole point is,
I was at his last public appearance, in fact.
oh, there you go. So here, you can tell everybody about him.
Well, I saw him many times. He just lived down the road, and he used to come and talk to students. One of the fun things is he would come to universities, and his rule was that he would only he didn't give a talk. He just took questions. Questions could only come from students, and he would only answer them if the student made it clear that they knew enough about the topic, that their question wasn't just a, you know, tell me about the Big Bang kind of a thing. They wanted to ask something specific, and he would answer them. And it was always really fun.
So you are aware that he like kind of changed his mind about string theory? Have you been following?
I don't know about him in particular, but string theory has been falling out of fashion, that's for sure.
Yeah, to put it mildly, yeah.
What?
I'm gonna try
what
the
is
video,
your-
find the video on him. Sorry, go on.
Well, I wanted to get John's take on string theory as a physicist because I don't really know much about it. I never really put much stock into it. And like now I'm more so into experimental physics, but so I don't really know anything about it. I do know that maybe some useful like concepts or abstractions or tools have come out of it, but what is your view on it, John, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm not a string theorist, so I can only tell you, I probably know a little bit better. I mean, the whole idea, of course, you probably know, is that all particles just become different resonances of string-like structures in multi-dimensional space-time. And the only reason it caught on was because they found these kind of tantalizing little things where it kind of made sense. This resonance could be assigned to this particle, this resonance to this particle, and especially the idea was that people thought that it might actually also bring in the graviton. You might actually find something that did the graviton. But I think what's happened, first of all, there's like, I don't know how many, quadrillion possible string theories in different dimensions. There was no reason to pick one of them other than the fact that it worked. That's always kind of a clue that you're maybe just parameter fitting at some level. And then I think more recently, there's kind of more people are starting to think that maybe gravitation isn't unifiable with the other forces in the same kind of quantum sense. Maybe there's not such a thing as a graviton because it's just a different thing. Gravitation having to do with the stage on which the other forces take place. So Susskind's got these really fun ideas that I think have to do with maybe gravitation, maybe relativity is the same thing as quantum mechanics. It's just a different way. That's a really fun idea, but I don't know. And he's got some reasons to think that. But just like string theory, at least at the moment, it's incredibly speculative. There's no good
Right.
reason to think that.
Is it string theory or the string hypothesis?
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to call it string theory at some level, but of course, it never rose to the status of anything else because it never made a prediction that was testable at the energies that we have accessible to us right now. There was some idea that it might, and it just kind of continued not doing that. That's part of the reason I think it's fallen out of favor. I don't think it's gone. It'll stick around because, maybe sometime in the future there'll be a use for it, but it seems just kind of to be unproductive at the moment.
Well, John, you've just exposed a fatal flaw of string theory, though,
And
because
several, I think.
there's no independent variable, therefore it's pseudoscience. I'm sorry. You can't directly manipulate the strings, can you, John? So therefore,
I
pseudoscience.
can't. That's for sure.
No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for sharing. Yeah,
No.
that.
Yeah, I
that's kind
wasn't
of
much of
my
a share, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are
Anyway.
catching on. Yeah, that was pretty a good finish there.
Have you seen Susskind? Susskind has this really wonderful video. Maybe I can dig it up where he talks about kind of these ideas that relativity and quantum mechanics may in fact be the same thing, which is I think really cute, even though I think there's precious little evidence for it.
Well, how do you quantize space-time though? Like,
Well, that's the thing.
Isn't
Yeah,
general relativity intrinsically continuous in nature and can't be quantized?
Well, I think any quantum theory of gravity would probably, in some sense, involve using the Planck length to divide space-time into little cells, right? I don't
The
know if that's
idea
what
of loop
quantum loop gravity. I think it is, but I don't really know.
What, you don't know about loop quantum gravity, John?
I know, yeah, I know about it, but I don't know. And I think it is based on that idea, but that's about all I could say.
Yeah, there was an interesting one that I saw when I was doing research back when I was debating Shane and Alan a bunch. And it basically has they do a model of gravitation in GR with something they call the aether, which is a locally preferred frame that exists everywhere and is like preferred locally for its like local area of space-time. It was way above my head though as to what it actually meant.
Well, it sounds like just the fact that one of the main differences between GR and Newtonian is that inertial frames are free falling frames, and the most important thing is that they're local, right? So a free falling frame here can't be extended in a Euclidean fashion to a free falling frame somewhere else. That's why when we say the surface of the Earth is accelerating in an absolute sense at 9.8 meters per second squared upward, it doesn't mean that the Earth is getting bigger. It just means that inertial frames here are different from inertial frames on the other side of the Earth.
Interesting. So what you're saying is upward Earth is true, and you need to apologize to flat earthers.
Yeah.
I remember you talking to Jeremy about that for like what felt like days, and it was very because he was like, I don't, to be honest, I still don't understand how that works. Like the idea of like yeah, I don't understand GR.
Well, the thing is that it starts with, and I think this is the most compelling part of it, it starts with the fact that there are things called gravimeters, right? And a gravimeter measures the gravitational field strength, and all it's doing really is what it really is an accelerometer. It simply measures its own absolute acceleration. And so your phone has a gravimeter in it, and it will tell you directly that it is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. It doesn't know the difference between standing on the surface of the Earth and being in a rocket ship in intergalactic space, firing its rockets in such a way that it really is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, because the two things are the same. Being on the surface of the Earth is the same thing as being in that rocket ship.
Effectively. My brain hurt.
Yeah.
But I think I finally understand it. Like I was confused because of the direction of the acceleration, but I think now it sort of makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of that gravity always, we experience, right? We have this really strong experience of a downward force, but in fact, the only force acting on us is the floor pushing up on our feet. And you get rid of that force and you'll see that you don't feel anything. There's nothing to feel when you get rid of that force.
That's in layman's terms why they call it acceleration. The force is determined, or was described as an acceleration.
That's right. It's in relativity, the thing that we call a gravitate. It's not that there isn't a gravitational force in relativity. It's a tidal thing. But the thing that we all think of as a gravitational force is just an inertial force, like centrifugal, Coriolis, anything else. Any force that depends directly on inertial mass, like gravity, is an inertial force. That's
Is it the same
in
force as
relativity.
Darth Vader?
As what?
So
Darth Vader.
I
feel the force.
I'm really hopeful for the future as far as scientifically. If they can really figure out what gravity is, it will be a sea change in science, like, or in the humanity, like almost nothing else. Probably like the computer, the integrated circuit and all the rest of it. If they can actually figure that out, I mean, you know what Star Wars, right? It's just referred to by thingy. What's it? But if then you see all these things just floating, like the pod racers, they just sit there float. If they can figure out how to what gravity is, they can figure out how to overcome it without aeronautics being involved.
I've only got one thing to say to you.
Question,
Ben.
if I can.
Go on. Go on.
May the force be with you.
Yeah.
How do the
Schwartz be with you? Sorry.
How do the big as mine?
What? So someone said something. What?
Yeah, someone's trying to say something serious.
How the two local independent frames interact with each other? For example, let's take a cannonball being fired. It's fired out of one frame, but it's eventually going to end up in a different inertial frame. So how do those two interact, or do they not?
Yeah, so it's kind of important to distinguish. I mean, reference frames are just everything that exists is in every reference frame, right? So just because it's one thing to move and talk about usually when people say your reference frame, they mean the reference frame that is moving with you. But it's not to say that you're not in any other reference frame. We had the reference frame of the Earth, of the surface of the Earth. Everything is in that reference frame. Some things are moving, some things aren't. You can go into a reference frame attached to another thing, and then everything else will be moving, and that thing won't. So it's not about reference frames are just completely artificial. The only thing that's important is how things move relative to each other. That's the only thing that you can point to and actually has physical meaning. So when this is the thing I always argued with Jeremy about, right? You drop something to the ground. Is the thing moving to the ground, or is the ground moving up to it? Well, it doesn't matter. You can look at it either way. They come together. That's the important thing. They do collide, and that's the important thing. The physics is in the collision, not which one is moving. You can certainly say which one is accelerating, and it's the Earth that's accelerating. If you want to talk about absolute terms, it's the one that as an accelerometer will tell you, it's the surface of the Earth that's accelerating, not your phone. But if you don't like that, then just take the Newtonian idea and go ahead and say that the phone is accelerating, even though an accelerometer will tell you it isn't.
Would it be fair to say, in the cannonball example, that
Oh, you cut out for me. I don't know.
Yeah, you cut
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it cut out.
Maybe he's.
It's the Jesuits. They're cutting the stream. There's too much red pilling going on.
It's the goddamn ether.
So yeah, I have a question about reference frames. So if I'm sharing information between reference frames, so the example in the Galilean reference frame, I think I have that right, is I'm on a boat, and if I'm throwing a ball up in the air on the boat, and even if the boat's moving at a constant speed, I won't ever know. But then if I open a window and I can see somebody else's reference frame, even though, yeah, we're both in the same, I mean, they exist in my reference frame, but I couldn't see them before. And I can see all the docks moving, towards the back of the boat. Then does that have any effect on how the reference frame figures out, how the person in the reference frame perceives who's moving?
Well, when you see the docks moving backwards, you've already described the docks relative to your reference frame. You didn't see another reference frame. You just extended your reference frame by vision.
Right, but I know that docks generally don't move.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, if you really want to take the right perspective, the point is that docks don't move relative to the Earth, and we're so used to thinking of the Earth as not moving that we then we say things like, I'm going this fast. Oh, well, and you mean relative to the Earth, it goes without saying, right? But it doesn't really go without saying. You do have to understand that that's what you mean. And it's not that the Earth isn't moving, it's just that you're specifying your velocity relative to the Earth.
Wow, that's such a manipulation of the mind.
And the cannonball, when a cannonball is fired, when he said it leaves one reference frame and goes to another reference frame, well, no, you could always be in the reference frame of the cannon through the whole trajectory, or you could always be in the reference frame of the target through the whole trajectory. They're both true simultaneously.
Yeah, that's right. In the reference frame of the cannonball in relativity is an inertial reference frame. It's a reference frame in which there is no gravitational force. That's kind of the nature of, in an inertial reference frame, there is no gravitational force. So the astronauts in the ISS are in an inertial reference frame, relativistically speaking. And that's why there's no gravitational force, because gravitational force is an inertial force that arises when you're in an accelerating reference frame.
So the only reason that the cannonballs may not be in a true inertial frame because it's undergoing aerodynamic drag, but if it were a vacuum, the instant it leaves the barrel of the cannon, it's in free fall.
Yeah, that's right. The air resistance means it's not quite an inertial frame. You're exactly right. Yeah.
I try to keep up.
Interesting.
Newtonian physics has this kind of weird construct that that space is this absolute Euclidean entity, and that when something changes its velocity relative to that fixed Euclidean entity, then something has to make it change its velocity. So gravitation becomes a force in Newtonian because of that fact that things travel on parabolic trajectories, and therefore there has to be a force making them do that.
It's like this whole thing with mass attracting mass. Well, as a that's an observation. And, on the moon has gravitation. Things fall to it and land on it. And the moon's gravitation affects the tides. So the tides are attracted to it. The moon stays in orbit. So there's a net attraction of moon to earth, earth to moon. And then you can combine, it's like we see so much mass attracting mass. I don't know where they get off saying that that's cool story, bro.
Somebody explained to me that it was because they thought it was unfair that someone taking the globe position could use the simpler Newtonian position when it suited them, but not defend everything in relativity, which is what obviously you would have to defend now that relativity has come around.
Well, yeah, it's like, oh, black holes, dark energy, oh, gravitation, oh, all this spooky stuff, right? It's like, yeah, but the South Pole, doesn't exist. It's like, wait a minute. It's like the South Pole, the shape of the Earth and the motion of the Earth needs nothing about astrophysics.
I mean,
yeah, dark matter or no, it doesn't change the shape of the Earth.
Well, they just
and actually, no matter what astrophysics may come up to redefine gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, either refined, removed, replace, it doesn't matter. It's whatever they come up with will still solve for the 9.8 meters per second acceleration on a rotating Earth that's 8,000 miles in diameter and orbits the sun with 186,000 mile diameter or 186 million diameter. None of that will change no matter what astrophysics comes up with. It must also include the solar system.
Yeah, and the fact that we know for sure now that Newtonian gravity and dynamics are fundamentally wrong, right? They're based on a thing that is not true. They themselves are really good at making the calculations that we need, so good that we'll always use. There's absolutely no possibility that we won't always use Newtonian gravity and dynamics for solar system exploration and building bridges and everything else. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's fundamentally wrong. What matters is that it gives the right answers.
It's kind of like small angle approximation, right? If you're only dealing with like one or 2 degrees, you can really just deal with very simplistic maths and get the same answer as if you went through the full quadratics. So with Newtonian mechanics, as long as you're staying under the 5% of speed of light, you're not going to find the difference.
What do you guys think of the flat Earth theory?
Not even a theory. It's not even a hypothesis. It's undefensible.
That's what I'm saying.
So one thing I was asking the other day, as long as there's a little lull in the conversation, when I talk to Alan, people like him, I never quite because he's apparently flat Earth, even though I think it seems like he'd be satisfied with geocentrism. The weird thing is he goes through. So he I don't know if he purposely does this, but he'll take all of the 19th century attempts to understand light. He'll take Airy's failure, for instance, and Arago, and all these other things. He'll cast them as failures to detect the motion of the Earth, when that was not what they were. We already knew for sure that the Earth revolved around the sun. That's what aberration and parallax had shown. I mean, there's really no good way to understand those other than the Earth going around the sun. But then he'll simultaneously use Airy's failure to detect an additional aberration as some failure to detect motion of the Earth, even though it's tacked on to a thing that itself does. So I just don't understand how Allen and his ilk explain away aberration and parallax. That's the first thing you have to do. 19th century physicists already knew that the Earth did move, changed its motion in particular. That's the important thing. They were just trying to find that the motion, its motion relative to the ether, and failed to find that. So I just don't understand how they deal with parallax and aberration. Anybody have an idea?
Yeah, just like Michelson Morley, the motion of the Earth was integral to the to their measurements and observations. That was if the Earth was not moving, then they would have done a different experiment. I mean, so yeah, it's like they pulled out, measurement devices incorporating the motion of the Earth, and the ether was not visible. The motion of the Earth was not visible in the alleged ether. It's the ether that went away, and I don't know why they turn that around upside down, and why they'll be going back to, oh, so and so said in 1870. Well, that was pre-electronics. That was just using very simple optical measurements. But if I plot a theodolite, you can't use optical measurements.
Can you refresh me and tell me what measurement instruments they were using?
For what? For
what you would, yeah,
the Michelson interferometer. Well, in Michelson's case, Michelson Morley used the Michelson interferometer, and Michelson won a Nobel Prize for the interferometer.
I did a whole series of presentations. I'll put the link to the first one, and you can follow them all if you care, on stellar aberration, motivated by Allen's introducing me, or somebody introducing me to Airy's failure. I did a deep dive into that. And it all started really with Bradley looking for stellar parallax, right? Bradley, in the wake of Newton, people were pretty sure that the Earth revolved around the sun. It was such a simple explanation. It seemed to cement the Copernican idea. And so there should be parallax, should be able to see the stars wagging back and forth once per year, depending on how far away they were. And so Bradley was looking for that, and he saw a signature that looked a lot like parallax, except that it was 90 degrees out of phase with what parallax would look like. And he finally realized that it wasn't parallax he was seeing. It was aberration, the effect of the motion of the Earth on the apparent direction from which the light comes from the star. So when you move toward a star, it kind of moves downward, apparently toward the horizon, just because you're, when you would just draw your pic, like going through the rain, running through the rain, you have to tilt your umbrella forward. The rain looks like it's coming from, closer to the direction that you're moving. That was the explanation that lasted for a long time. And then in the 1800s, parallax was finally seen. Bradley didn't see parallax because it just turned out the stars were much further away than he realized. And it wasn't until the 1800s that we had sensitive enough instruments to detect the parallax. So now we have parallax and aberration doing exactly what you'd expect. Aberration affects all stars in a given region of the sky. Parallax affects only those stars that are close, and you can tell how far away they are from how much parallax and all of that stuff. So those were kind of the initial things. And then there was the question of what's the nature of light? Is it particulate or is it a wave? And Newton thought it was corpuscles. He thought it was particles. That was the prevailing view until the early 1800s, when Fresnel kind of started to move people toward the wave theory. It's really an interesting story of 18th and 19th century attempts to deal with light, understand light, and understand astronomical observations. I'll put a link in the chat if anybody cares to start my 5-part series.
Yeah, thank you for calling it a story yourself, sir.
Does it start with once upon a time?
I didn't catch it. That was a question for me. I didn't catch it.
No, I was just thanking you for calling it a story. Thank you.
No, and I wasn't talking to you. Somebody asked a question, I thought, after, but maybe I misunderstood it too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe you thought it was a question, but it was not. I was just thanking you.
I think someone said, does it start with once upon a time?
So, what do you guys subscribe to? Newtonian physics, or agree with that?
Sure.
Sigma.
I mean, I don't see the most or a lot of people in this conference, these conversations, see this great necessity to say one's right and one's wrong. Newtonian versus Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah.
But either it's a distinction without a difference, or you're talking about like 9 places after the decimal point or something where they would disagree in things that we would perceive in our daily life.
What are the chances that both are wrong, Newtonian and Einstein?
Well, do you count incomplete as wrong?
Like not finished?
Yeah.
I wouldn't count it as wrong more than just like missing some key details.
So everyone thinks relativity is incomplete.
Yep.
There's not a quantum theory of gravity, which people expect to be a key part of whatever gravitic understanding we have next.
Yeah.
And I think it's conceivable that there may never be a quote quantum theory of gravity, but it's very clear that our understanding of gravity is not complete.
Right. So, but in terms of being wrong, if you mean like it could suddenly turn out to be electric universe or ether, I don't see any. I mean, I don't know that there's any evidence of that.
All right.
According to the current, I guess, popular belief, is that, from what I've been reading, is that it's not compatible. There'll never be quantized gravity. It's just not compatible at that level, at that scale.
Yeah.
Well, that's not to say that there will never be, but it is the case that right now there seems to be, and and maybe I would even say that there seems to be seems very strongly to be an incompatibility between the two. I think Susskind would say something different. He wouldn't so much say that they're incompatible, but that we don't quite understand how they both work together or something. But it's certainly true that they are incompatible, like at the center of a black hole, things
Yeah,
like that.
those
At
are
the
the
beginning of
terms.
time.
Yeah, those are the terms they use, like incomplete instead of wrong. You know, yeah, they try to get like make it more palatable, shall we say?
Well, if so, first off, where it matches the observations, which is very, 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 very many places, you can't say that it's wrong. Where it doesn't, which is in the cosmological realm, which is about the realm we probably know the least about scientifically, that we're still building tools to explore it, to get what information we can. When it doesn't match those, it might be wrong, or there might be something that's exerting gravitic force that we don't detect with our tools. So, I mean, you can say that that means it's definitely wrong, but I don't. I'm not sure, other than wanting to say that, how you would defend that.
Well, the thing is definitely wrong. Now you can put extra mass there to make it right, but there's no question that it's wrong.
What if there's a mass that we can't detect with our telescopes?
Yeah, of course you can do the what ifs.
Well, that's what the observation seems to be. It doesn't seem that we're wrong about how gravity works at large scales, because that's not what the data looks like. The data looks like that in some cases, not in all, but in some cases, there is mass that we are not detecting.
Well, I think that, to really put it, I mean, the truth at the fundamental level, the observation is we think we can figure out how much mass a galaxy has from how much light we see, how many stars there must be, how much mass that would represent. And we know for sure that using relativity or Newtonian mechanics, that's not enough mass to make the galaxy rotate as fast as it does out at the extreme, to keep the galaxy together rotating as fast as it is. So something's wrong, right? Is it gravity that's wrong? Or do we have the wrong amount of mass? Is there mass we can't see? There's all sorts of possibilities, but there's a fundamental conflict between how much mass we think is there and how fast that galaxy is rotating.
And,
Now
and
that's
some,
an honest
some
statement.
galaxies
Yeah.
are bang on target. Like they look like we would expect for the speed they're rotating. So whatever it is, it's not distributed evenly. And whatever is the effect is, it's not distributed evenly. And there's plenty of cases where what we see comports to the theory. So,
yeah, thank you. You mentioned telescopes. Are there any other probes that they're utilizing at the moment? Satellites?
There's different. Yeah, there are
Well,
satellite telescopes for sure.
yeah,
Yes.
but these are galaxies, right? I mean, we're it's going to be a very, very long time before we use anything but telescopes to understand galaxy.
Right.
Webb telescope.
Would you
So they're not
comparing
doing any
the
probes
distant?
Oh, go ahead.
Go on, Eden. It's all you.
Oh, thank you. It was just a question. So I know we use telescopes in space, but are they using any other sort of tools to scan the sky other than optically?
Well, yes, gamma ray observatories. I mean, we look at all forms of electromagnetic radiation, basically radio waves, visible light,
Gravity waves from LIGO.
and gravity waves. That's right. That's true. That's right. Electromagnetic and gravitational radiation. That's right. But all those things are kind of referred to as telescopes in some sense, right? We're observing radiation from them. We can't go there and examine them.
We'll call them telescope curious.
But
Telescope
locally,
adjacent.
There you go.
So are all the observations from this made from the ground, or also space-based telescopes?
Both. Like JWST is in space, and there are several, that are in space. I think Gaia is in space.
Oh, over the decades, there's been dozens of spaceborne telescopes in in different spectra and in different portions of the sky, trying to glean different things. Trying to look at the CMB, trying to look at the distribution and locate fiducial location of things, as well as their composition of things. Yeah, many spaceborne telescopes. And many Earthborne telescopes, and yeah, they have different the Earthborne ones have different limitations, but then they have they're looking at different aspects. So yeah, there's lots of observation going on, and yeah, it all involves the sensing of some part of the electromagnetic spectrum and gravitation.
I had the opportunity to visit the Homestead Neutron telescope, and that's a telescope that's at the bottom of an abandoned gold mine.
Yeah, there's several of those neutrino detectors around. That's like the newest thing, like the one down in Antarctica, and then Japan is building a huge one, and there's a couple others, because they're massive. They're massive tanks of ultra pure water and all kinds of exotic detectors, trying to, see where they can come up, find that the transit. Was it hydrogen to radium or radon or something?
I have a question. I just looked up the Wikipedia page for space telescopes. I stopped counting at 60.
I have a
There are
question.
More than 60.
I have a question.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I have a question.
Okay.
Go.
Can I pose my question?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Apparently, I was watching news. I know I should be ashamed to admit that, but I was watching news, and they said that a telescope in space. I can't remember which one it was. I did know it, but I can't remember now because it's just completely past me. But they found a new planet, so it's most probably the most recent new planet found, and apparently that's from Earth. It's 127 light years away. So I just wanted to ask one of you guys if you knew what telescope it was, and can a telescope really see 140? I think it was 147 or 127 light years away.
So they're not
That's the
looking
question.
at the planet. They're not imaging the planet. What they do is various things. They can look for wobble, physical wobble in the star. They look for Doppler shifts showing a wobble in the star. They can look for if the planet passes between us and the star will dim a little bit, and they'll see basically the eclipse, the partial eclipse when the planet passes in front of the star. Several techniques that are used, but 127 light years is a nearby star, so that's what you would expect.
Could you tell me what planet they found or what star that was?
Oh, they've found thousands of planets at this point.
It's the most recent one. It was
don't know.
announced. It was announced. It's the most recent. It's the newest star or planet ever found.
Yeah,
it was about 2 weeks ago. It was announced on the news. Because NASA's got this funny thing of it's like this radio, this news station has a feed for NASA. I know every week they announce something from NASA. It's amazing.
No. NASA releases press. They do press releases.
Well, I'm telling
they do
you,
press releases.
Right,
so they say, "Hey, we found this is interesting. Look at this. Take a look at this, guys." And the news report. Sometimes the news will report it. Sometimes they won't really cover it. It's not that big, and sometimes it seems big. Okay, let's show this news report that NASA just put out.
They're getting it every week.
Is this maybe Gliese 12b? I'm just seeing something. I mean, I remember that when they found this, it's an Earth-sized planet orbiting a red dwarf. Most of these planets that they discover are orbiting red dwarfs. Oh, I shouldn't say planets. Most of the planets that they think might actually be habitable are orbiting red dwarfs for reasons.
What red dwarfs?
Yeah.
Well,
red dwarfs are small, cool stars. They're small, cool stars.
Slitsy brought some information about finding a planet. Did you just read the headline, or did you read the whole article?
No, it was on the news. I don't know if you know what the news is like in the UK, but it's a program and it comes on and they say they announce it.
Right.
On the telly.
And then they have a stargazer, someone like associated with NASA or a NASA representative, and he's sort of like he's on at a desk and talking about this star. It's amazing.
Is this the first time you've seen the news? It just seems like it's novel.
I'll tell you what news it was.
This guy reads it and he's got a tie.
If you watch GB News, it's on every week.
It's just like this is new.
Oh yeah,
this is a novel
NASA
concept.
Representative from NASA, or
I'm just being funny, man.
Space geezer. And
So this is the planet. It's K218b. K218b is the one he's talking about. 124 light years away.
Did they use an airplane telescope?
Let's see. What are they? I doubt it.
They like to exaggerate.
Almost surely.
Telescopes on
it is JWST. It was found by JWST.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty close, isn't it?
That's pretty close. I mean, they find them closer than that, but that's a pretty close. They'll only find them around pretty close stars.
How far is 124 light years?
It's that
just
far.
so I can get my head. Huh?
Well, so the nearest stars. The nearest stars are about 4.
Though, can you? So it's got to be.
The stars are 4 light years away. So this is what 30 times further away than the nearest stars.
And JWST directly imaged a couple planets at 12 light years away.
What was the apparatus?
Yeah, was it on an airplane?
Web.
Space
telescope.
Telescope did they use?
Webb telescope.
If you were going to make some observations, would you rather do it from the ground or from?
They said it was a telescope
from space. That's why there are so many. That's why there are so many, because it's much better outside the atmosphere. Yeah. And then one of the biggest problems that's coming up is the amount of satellites in orbit. There's now getting to the point, particularly with multi-million-pound space. Particularly with space extending so many, is you've got light pollution with satellites passing in front of telescope observations. So it's much better to do it from space, even more so now.
Webb is nice because it's at L1, L2. I think it's at L2, so it's 1 million miles from Earth. It doesn't have any trouble with all the lower orbiting. So L2 is a place. Yeah, that's a place that's on the other side of the Earth from the sun. And it happens to be, just because of the gravity of Earth and the sun, it has a little extra gravitational force so that it can orbit the sun once a year, just like the Earth does, which really means that it stays exactly where it is relative to the Earth. It's always 1 million miles on the other side of the Earth from the sun. And that's nice.
How many Lagrange points are there? There are 3, right?
There's 5.
5, okay.
We have L2 in England. It's like in Liverpool. It's like Everton.
But you have radio telescopes as well. So in the UK, the one would be Jodrell Bank. And then the other one's Goon Hilly. Both of which are I think they're both still working now. They're ancient though. But those are radio telescopes.
Someone told me even the telescopes from the 1800 were just as good as the ones now. Is that true?
No.
Nope.
Germany's making
not even close.
But
not even by a magnitude.
The experiments in the 1800s, they had just as good. There's not much change. It's just that we can launch one into outer space.
Well, I think
we have bigger and sharper telescopes by far than we did in the 1800s.
Do you think they'd be pretty scared to put a telescope in space, thinking it might get hit by a rock or something?
I mean, if you were to fly up to about 150 miles up and drop a rock, and then you have your friend in a boat in the Indian Ocean, and you fly over the Indian Ocean, drop a rock. What are the odds of you hitting your friend? Now multiply that by 1,000, and that's what you get. How the odds of being hit by something in orbit.
Yeah, but they say there was a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago, there was a meteor shower. What's that all about?
Oh God. And to be clear, JWST did get hit by a very small, tiny little pebble-sized rock. It hit one of its mirrors within like the first month of deployment.
So right, let's do the maths on that. So what's this telescope traveling at, or is it geodetic, or is it stationary?
Stationary with respect to the Earth.
Real quick, Invincible, you're leaking your hot mic a little bit, Invincible.
So what do you reckon that pebble was traveling? It's got to be more than 17,500 miles an hour.
Doesn't have to be.
Well, it travels about 30,000 miles per hour around
So
the
you
sun.
imagine the impact that little you could shoot a pea. Imagine the impact of 30,000
yeah,
miles
exactly.
an hour.
Yes, that's true. But some things are not moving that quickly in relation to the other things. They are moving quickly, but think about it. Think about it.
Oh, they are.
If you have a throw a stone at someone and they're running away from you, the stone might hit your friend, right? You throw a stone at him while he's running away.
He's not running away at 30,000 miles an hour, though.
It will hit his back, but it won't be very, it won't hurt him very much. But if he's running towards you, it will hurt him a lot more when you throw the stone at him, right? So if you've got two things and they're both moving in a similar sort of direction, they're not going to be relative to each other. They're not going to be, the impact isn't going to be as great because they're not moving, the disparate speeds aren't going to be as great.
Well, we need to find out. We need to get the numbers on this and do the calculation to see what the impact of that hitting it.
Very simple, very simple. Does the Webb telescope still operate? If that's true, if that is so, then it wasn't it wasn't moving very quickly in relation to the telescope.
Oh, it might just be a little bit of a made-up story. They might have just been getting a drama.
For what purpose?
No, it's just drama. Well, we ain't heard nothing from the Webb station. Let's make something up. It's like EastEnders.
You were saying it's for drama, but you've never heard of it.
It's very difficult.
Just now. What drama did they announce it on the news? Did you hear about it on the news? Then what drama are they trying to create if they didn't announce it on the news and everyone knows about it?
Because
think these things through, man. Come on.
No,
drama.
Come on, I don't think you can't detect something 124 light years away. That's just insane.
It's insane. What is the limit then? Just give us a number. What the limit is? 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. At what point does it become impossible?
When I hear stories, it's pretty when I'm listening to your stories, I'm thinking like, my God,
Yes, these things are really happening.
I don't know. You just believe everything you get fed.
Well, compared to this, with just disbelieving everything you
no, I don't disbelieve everything because I want to be in it. So like, I sometimes try to understand that, there's always something, regardless of what. There's always something which,
exploration observations are always going on.
With your own experience, but you should do. It's like
most of the
there's
time,
always something what makes me think.
Most of the time, people aren't paying attention to it. On the odd occasion that something, this is interesting, NASA puts out a press release. They put out a lot of press releases. But if they put out a press release saying, we landed this thing and it didn't smash into 1,000 pieces, that's not that newsworthy, some rock or something like that. And sometimes it is, like when they collected samples, the Japanese, no, it wasn't, it was the Hayabusa, what was it called? They collected the sample and brought it back to Earth. That's newsworthy. That's a big deal. So sometimes they do that. And there's always stuff going on because there's a lot of space agencies. So yes, but to say it's all a story and they want drama.
I sense he's going to put a telescope up soon, isn't it?
Well, What? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out what would be the reason to just make up stories like that. Just cause,
Because they're taking
just for the
fucking
fun. They're
lots of
bored.
money off people. They're
You
taking a
already
lot
have
of
your money.
Huh?
The government already can.
Try to
You
steal the
realize that the government already controls all your money, right?
Yeah,
They
but
already have all your money.
it don't right. Your government taxes you to death. Yeah. Then they give these
Right.
agencies money,
Yeah.
and these agencies they don't
Yeah.
get money for nothing. You have to give
And just
give
for
me
free?
something. So it's like quid pro quo. I'm going to give you
Ah,
something, and you're
I
going to
got
give me
this in the
something
song.
back. Otherwise, you don't get no more somethings if I don't get that something back. You know, if you
Yeah,
can't,
that's called discovery. That's called human inquisitiveness and ingenuity and discovery. What we're getting back is information that helps us
but they
understand
don't.
things.
All they do is give like these fantasy figures in you know like 127. They might as well said, do you know what? We've seen a planet. I don't know where the fuck it is. It's fucking doing something. We don't know what it's doing, but it's there. They might as well said that. With the numbers they've given
just-
you, is
What?
basically
Have you-
what they've said.
Have you ever used Velcro?
Have I used Velcro?
Or GPS? GPS is a good one.
Not since
What
I
about
asked went to that message
the
party.
anti-reflective coating on eyeglasses? You ever known somebody who used that?
No, I don't use eyeglasses, so I wouldn't have a Danny.
Have you ever ate French fries?
All of these things are directly developed by NASA. Just so
Hold
you know.
on. Have you went to McDonald's and ordered a Big Mac and fries?
Sometimes it hurts.
Yeah.
Be honest.
Well, that was kind of a late. Come on, that was out of the field question there. Come on.
Sometimes.
Oh, look, I get back
No,
on top.
there was a claim that they don't give anything back. So I was showing everyday products that were developed at NASA.
What like? Tell me. Give me one.
The point
Velcro.
of okay, here's the thing. The point of exploration like that is we don't know what we're going to find. There could be a situation where we could find that, for example, creating certain medicines in zero G or creating certain medicines and certain compounds is only possible in zero G. So with enough research and with enough time, we could find out that is the case. In fact, I think that is the case right now, where certain things can only be produced in zero G.
I've got one for you. NASA.
Did you hear what
in
I
the
just
day.
said?
Yeah, I did. But
Okay, all right.
I'm now
Can you
gonna-
acknowledge
I'm
what I
gonna-
just said? That there is things that are useful. It's not just we found this
I get it.
dot in the
And
sky.
I do remember NASA.
Okay.
I do remember NASA putting in one of their little pamphlets about they had this magical, like it was a potion which cured everything, and especially like, if you've been to space and you had like space sickness, it washed it all away. And I looked at
All
it.
this is just magical.
No. But listen,
No, it's just
to listen
yeah.
to what it was. It was
Okay.
actually chlorine dioxide, and they were trying to, like put it in a way that it was this special. And I swear to God, I kid you not. If you're like one of these NASA freaks, you could go out and find this. And if you read everything into it, it's clearly chlorine dioxide. So,
all right.
Talking about medicine.
But so that's an
I'm
example.
pretty sure if you drank bleach, you'd know it that you drank bleach.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that the act
It's
of
not bleach,
exploration.
is it? It's not bleach.
No,
The-
chlorine dioxide is bleach.
Huh?
Chlorine dioxide is bleach.
No, it isn't. That's where you're
No, like
absolutely wrong.
Google the
I don't need to
compound, it's
Google
just
anything.
bleach.
I know it's 100% you're wrong.
Okay, do you want a link?
No, I don't want a link. I think you.
Oh,
I
alright.
think you are mistaken. I know about chlorine dioxide, so you can't tell me. Oh, it's
Are you talking about
bleach,
chlorine?
It's bleach.
Yeah, chlorine.
something else?
Yeah, chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide. It hasn't even got the chemical, listing for it to be a bleach.
You
Just
can
because it
check
says
that. You can Google
chlorine.
the compound and see that it's used as a bleach.
You Google it. If you want to Google
Yeah, I just
something,
did.
you Google it.
Yeah, I just did.
It's magic.
So what?
It is commonly
now-
used as a bleach.
Oh, you're mad. I tell you where it's used in
I'm-
hospitals. It's used in hospitals.
Okay, I'm gonna post a link. Get ready to
I
read.
don't care about your link. Hospitals, every hospital in the UK uses it. I would imagine in America as well. If someone cuts themselves in a hospital, they'll get a little bottle of chlorine dioxide and spray it on their finger. Why would they spray bleach on their finger? You can Google that one.
Are you talking about hydrogen peroxide?
No.
Yeah, maybe that one.
No,
Hold on. I've worked in a lot of hospitals.
What the fuck are you talking about, guys?
This is what you fucking. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm being serious. It's used in hospitals.
Are you?
So don't say it.
Like
And
hydrogen peroxide. Okay.
kills everything.
Like, do you
Not
think
chlorine
that
dioxide.
people are spraying? Do you think people are spraying open wounds with bleach? You're fucking insane.
You don't know fuck all.
Man,
I swear to
look
God, if
in
you
the
cut yourself in a
omnipresence
hospital,
text chat.
they will spray chlorine dioxide on the cut, 100%. And if you think I'm lying,
Yeah, for a cut, you would use hydrogen peroxide.
what do you want me to do?
I
Do you
worked
want
in
me
half
to?
a dozen
I get you a
hospitals.
testimony from a nurse who
I
works in
don't give a
hospital
fuck
to
about
tell
the
you that.
testimony. I give, like, I actually
But
care
you want
what's
to
written
Google
about
it?
the
I'll give
chemical.
you the testimony from a nurse who will tell you that.
Okay, hearsay, great. Too bad I
Hearsay.
have science.
What do you want me to do? I make a recording now. I can
I was a
get her to record it if you want. It's not
Oh,
a
look,
lie.
yeah, look, we have a
It's not a lie.
paramedic here. Now listen to him instead of a nurse.
No.
Right. I was a paramedic. I worked at multiple hospitals, both
Oh
civilian and
yeah, I
military.
bet you were.
Yeah, I bet your
Yeah.
nurse was a nurse. Like, what the fuck is that
Yeah.
argument?
Yeah.
What even is that argument?
Okay.
Do they use water?
No.
Or do
You
they
went to
use
the moon as well. I remember.
No.
I saw you on the moon. I see you. I see you wobbling on the moon.
You
I
okay?
googled it. That's how I know.
I don't know. You
I
may
googled
not
it.
be.
Googled
You might not be okay.
I googled it. That's how I
Hey,
know. it was
Schlitsky,
on the moon.
don't ever change. Please don't ever change.
I've never. Do you know what? Because I know
No.
about chlorine dioxide. It's a bleach.
Yeah, you didn't know that it's used as a bleach, so you clearly do
You're
not know.
absolutely mental.
So the
Read
rockets.
read what the chemical is used as.
Use
Use your
ass.
goggly eyes and read what the chemical is used for.
Why are you bringing ass into it? If you want some ass, you have to go on to
Ice.
application or something. Not maybe this Discord.
Man,
That's mental.
ice.
You said
You
ass.
read with your
I want
ass
some
or
ass.
eyes.
You said I want
glorious.
some ass.
I'm crying here. This is-
Well, anyway, let's forget about that.
Thank you,
So
Schlitsky.
you went on.
If
You
this
went on to
isn't
Google.
if this is an act,
Went on to Google.
I
Of all
applaud you, sir.
places, the plethora of truth. Google. I went on to Google. I saw it on Google. It's 100% real.
It's got to be a performance,
Yeah,
right?
sorry, let me walk up to my
This is
library and
performative.
ask them if they know what chlorine
Performative it
dioxide
is.
is. Give me like 5 hours or so and I can get back with the answer instead of using Google.
It does feel
Is that
performative.
better?
And crazy people get crazy ideas. Google. Before you go out the front door? Do you go on Google just to find out what's going to
Yes.
happen?
I go on Google and check the weather so I know whether or
Yeah.
not I'm going to get wet.
Yep, check the maps. I do that.
Yeah.
I'm
check
Apple.
the weather. It's
Apple,
never
maps.
correct.
What's the traffic like right now?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like in your face, most probably.
What even is that answer? Like, if someone asks you what's the weather, are you gonna say 2 hours?
What's the weather like? I know what's the weather. I don't even have to look on Google to know what the
You
weather's
have a
like.
weather. You have a
It's going
weather
to be
rocket.
shit. It's going to be shit.
It's gonna be shit.
What's the weather? Anyone seen the weather rock, or is that just old news?
My knee is cracking. It's gonna be raining.
Oh my god! Don't look up.
Did you say weather rock?
Yes.
Yes,
You
I
got
know
a
the
weather
weather.
rock.
Yeah.
You have a weather rock. What
The
does
best
it do?
one. The best one is if you can't see the rock, it's foggy. That one.
No.
If it's wet, that means it's raining.
There you go. It's wet.
No,
It's
someone
raining.
throws it through your window.
That's great.
It's thunder.
If the rock
best
is
weather rock.
missing, run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're confused with chlorine dioxide as a bleach, because I think that was what was his name? Fucking Donald Trump was just telling people that's when the people were drinking bleach. Funny.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
Fire.
Please
Funny
no.
heart.
Please no. Let's stay on topic. What was the topic?
I don't even remember.
It was space
I had
telescopes.
I had somebody tell me the other day that if you drink a cap of bleach, that you'll actually pass your drug test. I just don't know how that works.
No, I think it'll just pass.
So
it was the same people who say what you need to do is get a pair of binoculars and stare directly at the sun for at least an hour, and then you'll see the truth.
In an attempt to change the subject, how do you know the information you're consuming is true?
Well, that is the right question. Agent Spooner.
You just go on Google.
Detective Spooner.
Look, the guy just went on Google. He found it on Google. Bingo. I know everything there is to know about it. He's a fucking
Who asked
expert.
that question?
Don't know, Professor.
Because that is the right question.
Exactly. We all can agree that everything I find on Google is not true. So how do you go about double checking the information you're choosing to consume is the truth?
That's the best part. He doesn't.
Well, the question is, if it's important to you, or if it affects you, or affects things that you care about, then you'll double check the sources. You'll double check the information.
Right, that goes both ways for both sides.
If you have first-hand knowledge, that's the best way of doing it.
So listen to
the next
this.
best way is second-hand knowledge, and then every degree of separation gets progressively worse.
So when you was all starting to do your research about globalism, you all went onto the internet and started reading stuff and going, I love it. This is great. Give me more.
Schlitzky, globalism doesn't mean what you think it means.
Well, there's a globalism. You can globalize.
Globalism is.
Globalized.
No, that globalism means that something's widespread. The thing you mean would
No,
that's not what it means.
Globalism. I've put it in my own dictionary. You can Google it. I swear on my bread knife. I swear on my death leg.
Swear on your left leg.
May some god strike me down if I'm lying.
Don't swear, there's a lady present. So, how do you check? Yeah, it's a good question. Let's discuss. How do you check if the information is correct? First-hand information, right, and then second-hand information, and then.
Even first-hand information, I would say, is subject to question. I personally have gone to a magician and been fooled by a trick, so I can't trust what I see necessarily, right?
It's true, but did you not know that he was a magician? And did you not pay to be fooled?
And if you are the magician,
you know he's not
everything.
performing magic. He's just sleight of hand, fooling you in the moment.
You can just say, "Oh, this guy's a magician." If you go and pay, I mean, this is something that who is that duo that's been in Las Vegas forever? The one the guy doesn't talk.
Penn and Teller.
Thank you.
Penn and
Good
Teller.
grief. So Penn and Teller. So Penn Jillette, he said that you go knowing that you're going to be lied to. You go deliberately to be lied to, and it's part of the comedy. And the thing is, you don't know how it's done, but you go knowing that it's all a lie. But what you don't want to do then is just assume that everyone that presents information to you is lying or it's a magician's trick.
I heard him
because
talking once.
That's cynicism the opposite way. You can't be too gullible, but you also can't be too cynical. There's balance.
You know, he's not really like a mute.
I know he's not. He talks. He appeared on The Big Bang Theory. He was in an episode of The Big Bang Theory. I think he plays Amy's dad in Big Bang Theory, and he talks on that. Right?
I saw it on Google, so I might be wrong.
Yeah, he's not really mute. It's part of a shtick. And Penn Jillette's got a big mouth. He can speak for both of them. His mouth is big enough.
So I went over this a little bit earlier about discernment and about how I go and look at a person or whatever it is, and I get a good read from them. I always use that little simple formula. Does he have a nice face? And has he got a dog in the race? Well, the does he have a nice face bit is quite a subtle thing. Because, as I said earlier, who you are promulges out. In other words, if I was going to see someone, if I was looking for nutritional information, and one person was £300, and the other person looked like a Greek god, well, who am I going to take that information from? Right? Yep. It's just quite obvious, isn't it?
Well, it is when it's physical things like that. Well, what about more esoteric things? How do you know things that you can't necessarily put your finger on? For example, most of us can't put our finger on a jumbo jet, but we all know jumbo jets work, and most of us have been on a jet. We can say jets work, but I can't put my finger on them. So how do we know?
You can put your finger on Mary Quinton. She said it.
That first thing that I mentioned does work because the truth is a walk. It's not just a talk, it's a walk, right? Now, if you're talking about like jets as in, if you're talking like NASA, for instance, should I trust NASA? Well, they're going over $60 million a day. They have plethora. They have so many reasons to lie, right?
Incentive, motivation.
Yeah, they are not just financial.
Okay. So let's take these one at a time. Boeing makes 10 times that amount of money. So Boeing has 10 times as much reason to lie that jet airplanes exist.
Yeah, but that's not as consequential as the shape of the Earth and seeing it from space. None of us have seen it from space. Will you ever see it from space in your life?
Probably.
If you have enough money, yes.
Well,
there's some people that have. Richard
as well, right?
There's a guy that has a company. There's a guy who has a company and he creates video games. He lives in Texas. His name's Richard Garriott. He paid his way to go aboard the International Space Station.
But is just seeing it with your eyeballs? Is just seeing with your eyeballs? Is that the only method possible to know the shape of the Earth? All other methods are just some other supposition. But if I have to see it with my eyeballs,
first-hand experience. Otherwise, it's second-hand experience.
Right. So you get second-hand. So the next best thing is second-hand experience, right? So get that.
I have first-hand experience of the coin disappearing. Does that mean magic is real and that guy really vanished the coin?
No. Knowledge. But it is a brute fact. None of us have seen it from far enough away in space.
And I give that a who gives a fucking shit. We have measurement. We have satellites that orbit that give us the photographs. We have measurements on the ground. We have working technology. We have the navigation. Navigation, the greatest, accelerant to the Western civilization that you enjoy is entirely dependent on the navigation, which is entirely dependent on the shape of the Earth. How much more information do you need?
You're moving away from the point there. Goddamn.
I was trying to just address the guy that wanted to bring up the magic trick. That just proved that you can be fooled.
Yeah, the magician isn't fooled. He already knows how to trick the people using sleight of hand, misdirection.
Right. But my question is, if I know I can be fooled, why would I trust what my eyes see?
Yes.
If you can be fooled, why would you trust?
Yeah, you have to apply some logic and reason to.
You do. Like I said, you have a balanced view. Otherwise, as a person, you will be unbalanced. You will be in imbalance. If you don't have a balanced view, you have a tendency to be unstable in your thinking.
What did little Georgie say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, we'll raid your country and blow you to pieces. No, what did he say? George Bush said something about that, didn't he? Fool me once, shame on you.
Shame on camera. Fool me.
The way I
fooled again.
usually do it is, I've heard from people, is that you evaluate the evaluate the strength of the information, or the value of the information. You see if it's from a reliable source, if it's from a first-hand source, if it's from a source that doesn't necessarily have a reason to lie that you can put your finger on, other than saying, oh, they have a big budget, so that's a reason to lie. Well, I suppose it is. But if what they're doing requires a big budget, then you can say that anyone that has a big budget then has a reason to lie. And so you can't trust anyone that has a big budget.
Because they all do lie. Look at Volkswagen.
Do they?
They got a big budget. They fucking lied to you for years.
Do they?
All the car companies lied to you.
Is the love of money the root of all evil? I think it is.
They were lying.
Sugar is the root of all evil.
No, it's pretty bad though. Synthetic white sugar is pretty bad.
You go sugar, baby, under 1 year old, it will die. If you give salt to a baby under 1 year old, it will die. You give it cocaine, it will not die.
Therefore, conclusion.
Don't give your babies cocaine, people. Okay.
Don't leave the packet around the baby because you will sniff it all.
In conclusion, if you've got someone who has put up a satellite and says, and can explain how the satellite works and all of that, and go into all the technical details about how the satellite works, and there's nothing that breaks any physical law, then that is a more trustworthy source than someone saying, I think satellites are all just fake. And why do you think they're fake? Because, I think they're fake. That's a better source. Right?
Red,
Isn't it?
Let me ask you a question, yeah?
Yeah.
Satellite dishes, did they have to point up in the air at a satellite to receive a signal? Yay or nay?
Yes.
Right.
Otherwise, they wouldn't need a dish, would they?
If I took a picture of my satellite dish, which is pointing at my fucking wall, tell me where the fucking satellite is, because I've been sitting there thinking, cheeky fuckers, there's no way in the world this is pointing to it's pointing to my wall. Unless the satellite's in my wall, which I don't know. I didn't build it.
So are you saying that satellites don't exist when you have satellite
No, I'm
TV?
saying to you, I've got a satellite dish, it's pointing to my wall, so how am I getting a signal if it's meant to be pointing to some satellite in outer space?
What satellite dish system is it on? Because I don't think you have a satellite dish inside your house.
Yeah, we need more information.
It's the telly.
I don't think anyone. Right, let me have a little think. Let me think about this. Hold on.
Yeah, because in your neighborhood, I bet you see a lot of satellite dishes on roofs pointed all in the same direction.
I've got one on my fucking wall, shoe bill.
Think of a better arbitrary objection. We'll give you some time.
Let me take a picture. I'll give you a line of sight that it's pointing to my wall. I get the signal, but I don't, like, I'll be honest with you. My friend used to install these and he said, like, mate, he's going, they're saying that we're pointing them at, he's going, look, I've got a fucking meter here. That's all I have to do. Get it within this meter, you got your signal. And he goes, it's most probably coming from a mask, so there's no way they're fucking pointing up to space. And he was installing them for Sky.
None of this is true.
That's like it's like, that's not even second-hand information.
None of this is true.
Ninth-hand information.
None of that is
Because
true.
I think you're trolling us or you're a habitual liar, because this is the second quote unquote professional for a field giving you actually bad information. So you're either making it up or you're trolling.
If you think they put a satellite up and they was like, you're absolutely insane. I don't have to
I know, but that's not an argument. But that's not an
I don't
argument.
have to troll you. I don't have to troll you.
That is a troll.
You're insane because you believe in this shit. So you've.
I know, but none of these are arguments, though. You're just describing me. They're not arguments. Do you
I
understand
don't care. I'm not making any. I'm not doing anything other than just saying what I think. You absolutely believe a fucking dish on a wall is pointing up to some fucking satellite, and it's got line of sight with the satellite, and it's beaming down some TV station. You're absolutely insane. Insane.
But why is that?
Because you're insane. I think I don't think I have to explain why you're insane. I'll just leave it.
You should. This is textbook gaslighting, by the way.
It's just
listening. This is textbook gaslighting. Because the Austin gets that one mixed up. That's what this is.
Look,
so you came here to say that.
Your insanity, and you have a right to be insane.
But you need to actually justify it. You can't just call him a name, dude. That's why I said it's gaslighting, dude. You said he's mental
How am I fucking gaslighting? He wants to believe it. I just told him. I just told him, and he went, "Huh, he's sorry."
He asked you specifically.
My mate installed the fucking dishes on the houses and had a little silly meter. If you saw the meter, you just know it's rubbish. And he was going, look, I just have to line it up with this, Mark.
Still not an argument.
So why am I lying?
Because that's not how it works. Because you do have to point it in a particular direction, and if you don't, you either get a shitty signal or you get no signal at all until you point it in a very specific direction that points to the sky. So when you say contradictory statements to that, then I think you're either at best ignorantly wrong, or at worst you're lying.
I can sense anger in your voice. Let me speak to someone a little bit less.
No, I'm being clear and concise. I'm only being blunt and forward like this because you're constantly interrupting and you're only gaslighting me. I'm trying to keep you on track.
How am I constantly interrupting?
But by interrupting, that's how.
How? That doesn't make sense.
Okay, can we reset the conversation? Let's bring it back to what the problem is.
I can't be interrupting you. I've just let you finish talking, and now I'm talking. So how am I interrupting you?
John's right. We should bring it back. Otherwise, we're getting meta again.
Okay. Look, I can take a picture of the satellite dish on my wall.
Like right now, for example, you're interrupting. Just to be clear, when it happens in real time.
So how do
I don't hear anyone speaking. So how can I be interrupted?
I know Eden was trying to move.
Oh, sorry. I don't hear Eden. I never hear Eden. Sorry if I was interrupting.
It's okay.
So here's
go ahead.
Here's the thing. How do we know you didn't move the satellite dish? How do we know the guy really said that thing to you?
You can see all the other ones.
We don't know any of it. We don't know any of this. And that's what I mean about the quality of information. The quality of this information is low. It's low quality information. What we want, if we want to draw real conclusions, we want high quality information. I'm not saying you're a low quality person, but it's low reliability information. It's highly unlikely to be reliable information that you're giving us here.
All the satellite dishes, there's 6 of them. I can't go out and move everyone's.
You're just expanding your low quality information.
Well,
you don't need to expand on your low quality information. We want high quality information. What you're providing here is low quality information.
If I take a picture of all the satellites and they're facing the wall,
still low quality.
That's low quality.
Yes, it's very low quality. We want high quality information. The point of, if you want to find out who's telling the truth, who's lying, and what's really going on, you need high quality information, not this guy that came to me and installed the thing.
Yeah, but I don't think I couldn't go to Google and say like, oh, do you know what? Satellites ain't real. Sky's full of shit. They're not going to say that, are they? They're not going to advertise we're full of shit. They're charging, when they first went out, they was charging you such a premium.
So that's another scam.
You in the bollocks, weren't they?
So all satellite TV, that's all a scam as well.
No, I'm not saying, I don't know about now, because it's like, now there's a lot of satellites which are redundant because the
offer?
You got the cables in it. Then they've got like fiber optics. They put the cables in. Oh, we've got charging.
Now
they're very clever,
aren't new, dude.
Put satellites on.
Hold on. Before we spiral off, because this all stemmed from, I was asking, how do we know what we trust? You brought up the quality of information. So what would you consider high quality information on this topic? Would it be something like the installation manual?
Photos of the installation, the manual.
That'd be better. That would be better, because when you have discussions, someone says, "Oh, the military doesn't account for this, and the military doesn't account for that." That's low quality information. If you have a document provided by the military that says that they do account for rotational speed of the Earth and Coriolis, resultant Coriolis, then that is a higher quality information. Yes. So the satellite guy said this thing to me. Therefore, that isn't very good. That isn't very high quality information. So we want the highest quality we can get. It's not that I'm trying to insult. I'm just trying to say that what we're after is the highest possible quality information. First-hand, generally speaking, first-hand knowledge of an issue, of a subject, of a topic is as far as we can tell, that's the highest quality you get. Like someone was shot, you were there, you saw it happen.
Doesn't that contradict what the conversation we're just having? The guy was explaining a secondhand, he heard it from a guy. But what you're saying, a higher quality information would be the installation documents, which would be a third-hand source. So how does that work?
It's not necessarily a third-hand source. That is going to the manual of the actual installation, not the guy said a thing. Because the guy that said a thing, all he's doing is he's essentially taking a box. He's taking a thing out of a box and he's screwing it into the wall and connecting some wires. So, right?
Installation technician.
A technician means that he works with some wires. Okay. If there are wires involved, you're a technician. Right. That's the definition.
He's the guy who sticks it on your wall and gets it working. There's no one else in between.
Yes. He plugs it in. If it doesn't work, he runs some diagnostics on it, and if it still doesn't work, he goes into his van and gets another one. He doesn't fix it himself. He just goes and gets another one.
Yeah, but what I mean to say, he's been given a little hand thing. It was like a little meter, and it sort of like it moved. So if he was out, it would be to the left sort of thing, or it'd be over to the right, and he needed to get it center or within these parameters for it to function. So, albeit very primitive, he had to, aim the dish in a certain line of sight to get that to work. And I didn't say it as a fact, like, you've got to believe me, but I'm telling you, it's like you was down the pub, right? And your mate said, like, do you know what? I'm fucking Dave's wife. And you why would you not believe him?
So
he's not going to say that just for.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this then. Do you know which satellite your dish is pointed at, or what satellite your service uses to get signal?
It's the sky.
Okay. Do you know what specific satellite is used in your network, or satellites. I don't know if there's maybe one.
I think it's the Sky BSBS.
Okay, do you know where that satellite is in orbit? Can you find it? There's a satellite tracker online. You can find the satellite, find out where it is. It'll be in geosynchronous orbit. Can you find out what satellite? Do you know what geosynchronous orbit is?
Fucking ain't got a clue, mate. I swear you make these up as you go along.
It's so synchronous, right? So in sync, and geo, Earth. So it's in sync. So it's orbiting around the Earth, and to our perspective, looks like it's standing still. International Space Station isn't geosynchronous. You can see it moving across the sky. If it was geosynchronous, it would always be in the same place in the sky.
Well, I'll give you that. We see something.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to find out what satellite or satellites your service is using, that satellite dish is actually pointing at. The guy that screwed the thing to the wall and plugged in the wires isn't going to know that. Or maybe he will. Maybe he will know that. Maybe it's in the manual, but he doesn't really need it. He just needs to point a certain direction and off he goes. And not to denigrate his job either, but that's generally, there are levels, right? So people at HVAC, they have a higher level of knowledge of stuff like this, but people who install satellite dishes generally don't need to.
Yeah, look, here we go. Astra 2 satellite fleet.
Okay.
Because there's lots of them.
All right. I mean, I don't know exactly how any of this stuff works either. I'm just going from the principles. I don't know if it's more than one satellite, if it's in geostationary orbit or not. Is geosynchronous and geostationary the same thing?
I ain't got a clue, mate.
No, the panel will know. Same thing. All right, good. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know much about satellite TV. I just know the principles involved.
See, listen to this.
Do you have...
It says blah, 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 all about the satellites. However, Sky is gradually shifting. That's where they're shifting to. You're never going to believe it. You're never going to believe it.
It says here, blah, 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 satellites.
Yeah, because it's just bullshit. Right. So it says, look, you got a very bit. However, Sky
That's just
funny.
It's good. All right. John, what do you want to... All right, we got this. John, what were you going to ask? I think you were asking something.
Basically, towards internet-based platforms. How can you Adam and Eve it?
I mean, I can, but... Go on, John.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to ask if anyone's ever installed a satellite dish for internet service providers, or seen an installation where someone uses point-to-point. Like someone will have a dish at their property and it'll point to the internet server provider's location or tower. So that's pretty much the flat earth. That's one of the flat earth, I guess, steel mans. You'll have these providers have a central location where they'll have their feed broadcast, and then they would have satellite or quote unquote dishes pointing towards that broadcasting site. What do you guys think?
If that were the case, then you wouldn't be able to fuck around with the your own receiver. If that were the case, you can raise the height from your location and then point a little bit downwards to then go back to that transmitter. But if you do that, you lose signal completely. The only time that it works is when you point at the sky.
What angle do they generally point? 90 degrees.
It'll be a relationship with your latitude according to a globe. So, for example, you'll see southern hemisphere satellites pointing north and then upwards, and then you'll see northern hemisphere receivers pointing south and upwards. Generally speaking.
So let's say somewhere in, it sounds like you're in America. I'm just presuming. So in America, what degree angle pointing down would you suspect? So it's not 90. Would it be maybe 45, 30?
From horizontal, I think it's going to be 60 to 70 or something like that. But I don't know for sure that actual number.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, but thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there are any satellite experts in here. Otherwise, people would have corrected me already. But there are other chats that do have satellite experts in. I think probably PhD Tony came in, he'd probably be ragging on me right now.
Well, PhD Tony knows everything there is to know.
Yeah, he's a knowledgeable man.
I'm very hungry though.
I'm not a knowledgeable man in a lot of respects because I have a memory like a colander. So it's harder for some people.
I'm not a satellite expert, but I have received data from NOAA satellites and used the onboard repeater on the ISS for long-distance ham radio communications.
Have you got a good face?
That is another question in itself, and only you can decide that.
If you've got a good face, I'm in.
Fine, good.
Okay, great. New topic then. So,
What's up,
what do
guys?
you guys
What's
want to
going
talk
on?
about?
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Freedom.
We're talking about usury being evil.
Yeah, and I was going to say, he said the problem with gold. No, there is no problem with gold. If you had gold 2,000 years ago when Christ walked the earth, you could have bought a brand new suit, a brand new belt, and a brand new pair of shoes with one gold coin. If you have one gold today, you can go get yourself a nice suit with a belt.
Right,
and a pair of
right.
Larry,
Right.
I must say your microphone is
So-
excellent now. You really fixed that quality issue earlier. Now we can hear your voice clear. Great.
So I encourage you to take as much gold as you can and save it in your safe at home, and whatever, you will be rich.
But
Okay,
you
thanks
do
for the
you
yet-
understand that
So,
the
new
fiat
topic.
system is a
But
Ponzi
yet,
scheme.
when you go to the supermarket, you will still need to bring money.
Maybe pull the croissant out of your mouth. I can't understand what you're saying.
Maybe pull
Oh,
your
from
dick
Red
out of your
Rising as
mouth.
well. That was fun. But yeah, I mean, this is a system designed to fail, right? The fiat currency, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's designed to fail.
slavery. Yeah.
I've heard
And
this
most-
whole gold tied to the price of a suit thing since the 90s, and I'm just like, so what do? They match the price of a suit and a pair of shoes and a belt to a gold coin, or is it, because there's inflation? So I mean, it's a weird claim.
Well, no, it's not, because can you not take a gold coin and go turn it in at some broker somewhere, some pawn shop, and then go somewhere local and have a suit made for you? Is that
But
true?
you're not saying that the value of a suit
If you
has
think
definitely-
this is an actual claim, you need to get checked.
Well, the thing is, when the United States switched from a gold standard, right, to the currency, that's when the rules changed. So when people were saving under the gold standard, that was actually a good thing. But when they switched it to the currency, savers became losers, because every year the dollar's purchasing power would fall with inflation alone. It's usually 6.5%, and then you
Not true.
Okay, go ahead.
Where did you take this information of 6% per year? It is simply not true. You had, again, it depends on the country, but you have years with 0% inflation. And most of the Western world over before 2020 had like 10 years of zero inflation. So your money didn't lose anything.
Yes, great point. So there would be factors to consider what was taking place that year. Sometimes, if the nation's productive, producing, maybe even engaged in some sort of even war. But yeah, great point.
If a
that's the thing, though,
country,
because I was just going to lastly say, so the rules were, instead of saving, now people who know the game and the rules, what they'll do is they'll take the currency and put it into an asset rather than something that's a liability. Essentially, there's two brackets, essentially, liabilities and assets. So because the currency is continuing to fall generally, you have to quickly convert it to an asset and let your assets retain your value and sometimes increase. But yeah, thank you.
I should just say, I should just apologize. I'm sorry, Agent. I get a bit passionate about that subject because to me it seems very clear that they've created a modern form of slavery where the people don't actually know that they're slaves. That's the really fun part about it. What a fucking genius thing, right? They're just debt slaves. That's the difference. But I was going to ask you, seeing as you know a lot about economics, if you don't mind, I've actually talked about this quite a bit with people, and I've said, yeah, well, what do? We don't go back to the tally stick, obviously. We're not going backwards. We're not going back to just trading and stuff like that. So can we, it seems inevitable to me that it's going to digital currency. Would you agree with that, at least?
I agree.
And don't take piss out
So,
of it. Come on.
first of all, okay, I agree that eventually it is designed as a slave system. But you calling me names or calling the system evil doesn't help our conversation. This is what I meant.
That's fair. That's fair. I apologize.
Yeah, I agree with what you meant as well.
Any centralized CBDC is the pure evil. Because if a country will get the opportunity to tell you what is legit to buy and not, it will be the end. But so far, it is failing, at least at Europe. And I don't see, before we are getting out in the next 5 years back to normal rate of inflation, this even getting mentioned by the Federal Reserve in the US. Because before they used to talk about it a lot, but this is far gone from trials, from everything. They removed talking about it in the meetings. I don't believe it is going there. Crypto will forever stay a side scam.
All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. The economist Gary Stevens. I don't know if you've watched that guy on YouTube. He's making waves, talking about taxing the rich more and stuff like that. He said exactly the same thing. He was asked about crypto, and he said it's just a Ponzi scheme. It's just a way of sending the worst people in the world, in his opinion, Silicon Valley nerds, lots of money. So that's interesting. Yeah, I think it's inevitable that it's going to go to digital currency personally, because these people seem to be obsessed with privacy as well, and there's no privacy under that, is there, whatsoever? Although now you could argue that there's already no privacy because everybody's got a mobile phone. So yeah, it's already sort of gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, but what's important here to make the difference between cryptocurrency, which isn't accepted, isn't backed up by reality, and nobody actually cares about it, to CBDC, which is centralized coin by the country which produces it and allows the code connection between what you're buying into their systems to know that you're buying it. For example, if you're not working and you will be given a CBDC to buy food, and then they found out that you didn't buy food with this money, it will be an issue for you. If you go and you buy guns and everything is recorded on the transaction chain with the CBDC and the government knows you have a gun, they can connect you to a murder and so on. This is very different dystopic concept.
You said connect you to another. You mean like with the what is it? The racketeering law? I forget what it's called. It's like a group of laws that they get for you being a criminal. Like, what are they charging Diddy with? What's it called? I can't remember.
I don't
anyway,
know.
If you know 2 or more like felons, they could get you for like organized crime. I forget what it's called.
RICO.
RICO, that's it. Thank you. Is that what you're talking about? Connecting people up so you can put them away without hardly any evidence? Like, oh, this guy's a felon and that guy's a felon, and here's a picture of you together.
I'm talking about the original plan of the Federal Reserve for the US, like from 3-4 years ago, when they had the idea to make a cryptocurrency out of the government, in which all of your actions will be recorded, because it will be a true digital coin. Not like right now you just pay and nothing is attached to you. Money will be attached to you and your actions. Each purchase you make, everything will be like blockchain documented and known to the government. and they will be able to search it and research it when it's needed. So they wanted to first do it for people that get benefits from the government, and then like check if they actually buy food with that and stuff like that. And then it will go to the dystopic state and so on.
And then there will be a one world religion, and some guy's going to call himself God and sit in the place in the throne and call himself God over there somewhere. Right?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know. But the thing is, I at least hope that there are countries that don't agree with each other to have a monetary system. Like Russia attacking Ukraine, they lost their ability to use, I don't know, remember if it was the SWIFT US system or something like that, but then they had to use their gold reserves because Russian money was useless towards the Western world. And you will always have like disagreement between countries to go to such a dystopic state. But a US can act this thing only on their people and then find some way to convert it when it is needed to other countries. But it is so far-fetched, and so far all the ideas about it that came as a solution to crypto as being failing and has been outvoted, and even like the US government actually, I don't know if you know Jerome Powell, you can find is in charge of the Federal Reserve. They once in a while they do like a judgment day for him to value his work, where he comes to the Congress and they ask him questions about stuff like CBDC, and you can clearly see that nobody wants it.
After the crash that's coming, they'll beg for it. Just like last time.
Nobody knows.
It always makes me laugh when people say, "Oh, crypto's it's going to save us all," and all this shit. I'm like, "What? Are you kidding?" The money changers have been doing this for a long time. Do you think they're that naive? Very silly.
It's cyclical, isn't it?
It's true. Some people theorize it could go back to the gold standard as well, and America would be in a good position supposedly because, from my last research, they're number 1 in world holding. Germany number 2. It seems like they got everyone off the gold standard, collected all the gold, and now we're just waiting to go back on the gold standard where they'll be number 1. Yeah. That's just a thought.
Right, but the storage of gold right now, as far as
oh, finally. Okay, I guess that's over. So, what's the topic?
Yeah, anything you want to talk about, Zenik? You always have some great concepts and
want to know how it works.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, I think he spoke again. We should all respect the speaker and let him speak more.
No, if you don't want to know how it actually works, it's fine. You can continue.
Yeah, we definitely do not want to know how anything actually works. So let's continue, guys. Okay, so what now?
What were you guys talking about that he was explaining to you?
No, but we don't actually want to know how it actually works, so kind of.
Rob, you're coming in really low.
Yeah, Rob, what were you gonna say, bro? Stage
hear me
is
now?
yours, Rob. Yeah, we can hear you. That's just good.
I want to know what the new subject is. Q-Up came in and wanted to carry on the old topic, but I was hoping Q-Up could come in and tell us something new today. Let's change the subject, please, Q-Up.
I guess it was a bad topic before that. I don't know how many things really.
Yeah,
I know you just got here. You might have come in with something new to tell us. That's what I was hoping. Thank you, Q-Up.
Nothing comes to mind that's not new.
Are we done talking about currency?
Well,
Please.
we had
Please.
just to summarize the earlier topic before we move on, I guess, so we can just like all have an overview. We were talking about one topic, which was I agree. The second topic was the highest intelligentsic person was telling us how things actually works. We were also talking about cryptocurrencies, whatever that was. We didn't want to understand it, I guess. And the fourth topic we did absolutely not want to understand was the Frenchistic research evolution. I don't really understand that paradigm, but I guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah, Zenek, you're a moron.
Oh yeah, that topic too. Almost forgot that one. That was an important.
You're an ignorant, disgusting, toxic human being.
Does anyone mute stuff like that in here?
Then,
he called you
also we had
bro.
You mean the truth? You mean let's mute the truth?
No, it's just an ad hom.
After a personal attack?
That's a personal.
I don't know who's really personally attacking here or whatever, how we pronounce that word.
No, you're just being a flat earther.
English is not my first language, so my English is pretty bad. You can totally hear that my voice is sometimes very constrained. So I
Why are you talking? Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
I don't know, dude.
You never actually give any benefit to the conversation. You only complain. You only insult people.
Actually,
why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Actually,
all you do is you say we cannot know that, we cannot know this.
Hang on, agent. I don't know, but I think in the last 5 minutes I haven't laughed that hard all day. Thank you, Siak. I appreciate you. Whatever this agent says is irrelevant.
Right, because both of you are trash.
Oh, great. They found the word, guys. So anyway, well, I think.
So why are you talking?
Because I think I should defend myself after you.
You should sit in the corner, I think.
And dishonestly gave.
Yo, Leftline, you don't mute. You don't mute for stuff like that in here.
Narrative. I kind of feel like it's in its place to defend the accusations made against me when they're made. So I actually come to this room and other rooms with the intention of talking about reality. So
yo, fuck all that, man. Hit me with a globe proof. I don't give a fuck. I need a globe proof.
Oh shit, it's Jesse. It's Kanye Jesse.
I was just looking at the rules. It looks like insults are not a moddable thing.
It's kind of
weird. Shit, really?
Well, what do you know?
Maybe it's just an honor thing.
As a rule, number 8 says they should not be moderated as a rule.
Yes, you cannot be a snowflake and complain.
Okay, so your accent is like the worst thing in like the internet right now. Like, I don't even know why you speak English.
No, there's a guy named Max that comes here. His accent is the worst.
I like it. It reminds me of the Pink Panther movies.
You should keep speaking so everyone can like in their heads laugh at your accent and how bad it is. It's like if we were trying to teach like how to speak English the worst, it would be like how you speak.
Hey guys,
my English is fine. Yo, cog this. What?
I said, surely you guys have better arguments than this, than accents.
You gotta use slang. You gotta be like, yo, what up, nigga? And you gotta say like the ebonics. Right.
Yo, Jesse, are you a flat earther again?
Yeah, I'm an anti-glober.
Lit, bro. Come back to our servers.
Yeah, go back, definitely.
I'm in a server. I'm right here. Wait, what server? I'm banned from all of them.
Hey, QP, do you guys have better accents over there on the other servers?
Yeah, there's no one that is that indiscernible.
I benefit from having an accent that makes me sound smarter than I actually am.
Yeah, that's great.
No,
I
it's
also
far
benefit
wiser to
from
play
the accent of sounding
with a-
smart. It's better to
Yeah,
sound this way because, you know, it makes you sound highly intelligent.
Right, but the thing about
I
having
do
a Texas
enjoy a
accent
stroll
is
in the
people-
park, yeah. And I do occasionally bring my cup of coffee.
Do you park your car in Harvard Yard?
people assume that I'm dumb, right? Because I got a hick accent. So that's more of an advantage, right? Tactically.
No, you're just dumb.
It's funny because
QP is a moron, yes.
Yeah,
what am I
QP,
more?
you
What am I
are a
more
moron,
about?
yes.
What do you think you're smarter than me about? I'd love to debate you, bro. It'd be funny.
Sure, but can you mute your other cock buddies?
How about a topic? What I've heard
I
the
really
last
want to learn how
minute-
to pronounce that in
Yeah, but
French
wait a minute.
English.
Hang on, Siak. What I've heard over the last 5 minutes is like a sly, semi-sophisticated insult towards one, and then the one came back with a direct in your face insult that wasn't hard to, and then the insults continued. We sound like a bunch of children.
If we can leave them aside, that would be great.
Well, I wonder if that if M agent has any globe proof.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Yo, what up,
left
M
lane
was
for
good,
calling out the childish antics. Sorry, Jesse, I was talking. I just want to commend Left Lane for his astute observation. Thank you, Left Lane.
I just want to hear M Agent do his best gangster English. Fuck all that grammatically correct shit. I want to hear you speak American.
May I ask how many languages do you speak?
I don't know, like 3.
Okay, give us a go.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Are there no globe arguments with you there?
Es la globe.
That's not speaking.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I can, not insult people, but I can't I can't let it slide, right? So I have to mirror people. So if you treat me with honor, guess how I'm going to treat you. There's an interesting concept.
I agree with that.
That's not a good concept.
I guess the new
I
topic
expect
is what is
complete
comedy
respect,
relief?
and I should be allowed to completely disrespect you. That's
Guys,
what I expect.
The concept is good. It's just you end up like FTFE after a while. That's the problem.
Guys, I found a new topic. I think it's called comedy relief, and also how to be able to laugh at yourself, and like have humility, and not just become a victim all the time. It's a good topic, guys. What do you say?
Is he super quiet for you guys as well?
No, he sounds all right. That's a good. That needs teaching. At a very young age. There's the. Can we put that in the schools? Can we implement it into the curriculum? That'd be great.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's quite the problem nowadays. I witness it. My scientific observation of the child in the school, when I in fact have an expertise, I'm educated at pedagogic. teacher, I guess, that has some value in this room, where people interpret literal education as being of value, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of a problem, where children just go around and are like victims all the time and have like no humility and seem to like never be able to actually laugh at themselves and like, test in trials and all that stuff. And how, for some reason, impersonation and like trying to make comedy relief is like not understood at all. It's like you have like zero social cues for it at all, I guess. So yeah, it's a
because
problem.
it's not
I
a
don't know.
comedy relief. You're being asshole all the time. It is nothing new. It's not like I heard you a first time talking. All you do is deny reality. Nobody wants to hear that.
Bro, you frame me and you're repeatedly intellectually dishonest when you do.
Yes, you're a flat earther.
No, I'm not. Thank
You're
you
a
for
flat earther.
mislabeling me. You're mislabeling
You're
me.
a
Thank
flat
you so
earther.
much. Thank you so much for mislabeling me. Duly noted.
You're a flat earther, science denier.
Thank you for
Should I continue?
being to mislabel
Well,
me.
is science a
obviously
religion?
Very intellectually honest.
Is science a religion, or is it something you're supposed to be continuously like testing and retesting?
Let's hear him preach the definition of science in his personal opinion, I guess.
Why should I?
Because like you're the main
Convince me
facilitator
you're
of this
worth
stage.
my time.
I mean, you waste your own time by being here, I guess.
No, I managed to call you a moron. That's all I need.
Yeah, you also wanted me to fuck my own mother for some reason. I don't know why I should do that. That's kind of weird.
Is there any way, like,
because the thing you said before that was
Imagine, is there any way you could like just engage in like a debate on like any topic, like, or are you just gonna keep going back and forth with him? This is
with
like,
a honest human being in a normal setup, of course.
So what is your best globe?
You're totally invited. Pick a place, I will bring a moderator.
Give us a globe proof. Give us one
now
globe proof.
Now we have changed this entire room into a normal setup with a normal human being who can be honest.
Yeah, why can't you like? Can we just like have like an actual like?
Yeah, you're not a human being.
Oh.
QNP
I am not.
Is not a human being.
I am not a human being.
Human being?
I am not.
Yeah, you're just making it take longer to stop. Like,
I'm not.
Can you actually engage in like a debate or?
QNP called Witset a woman.
Human being.
He's a trash.
No, I did not. No, that's a straw man. That's Yasuke. I don't think Witset's a woman. So do you want to actually debate something with Globe Earth? Like,
I'm not a human being.
CX, why do you gotta keep like? No one cares about you defending against his constant like insults.
No,
like,
yeah, I'm testing out his worldview about mine, I guess, and his observation, which is, I guess, valid.
Yeah, you know that globe proof. Hold on, SEAC. We don't care. You don't have globe proof. That's what matters.
So if the idea in the chat is to bring in disparate viewpoints and opposing viewpoints, it's better served if we keep personal attacks away. There is a forum, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but we already have a forum for doing that. We've got one already.
Yo, Red Cloud, give me your best globe proof.
Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. I just want to say this.
Yeah, we need more meta.
If your goal here is just to put down people, then there's a place you can do that. It's called Gem Pandas, and this place should be better than that. Because I've been in Gem Pandas, and it's the only people they have coming in there now is Pete Shea, and I don't think what's the other guy with the funny accent? He doesn't even come in anymore. It's only Pete Shea, and yeah, the place is
Where were you when M-Agent
dead and dying. I'd like to be in a
bro.
thriving server, if you don't mind. So keep the personal attacks down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Red Cloud.
Yes.
M-Agent already wigged out.
Yes, M-Agent, you're a smart guy. So what are you doing engaging like that, man? Come on.
Well, prove you're smart.
Okay, so I was talking in a good faith, explaining things.
You never.
And you didn't listen how they interfered endlessly and attack me for no reason for my accent.
Yeah, I understand.
So why the double standard? Why do we need to pretend like somebody is a good buddy here?
I'm not, but I didn't hear that because I was not in the chat if that happened. But that also is wrong. So
I was just adding.
Okay, so right now I'm muted.
Oh, the accent.
I'm
not people make fun of
talking.
my accent, dude. Go ahead.
You're okay. Again, you're totally invited to continue the talk with Rob and QNP, and I will not talk because they don't like my accent, which is fine. It's all good.
It's not just your accent, but yeah, it makes it harder to listen to your add-ons because they sound so stupid.
Because you don't have
Your red.
So Agent, I didn't say nothing about your accent. I said Max's accent was the worst. I can't stand listening to that guy's voice. I don't mind.
Yeah, Max is tough to listen to. But anyway, so when we're talking about what's the best globe evidence, let's talk about that. What is the best globe evidence? There's a lot of it. So how can we pick which is best one single evidence?
The internet, the computer screens, magazines, that's the best globe evidence.
That's where it's displayed, but the evidence itself.
So do you want to open a scale for the ones that confuse them the most?
Oh my god, dude.
We can start with Eratosthenes. How about that? Easily done.
Eratosthenes? Really? That's it?
Damn, dude, it's 2025.
We can start with there. I mean, it's 2,500 years old. Been done by fifth graders. You can do it in your backyard. I mean, it doesn't need any big equipment. Don't have to spend thousands of dollars on the latest telescope or theodolite or anything. All you need is a stick, a ruler, and a little bit of calculations.
What we can do is
It tells you the length of the shadow. It doesn't tell you the curvature.
It tells you the curvature of the Earth, actually.
It tells you the length of the shadow.
You can compute into the curvature of the Earth.
If you beg the question.
Yeah, which is based on angles of the sun, which has nothing to do with
Actually, it does, but that's okay.
Well, okay,
No, what do you mean he tried? Eratosthenes did 2,500 years ago. Was he smarter than you? He lived 2,500 years ago.
Definitely tried. Yeah, Eratosthenes 2,500 years ago. So there's no new globe proof that anybody.
There are lots of good globe proofs. That was a good one. How about some flat Earth proofs? I gave you a globe proof. Now how about a flat Earth proof? Huh?
All right.
Talk about those awesome globe proofs.
Wait, hold on. I gave a globe proof. Eratosthenes is a globe proof. Measurement of the globe. How about something now that measures the flat Earth?
If that's a globe proof, then flat Earth proof would be just another thing that we beg the question with. Like that's not proof of anything.
So you're not begging the question. You're measuring it.
You're assuming the distance and the size of the sun, bro.
No, you don't need to do that. The sun is far away. The sun is far away, and the rays come in parallel. That can also be demonstrated. But now, how about the flat Earth proof now?
I could put a light source above my table and,
Yeah, except when you do that,
and then the angle from the light source is going to make the shadow.
If you want to,
therefore I got a circumference of my table.
Hang on.
If you don't want to, stop. If you don't want to assume that the Earth is a sphere, I guess according to your definition, do a third point on the same line of longitude, and then you don't have to assume it.
Okay, can I ask a question of I don't want to mute you? I don't want to mute you. Do you have a name that we can call you other than I don't want to mute you? Is there something you prefer to be?
Alimony.
What?
Who cares?
Alimony?
Anyway. Yeah,
no, just so I can know I know how to address you, so I can say, hey,
don't
dude.
Don't refer to me at all, please. Okay, so
all right, hey, fat face. I'll just call you fat face.
Good, I don't care. So I'm going to continue. Okay. Right, so the size of shadows does not give you a circumference.
Actually, it
gives you the size of a shadow. No,
which you can compute into the size.
Then when I put a stick on my table,
over talking.
Yeah, again, if you get the third point, there, you'll find that no two of them will point to the same point.
You got to do better. I mean, come on, man. We got all this.
What do you mean, got to do better?
Technology.
What got to do better? So,
doing fine.
What do you mean? I got to do better. This is a simple thing that you can do with no fancy equipment. You don't need to spend thousands of dollars. You can measure from your backyard. I know you have to say no.
A mythological creature.
Nope. No mythological creature. I'm invoking you doing the observation.
One mic.
I'm invoking you doing the observation. See,
this is hard to follow.
The size
Of course
of
it's hard to
shadows
follow,
on a
'cause
flat
he's
surface.
saying no.
No, you're not.
Surface is circumference.
It's the over talking. I can't.
So it's irrelevant.
So,
Well,
Mr. Nasser, could you explain just 30 seconds? Keep it simple. The shadows. How can you determine the curve of the Earth or whatever it is using shadows? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, because you measure the shadows, you determine the angle that the sun is coming in at with trigonometry. Trigonometry, that's simple stuff, and that tells you more than 2 points will tell you the curvature of the Earth. If you don't want to assume that the sun is close, if you don't want to assume the curve, then you need 3 points on the same line.
I can do the same exact thing on a flat surface.
It won't show you flat though if you do it on the Earth.
Yeah,
See,
not with
that's
3
the problem.
points. I don't think. With 2 points.
With
With 2 points, that's true.
You're injecting
Yes.
yourself when I'm in the middle of
with
trying
2
to
points. With 2 points, you can pull.
Right.
With
You know
2
what?
points.
Globers want to do it.
God damn, is this
Do
guy
it,
over
Globers.
talking to me the whole time? With 2 points, you can fool yourself into thinking the Earth is flat. The third point takes away that.
It takes away the ambiguity, is what we're trying to say. Yeah.
See,
so
now
2 points.
Eratosthenes was smarter than Flurfs. He knew that the Earth was curved, and he wanted to measure it. That's why he only used 2 points.
Why don't we encourage people to try the Eratosthenes experiment with 3 points?
Oh, I've been doing it for years.
Wait. Who has done that we can refer to? Nasser
Oh,
Shill.
lots
Do
of
we have
people have
anyone
done that. Yeah,
is there anyone specifically that you can refer to?
You hate your supposed globe evidence getting destroyed. But this
It's
does
not
not
getting
tell you
destroyed.
the
It's
same
a reasonable.
thing.
What you're saying
That's
is
why you're
no.
interrupting, trying to inject
All you're saying is no right now. That's all you're saying.
No, I'm telling you that I can use a light source above a table, hold a stick vertical on a table, change the position of the stick, and the size of the shadow will change.
Oh, change the position of the stick.
Wait.
Here he is.
Wait,
Here he is. Change the position of the stick. He's going to cheat.
The circumference of my
He's
table.
going to cheat. He's going to change the position of the stick.
I'm asking you for better globe evidence. Period.
He's changing the position of the stick. That is called cheating.
How long you got?
That's exactly what Eratosthenes did.
You don't know. The sticks are perpendicular to the Earth.
You gotta
90
get better
degrees.
globe evidence. It's 2025, bro.
Well, hold on a second. You can't even deal with the 2,500-year-old one, let alone the new evidence.
Yes, I just did. I just told you.
No, you didn't. You just said no. You just talked. No, it doesn't work on a flat surface, though.
But it does.
Only with 2 points, you can fool yourself into thinking that this works. With a third point, it doesn't work because none of the 2 points will point to the same point in sky. The sun has to be in multiple locations at the same time.
That's completely true. Here's the thing. If you want to disprove that, then you have to practically disprove it. Not just say it could be disproven or it's not valid. You have to practically disprove it. That's how we find out. So yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to offer something. If there is a disagreement about the geometry of something, you can screen share and do a whiteboard. And Nasser Shill, you can draw your position. And Jesse, you can draw how it will work on a flat plane.
Okay. Yep.
Makes sense.
I want to do that. So we could have 2 presentations. We could have, and I've actually thought about this, suggested to Omni. We could have 20-minute segments just blocked out at some time. So for tonight, 8 o'clock, 20-minute segment for 2 people to present something. Just 20 minutes, not an hour, not 3 hours, not let PhD Tony talk for 4.5 hours. With just 20 minutes or whatever it is, and have 2 people bash it out with some rules. That would be great.
Yeah. Just simply draw stuff and talk about them, because our main difficulty is geometry when it comes to the shape of the Earth.
There are so many different ways to prove the shape of the Earth, and they range from very, very simple and inexpensive to very, very expensive and complicated.
Right, which is
right, but it's all
the simple.
All comes down. It all comes down to understanding geometry. If you understand geometry, you cannot be a flat earther.
Yeah,
you can spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars and get theodolites and do some other stuff, but this is the easy one that you do with a stick, a ruler, and a piece of paper.
Yeah, geometry is one of the simplest things because it shapes. It's not complex at all.
What time is it now for you guys?
Oh my God, this globe are doubling down, tripling down. You know, I could get a circumference of a flat surface, you know, just depending on the size of the shadows.
Do it.
I mean, it's the same thing again and again.
Prove me wrong with your data.
24.
Because
Do
I'd
it. 24.
be happy to throw my own presentation into the mix. But I don't know what time 8 o'clock is for you guys.
It's
There's a proposal, by the way.
2.5 hours from now, roughly. I'm just throwing out ideas there. That two people arguing like this, we could say, right, let's have a face-off, 20 minutes. So it's not protracted. You know what I mean? Otherwise, people leave.
Look, all I'm saying is, you know, it's the year 2025, and your only globe proof is a reference to a mythological being.
You can repeat.
Eris Retardides.
He actually existed, and history says so. But
how do you know that?
Because history says so. In the meantime, though, we still have his methodology, we have his methodology, which you could do for yourself. Remember, used to be a bunch of people that said, you know, go get your own data, do your own research. I seem to remember a bunch of people talking about doing your own research. Well, here it is. Do it.
There's some great research. The one is,
Earth Messiah.
Eratosthenes will show that the Earth is not flat.
And if you want to take the rotation of the Earth, then Foucault's pendulum. Someone built one of those.
Nope. Eratosthenes had no.
I'm responding to his bullshit.
Let him respond.
Let
him respond.
Presumed that the sun was 93 million miles away.
Incorrect.
His thing.
Had no idea how far away the Earth was.
You don't like this.
Yeah, so
Eratosthenes had no idea how far away the sun is. The sun, the distance of the sun.
You don't know the angles of the light rays coming.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
So
we
definitely have crepuscular rays coming from the sun.
Oh, crepuscular rays.
So when you want to do your fancy experiment and say all the light rays are parallel. Okay, so sometimes we have not parallel light rays.
No, actually, that's just that's perspective. Crepuscular rays are perspective.
Okay, so here's the thing about your assertion that Eratosthenes knew the Earth was 93 million miles away. It wasn't the sun. He did not. So we don't really need to know. We need to know it's far. It can't be really close.
Actually, he probably thought it was 1 million miles away.
Who knows?
I don't know if to the sun. You don't
did he even know that we're numbers that?
You're about to change it again.
We do. Okay.
No, we've known that for the last 365 years. For the last, excuse me, I was talking.
1 million miles
I was talking. For the last 365 years, we've known the Earth. The sun is about 90 million miles away.
Right. It's been
so
honed. We've honed the numbers down to be more.
We're not born 500 years ago. But we're not born 500 years ago. We're living now in 2025.
The point.
You know with absolute certainty that the sun is 1 million miles away. So
yep. 93 million miles.
The point is.
Yeah, and in the year 2025, I definitely know that it's 93 million miles.
Yep, it is.
The point is.
365 years.
The point is that we don't need to know that Eratosthenes was a real guy. Like NASA Schill said, we have his methodology and we can reproduce that. We don't need to know the distance of the sun because he didn't know the distance of the sun. We can just say it's whatever distance, pick a distance.
That's
in fact, pick 3 distances and see if it works for all of them.
The distance of the sun.
From 3 different
distances.
Did
Eratosthenes your Lord and Savior?
Eratosthenes was just a scientist of science.
He's just a dude. Just a dude with some
sticks. Vital. The distance to the sun in this experiment.
The distance to the sun has nothing to do with this. Incorrect.
It is literally hinged on the light rays being
totally
parallel,
incorrect.
and that
You
the distance
cannot
to the sun
be
is
more
very,
incorrect.
very great.
Oh my goodness.
The only thing you need to know is that they are parallel. That can also be demonstrated, but that's okay.
No, you don't know that. Even though we have crepuscular rays,
crepuscular rays are nothing but perspective. Knock it off.
Okay, so if we assert,
you wish.
Okay, if we assert that 3 different vantage points, 3 different sticks, prove that the Earth is a globe, and you are saying that that is not true, then reproduce the experiment, reproduce the observation, whatever you want to call it.
Oh my God, dude! I'm on Discord.
Prove it.
I'm not
Prove it wrong. No,
Of course not.
Dude,
of course not.
I don't mean right now. I don't mean right now.
I'm going to give you some homework. All right? I need you to go get me some globe proof. That doesn't involve sticks.
Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. It's really simple.
That's one.
3 sticks, 3 locations.
Yeah. You don't need NASA.
No sticks and shadows. All right.
Oh, no sticks and shadows
from the. the silly
you're going to spend money then? You're going to spend some money then? This is the reason we did
try
that.
to move away from the sticks and the shadows.
We know flirts have no money. That they all live in their mom's basement. They don't.
All right.
So you get 2 sticks.
Isn't necessary.
No, nothing irrelevant.
No, that's why we pick something that's easy to done and cheap.
Well, okay. But the other accusation,
you're being a little trying.
The other accusation is that that's the only globe proof. Far from it. I said there are many globe proofs. That's just one.
Let's talk about actual globe proof.
Well, you're going to say no onto them too. You're going to say no onto them too, aren't you? You said no onto the easy one. You said no onto the easy one, the old one, the one with the most evidence against it. But let's go on to something else that you can say no onto.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure because I know Jesse. Okay.
Oh, it's
I
Jesse,
want to make sure. Yeah. Jesse, what's the shape of the Earth?
I don't fucking know. You guys say it's a lumpy piece of coal.
All right.
Phallus.
It's a phallus?
Why do you ask that, Agent?
Word.
That was going somewhere, I think, or was it not?
You know, the shape of the Earth is more like a drain. Have you ever seen...
I'm just asking because you're debating the shape of the Earth. So you need to have a position about the shape.
You ever seen water go down a drain?
Never.
No, he's allowed to take no position. No position is the most powerful position because if there's a whole bunch of flat earthers who are taking that position, trust me, bro, you want to be on that lofty fence without any bias interfering with and clouding your mind. Thank you.
Right. You want to just sit there and say, "Oh, we don't know, duh. We have no model, duh." That's the strong position, right?
Was that a serious statement that it's a strong position to not know? Really? I mean, I'm asking actually genuinely, not trying to be sarcastic.
Yes, it is.
Why? Can you explain how?
Yeah,
because the dumber you are, the more you know, obviously.
That's a shill. Stop. Go to
Tired of
Gems.
these assholes.
Well, then go to Gems.
I'm still waiting for that super update on the globe proof. Like, we keep talking about this Egyptian guy. Yeah, enough about him.
Well, I mean, you say no on Eratosthenes.
I know, you think Cleopatra approved the shape of the Earth, but a lot of people
Cleopatra had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
So, Jesse,
you think Gilgamesh proved the shape of the Earth, dude. You got to move on.
Jesse, the thing is that NASA shield, why he's annoying, is also correct, man. So it is annoying when someone is like that, but is also correct. That's extremely annoying. But he is.
I don't think he's annoying.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so if we could possibly either have it drawn out, or someone could explain. Jesse Path of Light actually would be a great one to do that. Someone could come in here and spend 20 minutes or whatever and explain that. Then what we do is not.
The irony
What's
is
the
right
irony?
there, dude. The only globe proof that you've even come close to referring to is something that Jesse Path of... This is it. Jesse Path of Light is the official arbiter of globe proof.
No, he's not.
Did I say that?
Where
did I say that?
Then show me some globe proof.
You see,
I
the
said
thing
it. Jesse is good with diagrams and stuff like that, and he's good at explaining things. He's very calm.
Yeah, he's
so
much,
he would be
much
someone.
More, sorry, he's much more patient than I am. I have no patience.
Right.
With morons.
Right. So he's much more patient, and he'd be good. Right, but he's also not patronizing, and he doesn't take too long like Peachy Tony does. I'm just saying, he's not the arbiter of all proof. He's just something that he'd be able to. I'll ask him if he'd be willing to do that.
It's the only thing that Glober's referred to.
I'm pretty sure you're not a flat earther.
Think he's playing?
To me.
Yeah, cool, man.
He's playing.
Is Jesse Gordon?
Okay, you want another proof that you're gonna say no to? You want another proof you're gonna say no to?
Yeah, something besides Gilgamesh and Cleopatra, please.
Yeah, Jesse, are you? Jesse, the accusation has been leveled. To defend yourself, are you playing?
What?
The accusation has been leveled against you that you are playing. Are you playing, or are you really saying that the Earth is flat based on whatever?
Dude, I'm questioning your globe.
Okay, all right. So, can you question it with evidence, or because it isn't just because I mean NASA shill understandably is impatient because he hears nuh-uh a lot. So I understand why he's impatient. Is there anything besides, like, for example, with the Aristophanes experiment? Is there something that is objectionable to that? What is objectionable? From 3 different vantage points, 3 different sticks. What's objectionable about that, in your estimation?
It can be as a non-starter. Never even mind that it's self-refuting.
Yo.
What's that?
Right, so apparently the only globe proof for the past 4,000 years is some imaginary Egyptian guy 4,000 years ago.
Not
Like, you
imaginary,
guys aren't doing
history
very
says
good with
it
the globe
exists.
proofs right now. Keep talking about Aristophanes.
I got an easier one. I got an easier one.
Greek, Egyptian, same
Oh,
thing, bro.
Yeah, same one. You want to start talking to something else now?
Can I?
You can do? Or
Go
like
ahead,
we
go
still
ahead,
on our
Yeah.
Agent.
And more
Go ahead, Agent.
substantial globe proof. Let's talk about
The,
that.
the simplest one. When you look at the horizon is sharp, right?
No.
No, it looks like a flame when it's hot outside. Looks like a dancing
horizon
flame.
literally
What do
is
you mean no?
The higher you go, the more of a gradient it appears.
Well, higher you go, the
At
further
sea
you
level.
see. Thank you. Welcome to the proof of the globe. Next one, globe proof. Please.
Really, bro?
Right,
You
so
think
that's
that
2.
proves the globe? Are you,
Yep.
We're
are you
at
serious?
2 and
He
0.
just
The
said that
fact
the
you see
horizon
further,
is crisp. That's
the
absolutely
fact you see
wrong.
further from heights is proof of the globe. Thank you. Welcome.
Right,
Yeah,
2
your
and 0.
crisp
I
horizon is
can't
doing
believe
it
you're
on
making that
elevation more
argument.
likely than.
Like, are you in
But
good
I meant
faith making that argument? Are you serious?
it's
Hold on. Good faith making that argument, yes. Nuh-uh is the reply to the first one, effectively, right? I don't want to disparage what you were saying, but nuh-uh appears to be the response to the first one. So the
Who
second
said
one,
nuh-uh?
Jesse did.
You said nothing but no.
So that's not exclusive. It doesn't matter if you're on top of an apricot seed or a freaking watermelon or a flat pizza box. The higher you go, the more you're going to be able to see.
Yep,
This is
above the
like a
globe.
law of perspective. Hold on,
Nope,
this is
no,
a
not a law of perspective.
of perspective.
Nope, not a law of
Yes,
perspective.
it is.
Sorry. No, it's not. There's nothing about height. There is nothing about height in
dishonorable.
perspective.
The law of perspective says that the further away an object is, the smaller it becomes. That's the law of perspective.
Also, I'm talking about sharp horizon in sea level,
right?
Which cannot happen on a flat plane.
Okay, so before we go into the confusion of the horizon, simply it's a theoretical line or an apparent curve that has to do with the framework of perspective. You know,
that's
art.
not what perspective
I
is.
think you're not following what I said.
Yeah, perspective is what I just
you
mentioned.
Didn't follow what I said. Could it be that too?
Then explain better then, because we don't get it. Maybe you need to explain it more.
I think it was kind of well explained already. It's a theoretical line, which can only be observed to any degree of accuracy when it lies along a relatively smooth surface, such as that of the Earth's oceans.
Right,
and
but
also
it's a
that
clear.
it is an apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky.
Right.
And
Well,
that it's
the thing is
actually just used in arts.
Right, but it's a clear line. It's a clear line, not fading out as we would see it on the flat Earth. It's a very gosh, I've got photos of a very clear line.
I say you haven't been to Colorado then to see. You haven't been to Colorado if you don't think there's clear lines.
It doesn't necessarily need to be clear. You can use a pencil that is somewhat see-through, or you can draw very. You don't need to use so much pressure when drawing, so it could be somewhat opaque, but you can still create the horizon. What are you talking about?
In the theoretical flat Earth concept idea, if we're looking out at the horizon, essentially what we would get is it would just get progressively more and more fuzzy.
Okay,
with distance.
So
let me get my thought out. Sorry. So it would get progressively more and more fuzzy as we see further and further and further. You get more and more atmosphere, more and more junk, more and more water in the air, and all the rest of it. We just get more and more fuzzy. We don't see that at all on a flat Earth, even on a clear day. So over an ocean, on a clear day, you would not have that line. It would just get more and more fuzzy. Even better on a clear day, because it would be further away and be even more fuzzy. But that's not what we see.
Okay, so
that's
what you see simply is if you look out at the ocean, standing at the coast, you don't see any land. You look out to the ocean. You see the sky, you see the ocean, and it seems as if they meet, but they actually don't. But it's only so far the eye can see due to perspective. And so the horizon is this threshold where it seems as if they meet or collapse or come together in a way. But they don't actually do that, because obviously if you travel out, you realize that they never actually come together. So the horizon is simply a description for this apparent meeting. So simply it's a theoretical line. The horizon itself doesn't actually exist. Do you understand what a theoretical line is?
Yeah,
bring it home. Bring it home.
Hang on,
just
please.
bring it home already.
Yeah, the way I describe it is it's the limit of your vision.
Not though.
It's as far as you can see across the water.
It's not though.
Why?
You can see things beyond the horizon.
You say so, right?
So
I'm just giving you my opinion. You can
have a
say
picture.
whatever
38,
you want.
38 past the hour. 38 past the hour. We have a picture of a boat beyond the horizon.
No. That's not beyond the horizon.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So
why can't you see the bottom of it then?
Okay, so you can use your eyes.
Because the bottom of it's in the water, you fuck.
Bottom of it's in the water, so it's sinking?
No add-ons, please. So simply, let me explain why, okay? So you're using your eyes, I hope, and you're looking out, yeah?
Okay, so what are you going to say? Some sort of vision thing?
Let him get it out.
No. Of course, you can use a telescope or some binoculars or some kind of, I guess, ocular device. And you can look farther into the distance, because obviously your eyes don't have a zoom. So sure, you can zoom in, I guess. And what happens then? Well, you can see farther, which means that you sure can see further into the realm that earlier was more
the realm. What's the realm?
Or place, environment, site, nature. The place between the sky and the ocean, like, you follow? Into reality, I guess, or into or over the ocean. Great. Yeah, nice. So sure
magic.
thing, you can do that.
Magic?
Doesn't mean that you move the horizon.
No, you don't move. No, you're right. You don't move the horizon, but that ship is beyond the horizon. I can only see the top of it.
It's not beyond the horizon. This is a figure of speech.
Wait, no, I mean, why can't I see the bottom of it? Why can't I see the bottom of it? Why can't I see the top and not the bottom?
If you calm down a little, don't stress so much with your questions, we can address them. Okay, so simply, where you can use your eyes.
I asked why I can see the top and not the bottom, and you can start off on some sort of philosophical bullshit.
I'm not going to explain something that I have to speculate about, because obviously it's speculation.
Well, you're speculating because you have no data right now.
Yeah, why would you have to speculate?
I don't need to speculate why the ship appear in a certain way when using optics, looking further into what we have categorized as the horizon.
Why can't I see the bottom of the ship? It's a simple question.
That's a question that you have to ponder. I'm not going to give you an answer.
Because the ship is beyond the horizon, and you can't see the bottom of it because it's cut off by the water.
Why do you ask the question if you have the answer already?
Well, I ask you the question to explain it in flat Earth terms.
Well, you have to ponder.
Debate 101. You don't ask the question you don't know or the answer to already.
Maybe you should ponder before you make a postulation.
There's always refraction, right, guys? So the horizon is caused by the refraction. I think we established that in 2019, right?
So why is
you guys always have to go to the horizon? So why
the geometric horizon?
Why is only the bottom of the ship being refracted then?
I mean,
why can't I zoom it in?
Supposing it's
let me something. Let me clarify. Okay.
Yes, please.
Why do we have sharp horizon? Okay, because if we if it was a flat Earth, the horizon
Oh my
would
God.
be blurry. You will
don't think the
never
horizon-
would
We're
have
doing this backpedaling thing right now. Okay, the horizon
a
is
sharp
not a
line.
crisp, sharp line.
It's not.
It's not.
Zoom in.
What?
Get a good look.
What? That line's not. That line looks pretty
Yeah,
damn
zoom
sharp to
in,
me.
dude.
That line's pretty damn
The
sharp to
further
me.
you look up, dude.
I've seen lots of horizons in Colorado. They're pretty freaking sharp to me. You're breaking up.
You don't like it, but you're gonna hear it.
Who's roboting?
Oh, I'm breaking up.
Oh,
Yeah, so when I zoom out and look at the horizon, right, an actual horizon, not an artificial one by terrain. I'm talking about at the ocean. When I look at the horizon, I focus in to try to see what's going on. It's like turbulence is making the image dance like fire. It dances.
I don't know. It doesn't dance for me. How much zoom you got?
I don't know.
I'm not talking about you zooming on the line. Okay? I'm talking about you simply standing and seeing horizon and things disappearing bottom up and not the other way around. Because if you had a flat plane, things will be smaller, not disappearing bottom up. Not curve, this hiding. You understand that?
Except for when it doesn't curve. Then you just ignore that part.
Where does it not curve?
Yeah, that's.
Well, there's a lot of people invoking refraction, and it's not because it looks like a fucking globe, is it? Right?
When does it not curve though? When does it not curve?
When you can see too far.
Oh, well, we can't see far enough. Like if the globe was flat, if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see a lot further than we see. We should be able to see. We should be able to see the Rocky Mountains from Chicago. They're big enough.
You shouldn't.
We should. They're big enough. They're outside. They are outside the Raleigh criteria. We should be able to see Everest silhouetted against the sun.
No.
Yes. If we can see the sun, if we can see the sun, is the sun further away or closer than, say, I don't know, Mount Everest?
Okay, no.
Is the sun closer?
Claim you just made.
Is the sun closer or further away?
Let's not escape. You
Is
made
the
a claim.
sun
Let's address
or
your
further
claim.
away? I asked a simple question.
You're moving the goalpost with your question.
Is the sun further or closer away than the Mount Everest?
No.
It's closer away.
About your claim.
It's closer?
Let's
the
talk
sun
about
is closer
your
than
claim.
Mount Everest.
No, you're escaping the claim that you made.
The sun is closer than Mount Everest?
You're escaping the claim that you made.
The sun is closer than Mount Everest. I heard somebody say that. Is that true?
You made a claim. Now you're escaping the claim.
So is the sun closer or further away?
Do you remember your claim?
Wait, NASA.
Is the sun closer or further away then?
NASA, you made a huge claim.
Hello, I asked a simple question. I'm not getting
an answer. You're escaping with a simple question.
I don't think
you made a claim.
Who said that. I don't know whoever made that.
Nobody's answering my question whether the sun is further away.
I don't think they meant it or they made a misstatement.
Let's address the misstatement. Let's address the misstatement because it is framing flat earthers or whatever we can call this in a huge misfavor and an intellectually dishonest
light. So let's address it. Is the sun closer than that Everest?
No. Now you are participating.
Okay, there you are. Clear it up. Next.
Deviating off the claim that he made. Do you remember the claim that he made?
Question you guys should be asking. Look like.
No. Let's not run the Hegelian dialectic and let's actually investigate the claim that he substantiated. You guys, does anyone remember the claim that he made?
Yeah, I'm asking if the sun is further away than Mount Everest or closer.
That's your red herring to your statement. That you
so why won't you answer a simple question?
We got the answer. The answer is no, it is not closer.
Oh, thank you.
Am I not speaking?
So I can see the sun clearly against the horizon, but I can't see Mount Everest.
That he made. That is
But why are you running from the fact that we have a sharp horizon, which means that
oh my God, stop saying the wrong thing.
You keep fleeing from the statement.
Why is the wrong thing? It's the best proof that things are disappearing below your line of sight.
Look at how much you ignore the claim that you made. How much longer?
What's my claim?
What's
my claim, Zenek?
NASA
What's my claim?
NASA Shill's claim, not yours. Do you understand English?
What was the claim?
Oh, great! Finally, now we can talk about it. Let's see how long we can talk about it before it gets red haired. So the claim was that you should be able on a flat Earth to see supposedly endlessly into the horizon. Why can't we do that? Why can't we just see endlessly into the horizon? Okay, so the reason that you can't do that is because, you know, presuppose that there isn't any kind of phenomena that doesn't make you able to see further. You simply think that it's evidently clear that if we use a telescope, you should be able to see as far as fucking hell into the whatever now, because, you know, you can just zoom. You know,
Okay, so
this is
Zanuck,
the wildest claim ever.
Okay, so Zanuck, let's answer that.
Why do you have this idea that that should be reality?
Let's answer that. NASA Shill said a statement. It was buried in a bunch of other comments and questions. The statement was, which is further, Mount Everest or the sun? So logically, if the sun is further away, why can we see the sun on the horizon, but we cannot see Mount Everest on the horizon?
This is actually not relevant to the claim just made. If the claim is that the horizon is evidently clear or ocular or perceivable, and it's the only thing that hinders us from seeing further into it is optics, then you need to substantiate that claim and not ask a question that presupposes a model about sun's movement and stuff like that.
So the question was there to illustrate and give you the answer, because it's a rhetorical. It's rhetorical. If the sun is further away than Mount Everest,
to talk and investigate why
it's rhetorical. It was rhetorical in that if the sun is further away than Mount Everest, there is no reason why we should be able to see the sun on the horizon, but not Mount Everest, because Mount Everest is closer.
Again, this has nothing to do.
It has everything to do with it.
Subject? No, it has nothing to do.
Everything to do with it, and you're saying no.
No. You are not eyeing
I'll come up with some
changing the topic.
I will come up with some stupid excuse to say that the sun is not farther away than Mount Everest, and that we can see the sun, but it's not farther away than Mount Everest.
Here you have your intellectual dishonesty of being concise and rigorously poignant of talking the actual topic. Now you're just filling. You're poisoning the web.
Zanuck,
my intellectual dishonesty as you intellectually dishonest.
Great, keep poisoning the
web. As you intellectually dishonest, say that the
keep not talking about the topic. Please don't substantiate your claim.
Totally substantiate my claim.
Please explain why it is dishonest.
Well, obviously, yeah. Let's investigate that. Good.
Okay.
That you actually invoked that, seeing that how you know.
You said it's dishonest, so why? I don't know.
Well, okay. So, if we're actually talking about this apparent meeting point between the sky and whatever, the ocean or wherever we are. And now we talk about looking into it and how far we can see into this horizon. And obviously, sure, yeah, we have some optics, and it makes us able to more sharper see further into it, but we are not necessarily actually quite sure whether we are seeing further in than what the eye can perceive, or if it just gives, or if it just actually gives us the ability to see better. So, how far the optics can enables us to see is not necessarily just hindered by the magnification of the optics. There is actually an unaddressed phenomena that seems to be occurring when you look out into the horizon, especially into the horizon between the sea and the sky.
Well, I feel like playing a little tap dance song here while you explain this.
Which seem to be distorting the ability to see further beyond the imaginary, unbreakable, and very oddly and confusedly weird claim that somehow it shouldn't be affected by anything because one is ignorant of the cause.
So you're the one. Come on, that's a
Holy
really good
shit!
tap
Brain
dance.
power and high IQ just used. So
No,
do you understand why it's
dancing.
intellectually dishonest?
It's intellectually
to
dishonest.
escape
You
that
tap dance so much, yeah.
Yeah, keep add-oning
Zenek.
me. Great, noted. So do you see how it's intellectually
Zenek.
dishonest
No.
to
No, I don't.
move
You just came up with. Do you have
you
any
are
evidence of
moving
this?
away
Do you have any
from
evidence
the-
of this, or you're just kind of making shit up as you go along?
The evidence is fucking just using a telescope or your eyes, and you're gonna see the ships fucking over and under and inside and beyond and whatever the horizon,
Will I see
dude.
the full ship?
The fucking
Will I see
upside down
the full
ships,
ship?
dude.
Why can't I zoom back the ship that goes over the horizon? I should be able to under your.
No, you because I'm not a flat earther, and I don't believe in an ever expanding horizon without like any boundary, dude.
Oh, so you're a flat earther, you say?
No. If you
Finally.
can stop framing me in your Hegelian dialectic, we can actually
Finally.
have a conversation about what it might
Alien
be.
dialectic. Ooh, that's big words.
Yeah, it sure is. So great.
So
Keep poking
so
at me,
Zenek,
dude.
why do we have a
It's
sharp
2 words.
horizon?
It's synact. Can you pronounce English?
Probably better in use. Sounds like that's okay.
What does that word mean?
Very much is.
Can a mute do Mach?
Very much is Denmark. Your lack of understanding is not evidence. Your lack of understanding is not evidence, Denmark. Your lack of understanding is not evidence.
What the? Has nothing to do with the sun.
What is going
Well,
on?
it partially has something to do with the sun. Obviously, you need the sun to be able to see in the day.
Well
guys are
done,
debating with
Demo. A
Daymach?
few words. Wow.
You're actually holding what Daymach says as some sort of factional basis?
This whole conversation is escaping the topic.
Democracy lacks
100%. It definitely is. You're not actually using your brain to think about what I just said.
Yeah, Demo, these are words. Well done, buddy.
Okay. Demok, if you're only going to engage by using mockery, then just be silent, please. You're only mocking. This is not good. Yes. Yes,
You're
you
looking
are
for
mocking
assholes?
and just talking in a monotone voice like this. No, you are just talking like this and like speaking without even listening. How far can I see? I don't know. If I just keep at this intonation and just speak like this monotone voice, I might sound like I'm talking to someone, I guess. I don't know.
It sounds
I'm
like you're
just
crazy because I've Demok turned
looking
down.
at my roof now, speaking because I need to.
No one is stopping you.
You said you were looking for assholes,
drinking milk. Now I'm opening my carton. Who am I speaking with?
Your lack of understanding is not evidence.
They can't. That's Demog, that's where you're flawed in your thinking, because they don't even themselves say that they can't see that far into the horizon because it curves. It's a point, bro. It's a pointless debate. I mean, they themselves say they can't see that far with telescopes. They can't.
It don't make sense, Demog.
Oh, finally, oh my goodness.
Okay, so why should we suppose that we can see that far with a telescope? We shouldn't. Just because it has magnification doesn't mean that it allows us to see necessarily as far as the magnification technically allows for.
Can I take a telescope and see to your house?
No, you can't. Unless, I mean, you stand somewhere in proximity to which you can. Do you understand the basic reality?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, Earth is talking.
Thank you. Is the moon too far? Is the moon too far?
To the ground.
The question you guys should be asking
these guys is, if the Earth was a globe, what would it look like? What would things look like over water? Would they be obstructed?
It's the fucking worst question ever.
They have to say yes. Would it?
Yes.
This is again not a conversation.
What do we see?
Self-obstructed.
My friends, guys, like, okay.
Exactly. Do you
are
agree,
now
Xanax?
having a beach party, okay?
Do you agree, Xanax?
I'm definitely agreeing to the beach party. I also will
So,
bring beer.
so if the Earth was a globe, things would be obstructed over water, right?
Okay. Okay. So again, sorry. What did you ask me? Your mic is kind of muffled.
If the Earth was a globe, would things be obstructed over water?
Well, you see, I don't go into presupposing a model to address a question of its own make-believe. It's kind of like a house of cards. Like it's like
do a thought
asking.
experiment?
But that's the thing. Is it a thought experiment or are we talking about reality? You know,
Can
a
you not
thought
do it in your head?
experiment is something.
Let's think about it in our heads. You and I together. Let's think about it.
No, we don't
Let's
need to
think
think
about
about
it.
it in our heads.
Why
Because
not?
that's just.
I know why you don't want to think about it, because you and I both can agree if the Earth was a globe, things over water would be obstructed.
But you see, you're invoking the imaginary. It's called what if.
Yeah.
Imaginary what if.
What if? Yeah, exactly.
Should I read Stanislavski or Lee Strasberg for you and explain to you what the imaginary what if is?
Yes,
or you can look in the chat.
Oh, okay,
yes,
let me. I'm gonna find my
I mean,
student books
why is it that
on
some
imagination,
are
and I'll teach you imagination because it's actually
why
my field
is
of
it
expertise.
Please
Why
don't
is it
invoke
that some are
Stanislavski.
incapable of thinking about like thought experiments? I mean, we do it for
Why are
flyers
you
all the time.
capable of imagining a globe?
I'm more into
because they don't
Just
like
believe and
it.
imagine harder.
Yeah, let's
Believe
imagine
and imagine harder is your argument. That's a
Well,
horrible
flat Earth
argument.
is flat Earth is a thought experiment. Even flat is just a thought experiment. With the globe, at least we have measurements, observations, and utility.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but still a thought
I mean,
experiment.
I can think about a flat Earth in my head. Like I can think about it. I can think about a sun circling above.
Flat is about closing your eyes and ears and never picture anything in your mind again, ever.
So globe, Meisner fan as well?
Just one second, guys. So
are you a
that's
Meisner
flat,
fan as well?
One sec. I'll address you 1 second. I'm just curious, you know, Mr. Agent or misinformation agent, as it's properly named, by himself, that is. He said that flat Earth is like closing your eyes and never using your ability to imagine again, or something like that. So I'm like curious.
Yes, and using your brain cells. Don't forget that.
Oh, great. So okay. So globe is then to use your brain cells, but to imagine something. So how is that?
No, are you denying obstruction? Are you denying bottom-up obstruction? Just out of curiosity.
Who is being asked this question?
You
What's
are.
causing that?
You are being asked.
What's causing the bottom-up obstruction? Yeah, what's causing?
Looks like the water. Everyone can. We should be able to agree. It looks like the water is causing the obstruction. We look at sunsets over water. We look at boats. We look at buildings. We look at mountains.
So not
This is an easy question.
Water.
I would think this is an easy question.
So not Earth.
Wait. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Bottom top obstruction. You know what?
Here, let me make it easy for you.
I'm not gonna obviously deny that when we look into the horizon with our eyes or optics, obviously it seems to be happening more so with optics because obviously it's clear. You see it better. It sure is.
What's causing the bottom-up obstruction?
Your volume is very low. I can barely hear you.
Let me make it easy for you. Here's a picture.
What's causing the bottom?
Shugo posted one too. What's blocking the rest of the sun?
Well, the thing is
What's causing the bottom-up obstruction?
The thing is that, you see,
You got scared?
Yeah, I'm asking the flat earthers what's causing that.
Yeah, but
Wait, let him choke on it. Let him choke on it.
Siak, you don't
guys,
even
let
have
me
an
choke,
answer,
guys.
bro.
I'm like almost
You don't
out
got
of breath
shit.
here.
No, wait, let me answer.
No, let me use my
You
ability
don't got
to
it, bro.
think because I don't have brain cells. So let's see if I have
You gotta
any.
think about it. Exactly. So take a
I'm not-
minute.
yes, exactly, and that
Go
might
think
imply
about
You
that I have
need to
brain
collect
cells,
your
but I don't
brain
know.
cells.
Yes,
Yeah,
let's
wait a
see if I
minute.
can use my brain cells. So
I got the answer right now. It's a mirage.
All two brain cells, put them
Give him
together in one
time.
spot.
great.
Give him time to collect his thoughts and.
Prove it's a mirage.
Let
It's
me
a mirage.
land, I guess.
Of course it is.
Prove it.
So
Yeah, typically when you see bottom-up obstruction, the boat is really freaking far away, so there's more atmospheric refraction. Even on the globe model, it says the further you look, the higher things appear. Guess what's appearing higher? The water line.
That's appearing lower, not it's
Congratulations.
appearing
There's your
lower.
cause. Congratulations. There's your cause.
It's appearing lower, not higher.
On a flat Earth. Go home.
It's not appearing higher. It's appearing lower. What are you talking about?
Yes, the water line appears higher.
No, the boat is appearing lower.
Yes, the water line is appearing higher.
So the boat is appearing lower. So you're saying the water line's appearing. The water line, which is closer than the boat, is appearing higher, but the boat further away is appearing lower.
It's being miraged up.
It's being miraged down, huh?
No, not down.
If it's being miraged up, we would see the
water line
bottom.
is being miraged up.
The water line is being miraged down. Otherwise,
Clearly.
clearly, but we can't see the bottom of the boat. So obviously, it's being miraged down and not up.
Cool. So your only evidence is looking way too far. That messes up
looking too far.
messes up your resolution.
Is this the opposite of we can see
Look,
too
I
far
can
now?
see globe curve. Look, I can see the globe curve.
Yeah,
it's over there, like 1,000 miles away.
Not
where
1,000
everything's being
miles, like
compressed and
3
becoming
miles.
It's
a
like a
mirage.
Freemasonic.
I see the globe. It's in that mirage over
If
there.
the Earth was flat, though, we should be able to see 1,000 miles. We should be able to
Guys,
see.
stop,
but you're looking at a
being
mirage.
so good at being
But it's being
Freemasonic
miraged. It's being miraged the opposite direction.
Right, guys, just complete chaos. Hold on. Hold on, one at a time.
I'm still waiting for Zynek to answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Apologies
still
if I
waiting
mispronounced your name.
Yeah, Synact. I'm still waiting
Synact.
to actually have the ability to speak or something,
Give him 30
So,
seconds.
Zynek, what is your answer to bottom-up obstruction?
So, sure, something seems to be happening. Do I need an answer?
I was curious what your answer is. You don't need one, but I'm curious what it is.
Well,
something appears to be happening. Isn't that good enough?
Something appears to be happening.
Fair enough.
Guys, let's get that
So
going.
the answer is bottom-up obstruction. It has to be the globe, right?
No.
No?
Can you come up with some great example of it? Can you come up with a reason?
Question.
Can you come up with a reason other than something appears to be happening?
Yeah, let's all talk
Yeah,
at the same time, okay? Everybody.
That's why I asked the question, what would happen if the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, but on the stupid fucking globe model, the further that you're looking, the higher things appear. So now that I say that the water line is appearing higher, all of a sudden you have a problem with it, but you require that on your globe to see too far. So what the fuck?
Boat.
You guys
the
are
boat
asking.
appears lower. What are you talking about? It's not higher.
No,
The boat's
yeah,
lower.
the water line appears higher.
Oh, the water line's higher, which means the boat's lower. Got it.
Now the whole thing with the water line appearing higher than the geometric, but it's still lower.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
So
See,
the boat,
I'm glad she agrees.
I have a
I'm glad
picture I'm posting on the in the chat. It's basically a boat disappearing above the horizon. And this just shows like the optical properties you have and
Yeah, we understand.
gradients.
The thing is that we
Okay,
understand what's going on in
just
that
reference
picture.
the chat. Yeah, we totally
You know
do.
what
The temperature gradients that are happening over the water. Same way that you
Right,
can
but
have
that
boats
doesn't
floating
happen
over the
once
water.
in a-
It's not actually floating.
Yeah, but when
Oh,
that
it does.
doesn't happen, then what? But when that doesn't happen, then what's the issue?
Okay, so wait. So please tell me what you think is happening during the daytime when the sun's heating up the surface of the earth.
Yeah, but no, when that doesn't happen, when you're floating boats, what is the cause of the bottom-up obstruction? Because when I've filmed things over the water,
The same
I've
reason
never
why
seen
boats
a floating boat, and I've
over the
always
water.
seen obstruction.
Okay, refraction Literally, if you watch the day after day, you'll see things continually get covered up and then revealed
No, I
as the
never
day goes
saw that
on.
in Hawaii.
It's not
I
because the
never
curves
saw that.
are, it wouldn't be changing. It's not
I
consistent.
never saw that.
It's not consistent with what you can literally look at something that's covered bottom up, like say you're looking at some oil rig. Okay, one day you can look out and see the bottom of it's hidden. Another day you can look out and see the whole thing revealed. It's purely optical.
Okay, I never saw that happen in Hawaii. So yes, I agree with you. That happens that happens in certain places because of what's going on there, but that doesn't happen everywhere. It never happened in Hawaii.
Dude, the bottom up obstruction that you see changes throughout the day.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
optical.
It didn't happen. It never happened in Hawaii.
Yes, it does.
No, it didn't.
I don't care what you're saying.
I was there for
I'm telling
5
you why
years.
it happens.
I was there for 5 years, and I took many
Those
pictures
don't
of the
float
same
either.
building, and it never happened.
I don't.
So let's
I don't care.
let's grant a situation where the bottom-up obstruction is dependent on weather conditions. Taylor, what is your explanation for why bottom-up obstruction happens? Specifically, what optical effect is causing the bottom of an object to be blocked?
Yeah. So let me
explain?
explain. So during the daytime, you have the sun that heats up the surface of the water, the surface of the land, and basically that'll cause a lower density. They've already shown this, and they have shown that the density and the refractive gradient, the refractive coefficient,
that would cause mirage.
negative value, negative 2.7. Okay, so you can have lower density layers near the surface. So the light ray is gonna be bending towards the more dense medium, towards the higher, density, which is above the water. Okay, and you're not going to be able to see that location where those light rays are bending up, and it's going to be vanished. It's going to be gone. Just like I can give you time lapses and show how things appear and disappear throughout the day, and that's same.
That would cause miraging. And we don't always see that.
Okay, there's different types of refraction.
Refraction that doesn't show any type of miraging.
I just told you the bottom you would not be able to see. It would be covered up. What?
But what about things that are closer to me that are still obstructed?
What do you mean?
So I've got images of buildings, right? And there's literally buildings that are closer to me that I can't see, that I should be able to see because obviously closer. But I don't see any of them. There's no miraging, there's none of that stuff.
Yeah, I've taken pictures through my theodolite telescope lens. Basically, it's like 20x magnification. Oh, there's something. Darling. Yeah, so 20x magnification. I've literally been the same location, looking at the same set of buildings. One day, earlier in the day, a whole building was completely gone. Later in the day, in the same location, same exact location, I literally dug a hole and measured height. It literally reappeared. The whole building.
That's what happens in that location. Yes, because of the conditions there. That doesn't always happen everywhere.
I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that this is a refractive effect.
When it doesn't,
it's the same way.
When it doesn't happen, and we still see obstruction, then what's going on?
How do you know it's actual obstruction instead of refraction? Did you measure the temperature gradient?
Can we? You have to look at your.
Hold on. Let me finish, please. Because in Hawaii, the temperature is pretty all year round. The water in the air is pretty much the same all year round. So
are you talking about during the daytime?
Temperature gradient. Yes, during the daytime.
During the daytime, the sun heats up the surface of the earth through convection.
Yes. Yes.
So the surface is hotter than the air above it during the daytime.
No, you would get miraging. I never saw any miraging.
Okay, please tell me, whenever you put a spoon in a cup of water, the spoon is shifted over. If you were to look right in that location, you'd say, this spoon is supposed to be here, but it's not. It's completely shifted over in perfect proportion.
Because the glass is curved. That's because the glass is probably curved. You're looking at it at a different angle.
No, it's literally refractive index, water and air. So when you put the spoon in the water, you get shifted over perfectly.
It's both.
And what else you have there is a sharp change in refractive index. So you get a sharp change in the image. There's no sharp change in the refractive index in the atmosphere. Why do we get a sharp change?
We're talking about along the surface. There is a sharp change. Some of the biggest temperature.
I want to ask something. Wait.
That doesn't happen in Hawaii. I'm sorry.
I can prove it with papers. They've already tested it.
Wait, Telo.
Hey,
I'd like to see one of those papers.
Silently come in and make weird sounds. Like it's really. You too, Shubil. Like we can see who's speaking.
Twitter user data. It's
it's John.
AI.
Great. Okay.
Yo, who the fuck is doing that, bro?
Thanks for John.
This is
John has been doing it for
Is
5
that
years.
John? All right, John, you got a red flag on you now.
Isn't that Professor John or something? Retired? Like he sure
Hold on.
is.
Yeah, we don't even know. All right, so half of these observations that you guys are taking up, quotes obstructed at what the horizon perspective is creating a vantage point before your supposed Earth curve starts dropping down. So you say Earth is so big that it actually appears concave due to perspective. So where the fuck are you looking at Earth curve when you're looking at the horizon?
Don't interrupt.
You're actually looking at something that is the result of perspective.
Stop interrupting him, dude.
Hey,
I know
Jesse,
Jesse,
I heard nothing of no. I heard nothing of what Jesse said. Could you please repeat without interruption? Please, thank you.
Yeah, there's a resolution limit to perspective, right? We say the Earth is so big that we don't see Earth curve, but we do see perspective causing the ground to appear concave, right? So the Earth is rising to eye level or your vantage point, right? How do you know that every time you're looking at the horizon that you're looking at straight up Earth curve and not something that's being ramped up towards your vantage?
The Earth doesn't rise up to eye level. That's bullshit too.
Also,
wait, really? Wait. Wow.
Yeah, really.
I can show examples of
Jesse,
the Earth.
Jesse.
I can show pictures of that not happening. I can show examples of the horizon appearing above eye level.
I can show pictures of the horizon below eye level.
Yes, it definitely ramps up above eye level.
Nope, it definitely doesn't.
NASA.
That's a lie.
We are...
All right, you're lying. Good job.
Wait, we are drifting from the claim. My claim was that a sharp horizon can only be seen on a globe. And you never actually explained how it can happen on a flat plane.
Wait.
I remember that.
That's not.
Why is it? Hold on, guys. Hold on.
But now I'm not going to be able to respond to that. Yeah.
I just want him to.
Why would we dispute that?
I just want him to say why. He said it's a death proof. So go.
He literally just gave me a chance to respond to that. But yeah, whatever.
But why would we dispute that it's clear and only clear on an interpretive framework or through a specific interpretive framework? I mean, I don't need an interpretive framework to see a clear meeting between the sky and the ocean. Like I can do that myself.
Because if
presuppose a model to evidently see that.
Okay, so if you, you see a sharp line. Can you concede that you do see a sharp line as the horizon when you're in sea level looking at it?
I see it.
No, I was just at the lake.
Why should
Next time I'll go there tomorrow.
Because we need to agree, so I will explain to you why it can never work on a flat plane.
But that's not really how.
Do you see it or you don't see it?
Okay, so just before we go into that, like I really want to address you, okay, and we can continue. But you see, when you frame the conversation in a way as to make me concede,
don't do meta. Don't do meta. Just answer the question.
Like basic, formal.
Answer the fucking question. Stop avoiding its own act. Stop trying to avoid.
I'm not avoiding.
He's going to baffle us with bullshit before he answers.
I will address the question. You see,
no, you're going to baffle us with bullshit for a while, then you'll answer.
Jesse, can you mute if you're not talking?
I want to answer, but like, why aren't you guys letting me answer? What are you asking?
Because I am asked the question now.
No, why'd you do that? Anyway, so if you pull out a telescope and you're looking at your supposed crisp horizon, don't interrupt. So you pull out a telescope and you're supposedly looking at the crisp horizon. All of a sudden, your horizon is going to be in a mirage.
Nope, no mirage.
Okay, you go higher in altitude. Oh, now it looks like you're in a gradient.
Dude, I'm not talking about
the atmosphere is causing the resolution of the pixels. It's the Rayleigh criterion. So technically,
no, it's not the Rayleigh criteria. You have no idea what the Rayleigh criteria is if you're going to invoke it on the horizon.
The pixels appear to overlap.
It has nothing to do with the horizon.
It's a resolution limit.
Nothing to do with it's not the resolution.
Yes, it
nothing to do
does.
with the
That
horizon.
has everything to do
Nothing
with the
to
horizon.
no. Stop it. Witsit says so. Nobody else.
Imaginary fight.
Somebody's mumbling in the background again.
Zenek, I cannot hear Jesse. You need to mute yourself if you're not talking. One by one.
I just wonder, like, he forced himself to talk when I was asked a question by you, and now you're like,
oh
you want
my
to hear
God.
them talk, but you asked me a question? This is so weird.
All right, just get to answering it.
No, us flat earthers, we're gonna have to start losing.
Can you guys learn to communicate?
You guys are terrified of letting me speak. If a flat earther gets asked a question,
Okay, Larry, your mic is horrible again.
Okay, hold on.
That's fine,
Larry,
you
your mic is bad. Ziak, you gotta control yourself or you're gonna go on mute, bro. Everybody, please, man. It's chaos. One at a time. What's the hurry? One at a
It certainly
time.
doesn't have to be chaos. I could just make my point and then anybody can respond.
But
right? You pull out a telescope.
we don't have communication when
Oh,
you
well,
just
yeah,
make
here
your
What
comes
did I
point.
just say? Okay. I guess we're gonna have to do it the hard way. Go ahead, whoever that was talking.
I was responding to misinformation agents. So if you pull out a telescope, you say that you have a crisp line horizon, right? If you zoom in on it, you're going to see that in the distance, things are actually being refracted in a mirage. Okay? So if you actually want to focus and fixate on your crisp line, quote unquote, you're going to see it's not a crisp line, ever. Unless you're like staring at like, literal elevation change, then you're not looking at the horizon.
Taylor, you're hot micing.
So let me clarify what I'm saying, because I think you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying there is a line relatively sharp, relatively, that you can see separating the ground from the sky, because things disappear behind this line and creating a curve. And you're saying if I take a telescope, I will zoom on the line and it will seem blurry to me, which is irrelevant again, because by me saying...
That's not irrelevant. No, it's not.
But did I finish my sentence?
It's very relevant.
I'm sorry, I need more than 10 seconds to explain, because you actually said something and you need an explanation, okay?
You know what? You have 30 minutes, dude. Go ahead.
So, again, if we take two possibilities of having a flat plane or a curved plane, only in a curved plane, things disappear.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Cinnamon stick man.
What the hell?
So, guys, beware, mods. I guess it's another attack. Yeah.
When you're close to the truth, you're gonna encounter things like that.
Yep.
Yeah, and Glovers don't do stuff like that. So
Yeah, we don't do stuff like that. You're acting as if we
That's
planned that shit.
could be anybody.
We're not some fucking meticulous organization.
Keep an eye on the text too, as well, guys.
It was definitely a Glober.
Actually, I think at the last Freemason meeting, we talked to Cinnamon, and he's actually 2 minutes late on doing that.
Yeah, thanks for telling us.
3 more demerits for Cinnamon. Tisk. 1 more demerit, he's out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm over here celebrating my win because nobody's responding to what I said, which debunks the globe and destroys your stupid model.
So
Yo, I'm so confused. Hold on. Is that Jesse? Jesse, is that you, dude?
It's that Jesse, yeah.
That's Jesse, yo. What happened, bro?
I'm anti-glober. What's up?
Jesse is LARPing
That's what I don't
today.
understand, bro. Jesse's a hardcore Glober, dude. I don't know what happened.
He's LARPing.
No, I'm destroying your stupid imaginary fake fucking globe. Get used to it.
I like